Chapter 101. Is this how you write a guide? 3. This gap had violently shattered his mentality. It made him realize suddenly. Am I just an ordinary person? His conviction crumbled on the spot. Now, all he wanted was silence. At that moment, Cayman shook his head and spoke. Simon, I've always envied you, envied your abilities, your talent, your luck. But as your brother, I've actually always felt sorry for you. Simon looked at Cayman as he continued. You're different from other Mecha pilots. Starting from the 0th rank, you knew about the shackles of the 8th rank and the situation of planet Blue Star. You knew the time left for us by the Abyss was running out. As the most talented Mecha pilot genius of that period, you attracted the attention of many 8th rank Mecha pilots, but you also bore a pressure far beyond everything else. You believed that only you could save planet Blue Star, shouldering this heavy burden, endlessly striving to improve yourself, strengthening your Mecha talent, power, growth. In the end, that's all that was left in your eyes, nothing else. Until Jiang Chen appeared. Cayman paused for a while, gazing deeply into his younger brother's eyes. Only I know how delighted you were inside, even as you charged into the abyss. It was no longer just about oppression and exhaustion, but full of hope for tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've seen a smile come so genuinely from your heart. Now, you're just momentarily disoriented because you've lost your goal, right? But you don't need to carry so much anymore. Civilization has found a way forward, and the world has begun to change. You don't have to force yourself anymore, but can enjoy all of this, grow for yourself. Wake up, Simon. Seemingly touched by Cayman's words, Simon's eyes slowly regained their luster. He couldn't help but shake his head and stepped out of the cockpit. Big brother, seriously, letting you see me like this again? Yes. It's Jiang Chen who defeated the Abyss, not us defeated by time. It's truly wonderful. Simon sighed. It's a pity, I couldn't fathom Jiang Chen's thoughts, unable to become his worthy opponent. I'm truly sorry. Seeing Simon recover, Cayman also smiled. We can follow his steps, can't we? Right, while you were resting just now, Jiang Chen also released a guide to the Abyss difficulty level, and it has already been circulated over here. The first abyss he cleared was the Star of Mutation. Shall we take a look together? Great. Simon nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. When he was at the first rank, he had also experienced the Abyss difficulty level. Having been disastrously defeated, he chose instead to continue building his strength, waiting to challenge it again at the 4th rank. In the process, he had also witnessed the transcender of the Abyss difficulty level and felt its formidable strength. Jiang Chen, my dear friend. How did you defeat it? Let me have a look. He opened the strategy guide, and rows of detailed text came into view. Jiang Chen had listed every single attribute, form, and move of the transcender in detail. He provided interpretations and counters for all of them. Just the level of detail alone was astonishing. To completely understand all the moves and forms after just one clear, how long did he actually fight the transcender? Reading the text, Simon could almost feel Jiang Chen's strength. Only when he saw the mechanics of infinite rebirth, land of the midnight sun, and star radiance did he have his epiphany. So the transcender possessed such tricky mechanisms and abilities. No wonder Jiang Chen could figure out so much information. With the abilities of infinite healing and rebirth, even with slightly weaker properties, it could grind down a Mecha pilot to death. Not to mention, the transcender's own attributes were already incredibly exaggerated. But how should one deal with such mechanics? Abyss overlords possess intelligence. Simple monster luring tactics would absolutely not make it leave the land of the midnight Sunday. Simon pondered silently if it were him, how he would respond. While scrolling through the screen with his finger, he looked further down. Strategy 1, with strength exceeding 9,000, you can withstand the Transcender's attacks and grab its head, forcefully dragging it out of the land of the Midnight Sunday. This way, you can avoid it using the star radiance to recover and easily break its rebirth ability. What the fuck? Simon twitched, his face reddening as he entered a state of agitation. Jiang Chen, is this how you write your guide? If one had that kind of power, would they need your guide? You really are inhuman. In the mirror world, Li Xiao piloted his Mecha against the abyssal monsters while listening to the guide for the abyss difficulty level of the Star of Mutation issued by Jiang Chen. When he heard Strategy 1, he trembled, inadvertently destroying half of a city in the mirror world. So this was how Jiang Chen defeated the Transcender? Damn it! Chapter 102. Machine Love Has No Future _1. After posting the strategy, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at Shuowu City via the Sunshine City's teleportation array formation as a transfer point, where he met his parents. After an emotional reunion and a catch-up, his parents revealed their Mecha pilot talents and hoped Jiang Chen would give them some advice. Father Jiang's talent was rapid construction. It provided an extra speed bonus when creating external equipment and tools for mechas. It was suitable for mass-producing consumables like grenades, bombs, magic scrolls, and the like. However, it offered no enhancement to the strength of the mechas. Mother Jiang's talent was silent water. It could enhance the power of water attribute modules loaded on the mecha and increase the probability of generating water attribute evolution and upgrade modules. It was an independent system-type talent for enhancing mechas, but sadly the benefits were too low, at most a 30% increase in power and not much higher chances for module upgrades. Not even close to the traits of a weapons master, those had much higher attribute bonuses. After listening to his parents, Jiang Chen said, "Dad, Mom, your mecha pilot talents are too ordinary. Even with my help, at most you could reach the level of the former symbol of the Alliance, which is just mediocre in terms of prospects. My suggestion is to learn a bit about life occupations like forging and repair, and develop some hobbies, that way, you wouldn't need to think about diving into the abyss anymore." Symbol of the Alliance. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were stunned. They were not like Jiang Chen, who had just traveled through time, they had no clue about the world. From 20 years ago to now, they've witnessed the birth of the Abyss Rune, the chaos of monsters, and the rise of the Alliance. They understood the power of the symbol of the Alliance better than anyone. In their hearts, the symbol of the Alliance was a symbol of peace, the undisputed strongest on planet Blue Star. But now, how come in Jiang Chen's words, the symbol of the Alliance seemed as common as cabbage, easily reachable at his level? They only possessed the most common blank slate talents. I was referring to the former symbol of the Alliance, not the current one. Jiang Chen explained. Times have changed. After I crossed the abyss, the production restrictions on supercharge modules were lifted, and their numbers will only increase. I can get you high-quality nascent form mechas and equip them with all the supercharge modules. Even if you don't have mecha pilot talents, it's the equivalent of a 10-fold attribute boost. I was merely using the speculated mecha supercharge talent for comparison. Supercharge module. Nascent form mecha. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang continued to be bewildered. How could these precious things be mentioned so casually by their son, like putting together a set of cabbages? You should know that back in the day, a single supercharge module was stolen from the symbol of the Alliance, and they killed 5 8th rank powerhouses over it. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang exchanged looks. They felt like the world had changed too fast, and they were left behind by the times. A quick exchange of glances communicated their internal team decisions, and they made up their minds. Father Jiang turned back to Jiang Chen and spoke. "Never mind, Xiao Chen, there's no need to get us these fancy things." Jiang Chen looked at his father in surprise, who wore a serious expression. "I'm no mecha pilot, and what I know about the abyss is only from browsing some popular science online. I don't quite understand the level you've reached now. But I've lived long enough to understand one thing well. Different people are meant for different things. Father Jiang sighed. Remember your cousin from your uncle's family? The kid made good, earned quite a sum outside. Everyone envied your uncle, thinking he did a great job raising his son, who turned out so well. But then, your uncle wouldn't accept getting old, thinking if his son could do it, so could he, and used your cousin's earnings to start a business. Time after time, he failed disastrously, squandering most of what your cousin had made. The father lives off his son's earnings and blows them away became a joke among our relatives. Father Jiang paused, then continued. So, let's forget about it. If we don't have the talent, it means we don't have the destiny for it. Forcing it would only hold you back. Supercharge modules, superb nascent form mechas, no matter how easy they are to get now, do they become worthless? It would be a pure waste to give them to us. You should use these things to improve yourself, to strive to grow and reach higher levels. Don't worry about us. Now that you are successful, the mere leftovers are enough for us to live out our years comfortably. We will be waiting at home to witness the day you reach the very top. Yes, Xiao Chen. Mother Jiang held Jiang Chen's hand, echoing. I've been using a kitchen spatula for half my life, really don't know how to wear those big contraptions and fight monsters. You'd better keep the good stuff for yourself, to strengthen your own mecha. And be sure to stay safe, don't get hurt. Dad, Mom. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. His parents, with traces of white at their temples, overlapped completely with the loving and gentle parents in his memory. He struggled to control his emotions, settled his inner turmoil, and smiled. All right, then you two just enjoy your retirement and wait for me to take off, that's that. By the way, I'll speak to the Bigs Hot soon and share my contribution quota with you. If you want to buy anything, just use my contributions. Before Father Jiang and Mother Jiang could refuse, Jiang Chen simply said. My contribution limit is unlimited. Whatever you want, the Alliance will pick up the tab for me. So you two use it as you please, you can't drain my resources. Chapter 103. Machine Love has no future _2. Although he's not a mecha pilot, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang knew that Alliance contributions could be exchanged for various national currencies. Infinite contributions meant infinite money. Hiss. At this moment, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang finally fully understood what kind of status their son actually had. It meant that the whole planet Blue Star would unconditionally satisfy his needs, using all resources to support him alone. Counting the second half of his sophomore year, Jiang Chen hadn't been home for quite a long time. After discussing the matter, Mother Jiang told him to wait there and called Father Jiang to go out to buy groceries, planning to cook a sumptuous meal to treat their son well. After leaving the house, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were still marveling. Father Jiang said with a smile. The family group chat is still bragging, discussing who has the strongest talent. My son is my greatest talent, who can compare with me? Don't get smug now, it's me who gave birth to him, what does it have to do with you? Mother Jiang cast a glance at him, then whispered softly. By the way, do you remember that little girl Jiang Chen brought back? I'm not senile, didn't Jiang Chen say that's the Mecha's mimetic appearance, and her name is Bai Ying? Father Jiang laughed. Jiang Chen is just 20, you're not planning to start pressing for marriage, are you? Brother Li's son next door is already 30 and claims to be a singlehood advocate, they're not in a hurry, so why are you? Besides, I heard that mecha pilots have a very long life, the future is a long way off. That's not what I mean. Mother Jiang shook her head, speaking with a touch of enigma. After Jiang Chen's awakening, I did a lot of research on the internet. You don't suppose our son could be into mechanophilia? Pfft. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of water. Thankfully, the omnipotent bioorganic force field was there, otherwise that spit take would have taken out at least one wall. He wiped his mouth, caught between laughter and tears. Mechanophilia, even mom knows about it, she sure has been doing her internet homework. Plus, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were unaware that, even though they were speaking quietly, with the attributes of Jiang Chen, Bai Ying, and Yun, they could still capture their conversation. Yun, having just been born not long ago and busying itself all day with high combustion remix, didn't have much information fed to it, and it now asked in confusion. Lord, what does mechanophilia mean? Mechanophilia means feeling affection for mechas, robots, and other mechanical life forms. Bai Ying provided the answer. She looked at Jiang Chen, hesitated for a second, and then solemnly said, "My lord, a mecha pilot's bonded mecha cannot be replaced. Even if the evolution goes wrong, the bond cannot be dissolved. The authority over Bai Ying has only been temporarily transferred to you, the owner remains the owner. If you wish to develop further, we only have the present, there is no future. I just spat out water, I'll go clean up." "Okay." Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead as he watched Bai Ying earnestly tidy up the housework. Bai Ying was excellent in every way, except she was a bit too naive. However, there was another big naive one beside her teaching a smaller naive one. It seemed he thought of some situation and steam helmet's exhaust vents on both sides suddenly spewed out a burst of steam. And he stammered. Lord, if you wish, I can have a future with you. Go watch videos. As you command, Lord." Having sent off the two silly mechas, Jiang Chen finally had some peace and quiet. He took out his personal terminal and first sent a message to Li Xiao, explaining the matter about his family's allowance. However, he didn't ask to share the infinite allowance. Instead, he hoped that the alliance would provide his parent with unlimited overdraft services, and he would settle the account regularly with materials or modules. Jiang Chen knew that if he asked to share the infinite allowance, Li Xiao would certainly agree. But the infinite allowance itself represented the alliance's support and resource bias towards him, a prodigy. If he insisted on extending it to others, it would seem a bit too greedy. It would consume precious goodwill and favor. After all, his parents wouldn't spend much. As long as it didn't involve high-level rare resources for mecha pilots, the value of a single supercharged module would be enough for them to never run out for a lifetime. Jiang Chen's message had just been sent out. Almost instantly, he received an affirmative response. "The boss isn't just sitting next to the personal terminal waiting for my message, are you?" Jiang Chen sighed and opened the communication software. As soon as he opened it, a flood of unread messages filled the screen. From college friends to nearly forgotten elementary school classmates he had barely ever spoken to, everyone had sent messages. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was now extremely quick with his hands, quickly clearing out the strangers without any impressions, replying to friends' messages, and tidying up everything swiftly. Since Jiang Chen was quite mindful about propriety and disliked freeloading off others, even if it was alliance welfare, he would first inquire about what the cost was. With such a personality, the friends who got along with him and were rather close, also had similar temperaments. So, there weren't any shameless characters trying to leech off of him by forceful gear gifting. Most of the messages were congratulations, and others seeking advice and guidance from the pro. Jiang Chen naturally didn't skimp on sharing this information, sending out the basics of trials and further development experiences, as well as tutorials made public by the Alliance Forum, so that his friends could have a smoother start. However, that one friend who ran a tabletop game shop was quite emotional. Volunteering to downgrade from friend to son, and then quickly to grandson, begging Grandpa, "Please reply to my message." Only now did Jiang Chen see and recognize the claims of his lost descendants. Looking further back, after seeing the message content, his eyes brightened. Chapter 104. Machine Love Has No Future _3. My talent is idle death gambler, and its effect is to gamble with any target in an uncontrollable random roll-off. If I win, my own attributes will temporarily increase, while the target's attributes will be temporarily weakened. If I lose, the effect is completely reversed. The degree of increase and decrease is related to the size of the roll, with a maximum increase of 100% and a decrease of 20%. When the effect occurs, a second roll-off is not possible. Additionally, every time I lose, my own luck will temporarily increase, improving the chances of all positive probabilities occurring, until the next victory. Brother, how's my talent? Hey! Everyone else is enhancing mechas or weakening mechas, why did I end up being a gambling dog? Jiang Chen swiftly read the message and decisively replied. You're not just any gambling dog, you're a black-hearted dog dealer. The gambling target isn't restricted to abyss monsters, you could gamble with friends first, increasing your luck until it's certain you'll win, then challenge a lord. Isn't that controlling the odds for a stable victory? Moreover, you can also gamble with your teammates, regardless of win or lose, someone will always get 100% attribute enhancement. Most importantly, the chance of positive probabilities occurring is way more powerful than a temporary 100% increase. I just happen to have a mecha pilot trait that suits you, I'll find you to talk in detail once I'm free. After replying to the message, Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune. He dug out a trait crystal from the bottom of his warehouse, unstable mutation. It was the trait crystal dropped by the boss ancient god's descendant on the last day of his rank advancement trial. The effect triggers a mutation in the mecha during evolution, leading to either positive or negative outcomes. For Jiang Chen, this trait was quite unsatisfactory. After all, his unique talent meant he could grow steadily, simply requiring time to become invincible. He didn't need to gamble on any probabilities at all. However, given the uniqueness of the rank advancement trial, this trait crystal, despite being unsatisfactory, was still the only one of its kind on planet Blue Star. So he did not hastily dispose of it, but kept it stored in his warehouse. Now, it just so happens to come in handy. The talent of the board game store owner, although it can accumulate luck, the apparent scope of the enhancement isn't too large. Only a short-term doubling effect. Many S-Class and SS-Class rated prodigies fail to fully unleash their potential during basic trials, which is why they don't receive the highest rating. Once they grow, their overall strength often exceeds a doubling and even more. That's why they can challenge the nightmare and even team up for hell difficulty levels. Therefore, the doubling enhancement of the board game store owner's talent doesn't stand out much in the new era. But if combined with the unstable mutation trait, it can be turned into stable mutation, making the mecha obtain universal positive effects. The accumulated attribute enhancements can definitely exceed 100%, reaching double the attributes of an ordinary mecha. On this basis, stacked with another round of the gambler's doubling, that's 4 times the attributes. Add in the various other enhancements, and it also holds overwhelming potential. Just with 4 times the attributes, it's still impossible to solo the hell difficulty level. But as long as I invest enough supercharge modules, I can increase the attributes tenfold on this basis. In the end, his attributes will surpass ordinary mechas by 40 times. Taking a first-rank ordinary mecha's 200 main attributes as a reference, that would be 8,000 attributes. What's called snowballing, hey? Once Jiang Chen possessed the capability to produce supercharge modules. Just by stacking supercharge modules, he could forge a super genius on par with the bosses of Abyss difficulty level. Of course, friendship is one thing, business another. The sole unstable mutation trait. More than 8 supercharge modules. The combined value of these items could almost buy the whole planet Blue Star. Even if Jiang Chen were generous, he wouldn't simply give them away to someone for free. Calling him grandpa wouldn't be enough, not even if one called him ancestor. So, this was a true investment. Jiang Chen would provide startup capital, and once the other party grew strong enough to clear the Abyss difficulty level, he had to share the output of supercharge modules with Jiang Chen as an investment return. At times like this, past friendship was merely the reason Jiang Chen chose the board game store owner as an investment opportunity. If he chose to refuse, Jiang Chen would not force any issue but would select another talent as an investment target. After dinner and saying goodbye to his parents, Jiang Chen soon arrived in Chulan City. The board game store owner's name was Kun Ping, a friend Jiang Chen had met while playing board games. Since he had already started a business, he naturally understood the difference between friendship and transactions. After Jiang Chen explained the content of the talent, helping him understand the level at which his talent stood, he immediately agreed to Jiang Chen's conditions and received the unstable mutation trait as an initial investment. However, Kun Ping was yet to begin his basic trials. Both traits and mechas were in a locked state, unable to utilize traits and modules. Jiang Chen suggested that he undergo a period of combat training first, before starting the basic trials. He didn't want to capsize in a gutter, falling at the starting line. Having dealt with these matters, Jiang Chen eventually left Chulan City and headed to Sunshine City. By then, 7 hours had already passed. Zero had also completed mecha repairs under the effect of a repair tool and had reawakened. Jiang Chen did not return to the island base. Instead, accompanied by Zero and Yun, he headed to the enhancement zone of Sunshine City. The core module is ready, and materials are also in place. It's time to enhance the mecha. Chapter 105. Ashes of Zero, Cloud of Time, _1. Jiang Chen had long prepared the mecha blueprints for Zero and Yun's advancement. Even if he acquired a batch of top-notch materials along the way and changed the materials to be used, it wouldn't affect the design philosophy of the mecha. Moreover, combining with the mecha soul fusion brought a special effect. With just a bit more time, he could upgrade the mecha blueprint to version 2.0. At this moment, Jiang Chen arrived at the enhancement zone and exchanged some words with the person in charge. He directly activated the most expensive and rarest spot within the enhancement zone. Divine Meteorite Terrain. This was a giant room carved out of a single boulder, filled with the divine power left behind by deceased gods. It was possible to create a temporary, corresponding enhancement environment by using a specific array, combined with some special materials, to alter the properties of divine power. It was considered a more universally used universal strengthening field, with quite excellent effects. However, once the divine power left by the gods was exhausted, there was no way to replenish it. Once depleted, the divine meteorite terrain would also vanish. Additionally, transforming divine power also consumed corresponding high-grade materials. Therefore, using the divine meteorite terrain was extremely costly. Just to activate it required a contribution of more than 1 million. Extra payment for corresponding top-notch materials was also necessary. Jiang Chen directly activated it, his infinite contribution exemplifying caprice. Not sharing an infinite amount was one thing, utilizing it was another. He alone conquered the abyss difficulty level, paving the way for civilization, and obtained the ticket to higher echelons. Therefore, receiving the resource tilt from the Alliance and even planet Blue Star was a matter of course. Using what he legitimately deserved naturally didn't involve any hesitation. Even more so, Jiang Chen checked the Alliance's material reserves and directly commandeered a small portion, having the person in charge of the enhancement zone deliver it. After all, enhancing a mecha required not only main materials but also auxiliary materials that could catalyze the process. Paired properly, they could achieve the most powerful effects. Next, it's time for the enhancement. Are you ready, Zero? Let's do this, Master. Zero was also full of anticipation for this moment. Cancelling her girl-like mimicry, she reverted to a 3.5 meter tall giant's form and took her place on the enhancement platform. Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune and took out a ball of illusory flame that was burning. This was the Star Phoenix Egg, a mythical quality material of the 7th rank, one of the Big Shot's gifts. According to the description provided by the Elder, the Star Phoenix was a legendary creature from a certain universe. Born from the ashes of a star, the star phoenix personified the remnants of a star. From the moment of its birth, it possessed immense power, qualifying it as a legendary creature capable of surviving in the cosmos. When it suffered overwhelmingly severe injuries, it wouldn't die but would turn into a star phoenix egg. Once thrown into a star, it could utilize that searing star energy to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth. Thus, the star phoenix egg held special elements like life, vitality, and rebirth, which were extremely compatible with Zero's path. However, as a roots mecha, from its body to its modules, they mostly bore a wood attribute. Fire burns wood. During the mecha soul fusion, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the mecha's body rejecting and fearing the star phoenix egg. This affected the compatibility of the material. If transformed into data. Compatibility, 60%. Even with this, Jiang Chen didn't change his mind. Fire can burn wood, but if we look at it from another perspective, wood can also kindle fire. With proper pairing, we might be able to increase the compatibility. The most important thing is, Zero is on the path of life, and not the wood elemental path. Locking oneself within a single attribute path would truly be a waste of potential. Jiang Chen utilized the materials from the Alliance's warehouse. He continually adjusted the pairing, altering the material ratios. Adding a bit of water elemental materials balanced the destructiveness of fire and awakened the rebirth of wood. With some earth elemental materials added, they nourished wood, strengthening its resilience. Then using wood to ignite the flames, they created the surging vitality of fire. Utilizing Mecha soul fusion, the details could be conveniently adjusted, and before long, the compatibility of the enhancement material was altered. From 60% it rose all the way to 99%. However, after reaching 99% compatibility, it came to a complete halt. The roots mecha had a lingering fear of flames that it just couldn't shake off. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the mecha's chest and communicated heart to heart. Zero, do you remember the story I once told you? Without burning oneself down to ashes, how can rebirth be attained? This moment now, is the time for nirvana. Master. The mecha soul is the mecha's soul. Under Zero's will, the mecha body completely overcame its fear of flames. The final 1% of compatibility was fully achieved. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen immediately picked up the star phoenix egg and began enhancing the primeval mecha amidst the surging life divine force and abyss atmosphere. Illusory flames ignited on the surface of the mecha body. 1 hour. 6 hours. 12 hours. A full day passed. As Jiang Chen concluded the enhancing work, huge changes occurred in the primeval mecha. Originally, it was a purple-white giant resembling a creature woven from vines. At this moment, the vines constituting the mecha body had nearly entirely turned to charcoal, continually drifting off into fine ashes. There were still a few faint flames burning on the surface of the charcoal, forming an illusory red armor. Moreover, inside the charcoal, there were speckles of fire sparks, igniting and extinguishing constantly. The entire bioorganic mecha appeared on the verge of total destruction under the ravages of the flames. However, a careful observer could tell that the roots composing the mecha were burning yet still continuously growing. It was as if they had an endless vitality and resilience, unwilling to bow to death. Moreover, those burning flames were not wildly destructive. They carried a faint life essence, seemingly refining, nurturing something within. Enhancement complete, yet nirvana is still unfinished, Jiang Chen said, disregarding the flames and placing his hand on the surface of the mecha, a smile on his face. Zero, I look forward to the day when you are reborn. The mecha transformed, as the roots formed a hand, reaching forward to grasp Jiang Chen's hand, and swiftly morphed into a young girl. At this moment, the girl's body seemed to be burning, even the hem of her dress scattering a bit of ash. I won't let you down, my lord. Codename, Primeval Evolution, 0 Type 1 Remnants. Type, Light Armor Bioorganic Mecha. Quality, Excellent, Triple absorption. Rank, 1. Enhancement, 10. Attributes, Strength 250, Agility 200, Defense 300, Enigmatism 200. Armor, 2000/2000, Extra Armor, 4000, Recovery Rate 5.00/s, doubled under sunlight, dot. Energy, 1000/1000, Recovery Rate 1.00/s. Core Module, Absorbed Roots Core, Supercharged. Subsidiary Modules, Absorbed Crystal Rock Carapace, Primordial Essence Enhancement, Blood Demon Transformation. Core Module, Not Absorbed Infinite Vitality, Supercharged. Subsidiary Modules, Not Absorbed Autonomous Intelligence, Super Strength, Touch of Extreme Cold, Supercharged. Upgrade Module, Thorns Overgrowth. The attributes of the primeval mecha were once again greatly enhanced. Especially the enigmatic value, although it shed the magic energy descendant module, under the influence of the star phoenix egg, it had forcibly risen to 200 points. What's more important is the enhanced zero, transformed into a new form, nurturing even stronger powers. Considering that the star phoenix egg is a 7th rank mythical material, and that mecha evolution does not upgrade mecha quality, but merely attributes, the power bred by Nirvana would probably have to wait until the next sublimation to be fully unleashed. My lord, General Zero. Yun stood to one side, watching the entire process, heart full of envy. General Zero had grown stronger once again. When would it be his turn? It too wished to become powerful, to battle like General Zero. It too could withstand the power of Nirvana, bursting forth with an incredible cosmos. Okay, Yun, it's your turn. A voice as melodic as the heavens reached the depths of Yun's heart. Helmet vents blasted out a burst of steam, and although it was emotional, it managed to restrain itself and said, "My lord, you have been enhancing for so long, please take a rest first." Yun has been waiting a long time, it's not in a hurry. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. In his perception, Yun was so excited that it was about to explode, and its longing to become stronger was incredibly intense. Being able to restrain such feelings was quite remarkable. As for Yun's words, "Rest. Do I need rest?" Jiang Chen twisted his neck and moved his wrists around, stretching his body. He gently patted the shoulder of the steam mecha, nearly knocking it apart with that single pat. The human body isn't that fragile. Come on, let's begin the enhancement. Yun's enhancement process was much simpler than Zero's. After all, Zero, being born of wood igniting fire and nirvana rebirth, in addition to being a first-rank mecha with a stature of 3.5 meters, naturally required more energy and time. Yun was a 0th rank mecha, and its figure was relatively petite, making the enhancement process much simpler. Simple it may be, but the materials used were of the highest standard configuration. Considering Yun's future path, it was a choice between an explosive type and a high-speed form. Both bursting and acceleration needed ample strength to be sustainable. Jiang Chen chose the first mythical material, high-density metal. This was a technological-side mythical material, the most cutting-edge metallic material produced by a certain civilization. It boasted high density, heavy mass, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and other superior characteristics. To strengthen a 0th rank mecha, even if it could not fully exert its effect, it could greatly improve the metal strength of the steam mecha. Beyond the high-density metal, Jiang Chen also used a second mythical material. Time Ruin Gravel. Yes. Jiang Chen had prepared a life path for Zero and now wanted Yun to embark on the path of time. After all, time is a noble attribute with universal application, fitting for both the explosive blueprint and the high-speed blueprint at a high compatibility. The former could accumulate power for an instantaneous outburst. The latter could accelerate time, surpassing the speed of light. No matter which path was chosen, a bright future awaited. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that time, as a rare high-order attribute, definitely could not be awakened by a low-ranked mecha. No matter how much top-notch material was used, it would be the same. This power simply wasn't something a low-ranked mecha could grasp. Therefore, Time Ruin Gravel only served as an attribute reserve and direction correction for advancement. From 0th rank on, every rank would see Yun enhanced with a wave of top-notch time materials. There would certainly come a day when it would awaken the attribute of time. Steam machinery, time clocks. Tisk, the perfect match. 2 mythical quality materials, along with a heap of top-grade auxiliary materials, and a supercharged core module. Successfully raised Yun's highest attribute to 9 points. Well, a 0th rank mecha after all is still a 0th rank mecha. Expecting it to be immediately useful was definitely impossible. It had to wait until it was equipped with 3 supercharged subsidiary modules and completed its first rank sublimation to be effective. As for where to acquire the 3 supercharged subsidiary modules, Jiang Chen had already set his sights on a target. Abyss Level 1, Age-Old Shadow number 151. Steam Raging Tide. Chapter 106. Blazing Starsky Spaceship, Terrifying Firepower, _1. After completing the Mecha enhancement and returning to the island base, the current affairs brought by the first passage through the abyss had been basically dealt with. Next, it was time to furiously grind the abyss and start snowballing. Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. After all, a full set of supercharge modules could let the mecha gain the strength of a higher level in advance, which was a 10-fold increase in attributes. It could allow his parents with average talents to reach the strength of the symbol of the alliance from the old era. It could also build one genius after another in the new era, who would be qualified to clear the highest difficulty. So, what about him? He was the one who stood to gain the most. Keep in mind, others were just increasing their strength. Jiang Chen was accelerating his growth rate. If the primeval mecha were equipped with a full set of supercharge modules, taking its attributes to 10 times that of an ordinary mecha, and considering the excellent quality, multiplied by a 3-fold absorption efficiency, just one activation of his talent could yield 30 times the attributes of an ordinary mecha of the same rank. Activating his talent twice could allow him to cruise through abyss difficulty of the same level and dominate the transcenders of the Star of Mutation. With a few more activations of his talent, would he have to drag out the Land of Eternal Day to avoid the rebirth mechanism? There's no need for such trouble. Strategy N. Use strength that exceeds the rebirth speed of the transcenders to annihilate them instantly, blasting the life force core into the finest dust particles, thus ignoring revival. Once I get the full set of supercharge modules, even the abyss difficulty seems a bit shallow. Can you give me a challenge? Let me enjoy it to the fullest. At this moment, Jiang Chen remembered the information in civilization access rights. Among them, the value corresponding to civilization potential was only 1 point. Clearly, Planet Blue Star before clearing the abyss had a pitiful 0 points of potential. This meant that a civilization unable to cross the abyss had no potential at all. He now understood the meaning. Only civilizations that had crossed the abyss could have a stable source of supercharge module output, thus beginning growth like a snowball rolling downhill. Talents that were once rare would emerge like a tide with the change of the era. At the same time, geniuses with outstanding talents would become even stronger in the new era. But even so, the civilization potential still stood at the lonely number 1. What does that signify? The number of times the abyss is cleared? The number of people? Or the number of levels? If civilization potential continues to increase, will new traits be unlocked, or will new abyss difficulties become available? Jiang Chen was somewhat curious. After all, if abyss difficulty is the benchmark for measuring civilization potential, then it couldn't possibly be the real limit. Nobody installs a threshold at the ceiling, that would be too illogical. However, the abyss rune obviously wouldn't answer his questions. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen could only step on the threshold of the abyss a few more times, striving to stamp it into the ground, reducing it to dust. Of course. Before formally challenging the abyss, Jiang Chen first checked Star of Mutation and experienced the brand new age-old abyss difficulty level. As expected, the transcenders within the age-old abyss difficulty were locked to a period just before their clearance, in terms of memory, attributes, and abilities. He even remembered Jiang Chen, but that's all he remembered about Jiang Chen. No more memories would be forthcoming. Clearly, the real transcenders had already died. This was a shadow fragment remade by the abyss. As a shadow fragment, its rewards were far less rich than those of the true abyss. When Jiang Chen cleared it solo, he even failed to get a reward of a supercharge module, merely obtaining some high-quality modules and materials. As the highest difficulty, the age-old abyss should still be able to drop supercharged items. It's just that the probability has decreased. Jiang Chen pondered. The instance's difficulty remained the same, but the drop rates had decreased. At the same time, the new endless abyss had emerged with similar difficulty but higher drop rates. If this was the setting of some being, then clearly, they were encouraging civilizations to constantly overcome new abysses, instead of dwelling in the days of old. Then as you wish. Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune. As he confirmed the abyss, he thought to himself. Transform. Flames mixed with black ashes burst forth from the abyss rune, wrapping him completely within. When the flames passed over his body, a root mecha with the color of grey-white and embers of remaining fire stood in his place. 10,9,8. The past is reborn, the shadow is immortal. Welcome back to the abyss. Darkness swept over, engulfing the mecha. Current location, Steam Raging Tide. Level, First Rank. Difficulty, Abyss. Mission, defeat the final boss, Blazing Starsky spaceship. Description, civilization perished, life vanished, steam machinery finally dominated the land. However, after long years, each steam machine fell to the earth. Only the source of it all, the spaceship infused with a human brain, still tirelessly sailed the skies above. It dismantled all metal machinery to integrate into itself, enhancing its being. It excavated mountains, breaking down soil and rock into fuel to provide power. It was like a greedy beast, devouring the planetary land. Until the end. Friendly reminder, free to explore, you can leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. Across the boundless land, wreckage and ruins had been buried by dust, with only occasional traces visible. The sky was filled with billowing black smoke, creating persistent clouds obscuring the sunlight. Under the gloomy dark hoods, there was a crude-shaped, colossal steam behemoth, more a floating metal city than a spaceship. Chapter 107. Blazing Starsky Spaceship, Terrifying Firepower, _2. From beneath it extended massive mechanical arms, like tentacles wrought from metal, constantly digging and dismantling the earth below, transporting rocks and soil above the behemoth. Then, via conveyor belts, they dumped the material into the furnace, turning it into scorching fuel. During the burning process, copious amounts of pitch-black steam billowed from the exhaust of the furnace, blending into the dark clouds in the sky. Jiang Chen piloted the primeval mecha, standing in the distance, watching all this unfold. A world belonging to steam machinery. When he first saw the name Steam Raging Tide, he almost thought it was the steam world he encountered during his rank advancement trial. However, he quickly realized this was not the case. Impossible. Age-old shadows were usually named after the type of calamity and the type of enemy faced. Just as the enemies of the Eternal Frost magic realm were the Ice Soul Tyrants, and the foes of Machine Rampage were the uncontrollable Titans. The enemies of Steam Raging Tide, naturally, were steam-powered machinery. If it were the steam world from a rank advancement trial, the boss would have been a mutated monster, something like an age-old god. Instead, it wouldn't be of the steam machine variety. Subsequent developments confirmed Jiang Chen's thoughts. It took him more than a day, between visiting home and strengthening his mecha. During this period, although not many geniuses on planet Blue Star passed the basic trials, the original mecha pilots did not disappear. They were filled with enthusiasm and curiosity for the newly emerged steam raging tide. They began exploring, aiming to obtain the latest materials and modules. Even if it was not for their own use, the value would increase and profits would be higher with no stock available in the alliance. In just one day, the easy, normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty levels of steam raging tide had already been successfully conquered. Even the blazing Starsky spaceship, as the low difficulty hidden boss, had been discovered by several genius mecha pilots. And they completed the first kill of the hidden boss at easy difficulty. In this process, the background of steam raging tide, some abilities of the final boss, and property tendencies were also partially revealed. Before commencing his exploration, Jiang Chen specifically checked the information available. He gained a slight understanding of the abyss. According to the forum post description, steam raging tide is a world where steam and transcendence are combined, initially developing in peace. Until one day, a scientist on the brink of death modified his own brain, merging it with the operating core of a steam airship. He, or rather, it, was reborn and simultaneously fell into madness. It first modified and enhanced the airship, swiftly conquering a city, and converted the city residents to a similar state as itself, becoming a biotic form of steam machine, continuously expanding its military power. After a prolonged war, it eventually swept the world with a powerful steam raging tide. However, the steam machines that were converted had lost their own will, becoming nothing more than walking corpses. Civilization had collapsed. This was the background inferred by the mecha pilots based on the conditions in the abyss, which might differ from the actual circumstances. However, the attributes of the blazing Starsky spaceship are absolutely real. Even if the abyss difficulty adds many more abilities and increases the attributes by dozens of times compared to easy difficulty, the tendency would not change at all. The main attribute of the blazing Starsky spaceship is strength. Its secondary attribute is defense. Agility and enigmatism are relatively low but not excessively so. Furthermore, as a large boss without specified health and energy points, these are its absolute advantages. Jiang Chen hid on the ground, observing the blazing Starsky spaceship from a distance without making any hasty moves. From the experience with Star of Mutation, these abyss difficulty level bosses not only have powerful attributes but are also likely to develop corresponding overpowering abilities based on their attribute tendencies, capable of disrupting the balance. If the Transcender's infinite rebirth ability stems from its remarkable healing power, then, based on the attribute tendencies of the blazing Starsky spaceship, as well as its attack patterns at lower difficulties, its special ability is highly likely to be powerful firepower. It might just be relying on some powerful weaponry to have destroyed humanity's resistance, allowing steam raging tide to sweep across the planet. If Jiang Chen were to initiate the battle rashly, he would probably be hit with a powerful move right from the start. To counter this, Jiang Chen searched the Alliance's module library and prepared the wave absorptive coding module, replacing the autonomous intelligence module of the primeval Mecha. This module could effectively reduce the detection range of radar and other devices, increasing the Mecha's stealth. It was a supplementary module specifically for dealing with low-tech level bosses. At that moment, Jiang Chen relied on the effect of the wave absorptive coding to fly the primeval Mecha close to the ground at low speed, approaching the blazing Starsky spaceship in almost an invisible manner. However, the blazing Starsky spaceship was indeed a true abyss overlord. When he got to a certain proximity, the blazing Starsky spaceship detected the presence of the primeval Mecha. Layers of metal constructions on its surface, under the joint operation of gears, swiftly opened up. A brass-colored gigantic cannon aimed at the primeval Mecha flying close to the ground and started to glow with a dazzling white light. However, when the white light reached a certain level, it did not burst forth but stabilized at that stage. Simultaneously, the metal plates on the surface of the blazing Starsky spaceship shifted positions, forming a featureless metallic face. Who are you? Clearly. As a recently opened abyss world. Chapter 108. Blazing Starsky spaceship, terrifying firepower, _3. The blazing Starsky spaceship had not seen a Mecha pilot before, nor had it experienced a challenger. It didn't understand why, on a planet where civilization had long since perished, an odd thing would suddenly appear. You come from another planet. Jiang Chen did not answer its question. Now it was the real abyss difficulty level, letting it know too much information would only increase the difficulty level for future Mecha pilots. Just do it and it's done. Mecha Soul Fusion, activate. The life force energy dispersed, and the primeval Mecha's flight speed suddenly increased. The blazing Starsky spaceship seemed to feel the threat and stopped asking questions. The white light that had been building up was finally fully released. The surging pillar of light burst forth, striking the earth. As the light and the shockwave spread, rocks melted and the ground caved in, the world lit up by the brilliance. However, the remnant giant, with a rapidly melting ice shield, in an instant, burst out of the white light's range, and with the push and acceleration of flames, reached the edge of the blazing Starsky spaceship. It was like a gray and white missile, striking the scorching hot gun muzzle that had just dimmed, denting the hard metal barrel with a massive indentation. Then, fingers clutched the dent, forcibly tearing the gun barrel off the blazing Starsky spaceship. When Jiang Chen's own strength reached 9,200. The Stage 2 primeval Mecha's strength attribute was also nearing 5,000. Even if still incomparable to a transcender, to dismantle parts of a spaceship was not an issue. Boom! A gap appeared on the side of the spaceship, parts kept breaking off and shattering, falling heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The outer metal face remained impassive. You seem to know me well, knowing my weapons, knowing my weaknesses. Could it be you're a survivor from the past? Too bad. After lengthy modifications, I have long since remedied that defect. Accompanying the sound, the massive steam spaceship emitted copious amounts of black smoke, its surface structure beginning to change. Gears turned, metal shifted, shedding cumbersome structures, the furnace contracted towards the center. In a short time, the blazing Starsky spaceship underwent a shrinking transformation, becoming 5 times smaller in size. The overall structure went from originally bulky and rough to compact and adherent, filled with the beauty of design. Its speed had also achieved a qualitative leap. With the steam now powering it, numerous gun barrels extended from the side, lighting up with dazzling white lights. Destroy! The shrunken blazing Starsky spaceship's agility had increased to at least 6,000. The Stage 2 primeval Mecha's agility was still less than 4,000. There was no chance to dodge as the white light completely enveloped and swallowed it. The ice wall quickly melted, the primeval Mecha's armor value also plummeted rapidly, all the way to 0. When the vines completely turned to ash, disappearing with the flames. The driver of the primeval Mecha was forced to expose himself below the blazing Starsky spaceship's turret, bathed in the white light. However, when the white light extinguished, the pilot raised both hands, looking at the rapidly healing burns on his skin, he finally spoke. That's it. Jiang Chen looked back at the blazing Starsky spaceship with a puzzled expression. He had been worried that the boss's output was too high, that there was a mechanism for violent output, with preparation for modules, and hidden attacks. And the result? A shot had barely broken through his defense? Right, what was his defense again? Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, primeval Mecha, 0 remnant type 1. Attributes. Strength 925110001. Agility 67007300. Defense 1102911929. Enigmatism 51005700. Special, threefold life force upper limit, regenerates 119.17 life force per second, doubles under sunlight, and 28.79 stamina. Oh, 12,000 now. Jiang Chen's smile gradually blossomed. He floated in the air, looking at the distant blazing Starsky spaceship, not knowing whether it was cooling down from its barrage or had fallen silent. Are you done? Even if this is turn-based, it should be my turn to deal damage. Bang! Airwaves from breaking the sound barrier spread out. Jiang Chen became like a missile, with a punch, striking the side of the blazing Starsky spaceship. Ice crystals spread, metal shattered. The still immense blazing Starsky spaceship was actually punched and sent flying. Chapter 109. You call this a serious injury, _1. Stage 3 Jiang Chen, with his strength alone, had broken through 10,000. Furthermore, the high ice damage that accompanied his attacks firmly suppressed the blazing Starsky spaceship, leaving it gasping for breath. The mechanical components that made up the spaceship constantly shattered, with parts of its structure suffering heavy damage. Luckily, after the blazing Starsky spaceship shrank, it still maintained a relatively large size, and minor component damage did not cripple it. Even so, it could not simply allow Jiang Chen to attack at leisure. Gears turned, the metal exterior continued to contract, and the whole structure transformed into a form more conducive to flight. At the same time, the internal power reactor of the blazing Starsky spaceship began to increase pressure continuously, with the energy output steadily rising. Steam and flames spewed out in tandem. The blazing Starsky spaceship's speed suddenly surged. Just as it was being struck and sent flying, it directly flew off into the distance. Running away. Jiang Chen barely held back. The boss, seeing that it couldn't beat him, actually chose to flee, really now. However, considering that Abyss Overlords were intelligent beings, and that Transcenders also knew to set up their nests in the land of eternal day to maintain their regenerative abilities, it wasn't hard to understand that when an Abyss Overlord was losing in direct combat, they would choose to alter their battle approach. The key point was, as a flying spaceship, during close combat, it would be difficult to utilize its agility, and compared to smaller targets, its flexibility was far inferior. If converted to straight-line flying speed, 6,000 agility would at least exert the effect of 9,000 agility. At such a high-speed flight level, even if Jiang Chen's agility attribute was slightly superior, it would be hard for him to catch up, only able to follow from a distance. When he slowed down, the blazing Starsky spaceship would also slow down its flight speed slightly, maintaining the distance within firing range. At the same time, the top of the blazing Starsky spaceship opened, extending a giant cannon barrel, which locked onto Jiang Chen from afar. Large amounts of steam began to gush out from the exhaust pipe. Clearly, to provide power for both flight and the cannon, the power reactor continued to increase pressure, even gradually overloading. This is trying to kite me. Jiang Chen saw through the blazing Starsky spaceship's plan, but felt somewhat helpless inside. Agility was dragging him down this time. He possessed the strength to crush the boss and the defense to resist the boss's attacks, yet he was left behind by the accelerating boss, unable to strike back. Secondly, the touch of extreme cold module also had significant limitations. This was a close combat type transcendence module. It could only exert its best effect when in close combat contact. In a situation like this, being kited and unable to make contact meant being completely unable to demonstrate its power. As for equipment like flame control, high-energy rifle, Insect King's spear, and abilities that could provide long-range attacks, they couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's growing strength and soon became unsuitable for use. Take the Insect King's spear, an excellent quality first-rank equipment. Jiang Chen, now almost at the third-rank strength with 10,000 power, could literally crush it, and in a fight, it would break upon touch. Low-ranked Mecha pilots don't use high-rank weapons not because of level restrictions, but because the attributes can't drive them. Both the energy required by high-rank weapons and the burden of force are far beyond the limits of a low-ranked mecha. I'm different. If the attributes are sufficient, it's entirely possible to use external equipment of corresponding levels. I can look for an opportunity later to update and revamp my equipment, to improve long-range attack methods. Moreover, I must make up for my lack of agility as soon as possible. A hexagonal panel is the true path. As for now, Jiang Chen slowed down and retreated, accelerating in reverse. The blazing Starsky spaceship likewise changed direction and chased him down. Jiang Chen abruptly fired flames to change direction again, seeking to counteract the force. But due to the long distance, the blazing Starsky spaceship also managed to decelerate and then accelerate, maintaining a safe distance easily. After a bit of probing, he found that he couldn't escape the battle range. He finally made a decision. You want to fight? Then let's fight. Jiang Chen, while rapidly chasing the blazing Starsky spaceship, forced it to increase speed and consume power reactor capacity. He extended his hands forward, utilizing the touch of extreme cold ability to create numerous ice walls, flying with the protection of a giant ice shield. At the same time, Blood Demon transformation activated, rapidly converting stamina into life force to provide a temporary increase in life limit. The blazing Starsky spaceship's normal cannon shots could barely break through his defense, and the damage could be recovered in the time it took to breathe. Thus, to obliterate Jiang Chen, the weapons had to be overloaded. With the power increased to twice, thrice, or even more than the usual. Ensuring a killing blow without giving Jiang Chen the chance to resist. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to strengthen his defense enough to withstand the blazing Starsky spaceship's attacks. And then, to defend and counterattack. After all, the power reactor wasn't a module that could be frequently overused without repercussions. Once it overloaded and overheated, it had to cool down and rest, or else it would explode. Thus, the blazing Starsky spaceship would definitely fall into a sluggish, paralysis-like state for a time after launching an attack, leaving it vulnerable. Combining this with the previously felt power of its weapons, Jiang Chen was ready to compete with the boss. He would see whether its spear was sharper, or his shield sturdier. The power reactor of the blazing Starsky spaceship was pushed to the limit, the cannon muzzle almost became like a small sun, incredibly dazzling. Even the cannon mount began to tremble and crack, unable to bear this power. At that moment, it finally chose to release the attack. With all the energy turning into a white light, it poured forth. Almost instantly, it overcame the distance and struck a very thick ice crystal wall. Chapter 110. Do you call this a serious injury? _2. Melting, freezing. Time seemed to have stopped for an instant. The ice crystal wall silently dissolved, and with it, Jiang Chen, swallowed by the white light behind it. After enveloping Jiang Chen, the white light continued unabated, flying past him to strike the mountain peak, creating a large hole as both the peak and the ground melted. However, when the white light dimmed again, the skin was visibly reshaping at an observable rate, recovering the muscle fibers, and hair began to regrow. Jiang Chen twisted his neck, revealing a fierce grin, and genuinely praised. What a powerful weapon! Just one strike, and it took away 30,000 of my temporary life force. It was so close to threatening my 60,000 physical life force. I just absorbed the Mecha's power, obtained the infinite vitality module, increased the temporary life force limit, and haven't fully recovered yet. While talking, Jiang Chen began to fly, hurtling toward the blazing Starsky spaceship. The blazing Starsky spaceship was already in a weakened state, devoid of any ability to flee. A metal face emerged on the surface of the spaceship, looking at the approaching humanoid monster, and asked, "What are you?" Jiang Chen soared high and crashed down heavily. Accompanied by a sound, he smashed the blazing Starsky spaceship into the earth with a punch. Human! After a moment, the blazing Starsky spaceship was violently dismantled, with its core completely shattered. In the ruins, the surging abyss atmosphere flowed into the abyss rune. Killed blazing Starsky spaceship, obtained flawless module, energy overload, supercharged, ... Successfully killed the boss, ending the abyss calamity. Number of passers, 1. Abyss layers, 1. Calculating rewards based on known information. You've obtained the flawless module, power enhancement, supercharged, ... You've obtained the Mecha pilot trait, aerial combat elite. The abyss has been cleared, ready to shape the age-old shadow based on the abyss fragments. The abyss has been cleared, ready to unlock a new endless abyss based on the abyss layer. Settlement complete, detaching from the abyss in 30 seconds. The information on the abyss rune had just appeared when Jiang Chen quickly scanned it, his expression turning to one of disappointment. Civilization potential didn't increase. That's right, for a civilization that has already crossed the abyss, with the addition of the supercharge module, clearing the abyss difficulty level will only become easier and easier. Continuous clearing can't prove too much potential. Now that I think about it, 2 more supercharge modules. So it's stable supercharging after all. Jiang Chen marveled to himself. If every time you clear the abyss difficulty level, it consistently produces 2 supercharge modules, then 150 age-old shadows would represent 300 supercharge modules. Plus, with each abyss difficulty level cleared, a new endless abyss will be unlocked. As long as you clear it enough times, you could indeed force down the price of supercharge modules. For this, Jiang Chen was very excited. After all, Mecha pilots of the same civilization are teammates, and this can affect things like civilization potential. In such a case, it's naturally better for the Mecha pilots in the same camp to be stronger. It can effectively increase civilization potential and thus gain more benefits for the civilization. In this process, as the top genius standing at the pinnacle of Planet Blue Star's civilization, he naturally was the biggest beneficiary, eligible for the highest level of benefits. This was a directly proportional matter. Take it slow. The stronger the civilization gets, the stronger I become. Me becoming stronger also means the civilization gets stronger. Let me become stronger first. Jiang Chen looked forward to the abyss yield. Energy overload, supercharged. Rank, 2nd. Quality, flawless. Type, special module. Effect 1, once equipped, it can continuously consume energy value to enter a supercharged state for the Mecha. Effect 2, in supercharged state, consumes up to 1% energy value per second. Effect 3, in supercharged state, loses up to 1% armor value per second. Effect 4, in supercharged state, provides base attributes according to the energy value consumed, minimum 100 strength, 100 agility, maximum 2000 strength, 2000 agility. Description: keep heating up. A temporary enhancement type supercharge module. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The common second rank flawless module provides only around 1003, 1004 in a single attribute. This second rank flawless module provided 2000 strength, 2000 agility. This clearly proves its strength. The drawback is the high energy consumption, plus the loss of 1% armor value per second, which under full capacity and power, can be activated for a maximum of 100 seconds. Of course, just as with stacking infinite vitality, repeatedly absorbing energy overload modules will not increase the speed of percentage-based health reduction, only the maximum attributes provided by the overload. Therefore, there's no need to worry about stacking module attributes too high and Jiang Chen overloading at full power, draining himself in a second. Speaking of which, a loss of 1% armor value per second should be calculated based on the normal limit, Jiang Chen thought. Extra armor value, being temporary, should not be included. Which means, when the body has absorbed the infinite vitality module and utilizes full power overload, even if it continues for 100 seconds, draining all strength, it will only lose 100% of the temporary life force. Rounded up, isn't that basically free? To be bolder, if the speed of life recovery and energy recovery stacked together exceeds 1% per second, wouldn't it be possible to permanently overload? What a great item! Jiang Chen looked at the other module. Power enhancement, supercharged. Rank, second. Quality, flawless. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 111. You call this a serious injury, _3. Type, torso module. Effect 1, after equipping, enhances the Mecha's main body, providing powerful propulsion. Effect 2, increases strength by 700, agility by 700. Description, quiet down, don't break my power reactor. A common attribute enhancement module, and because it's supercharged, it exhibits the effects of a second-rank module, which shows extremely high values. Simple numbers, simple power. Both of these supercharged modules come from Steam World and have very high compatibility with Steam Mechas. Moreover, the Steam Mechas are also equipped with a supercharged star energy, which can perfectly exploit the effects of these two modules. However, merely 3 supercharged modules are not enough for a perfect Mecha upgrade. At the very least, another supercharged defensive attribute module is needed to enhance the mechanical strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to first equip these 2 modules on 0 to explore the abyss. It just happened to quickly compensate for the lack of agility and incidentally increase strength. When it's time for the Mecha upgrade, he would then give them back to Yun. A second-hand supercharge smeared with my sister's essence. Yun probably wouldn't mind. As for the Mecha pilot trait, Aerial Combat Elite. The effect is to enhance the Mecha pilot's proficiency in operating flying mechas, quickly adapt to the aerial combat system, and improve the mecha's aerial combat performance. For mid to high rank mechas, aerial combat is the main theme. The mid to high rank age-old Shadows battlefield could even be in space. Thus, the trait Aerial Combat Elite, like Weapons Master, has very high practicality. Jiang Chen has yet to decide what trait to absorb at second rank. He planned to keep it as one of his options for now. Just after Jiang Chen finished browsing all the modules, darkness descended once more, engulfing him. Beginning the reshaping of age-old Shadow. Present day, an unknown planet. Simon sat alone in a chair, flipping through forum posts, browsing information about Steam Raging Tide. Although Steam Raging Tide is a layer of the age-old Shadow, it could produce modules and materials not available from any current channels. Simon had not yet built his 5th Mecha, so he was extremely interested in the attributes of these materials and modules. He wanted to see if there was anything he needed. While he was browsing, a thread popped up on the ARC forum. Abyss Difficulty Level Steam Raging Tide Guide. Seeing the words Abyss Difficulty Level, Simon already knew who the author of the post was. Memories from not long ago surged into his mind. Simon's eyelids twitched. So soon. The previous Hell difficulty level, grinding several times a day, was one thing. Now even the Abyss difficulty level had to be farmed daily? And trying to capture my attention with this kind of post again? I am already beyond surprise at anything you do, Jiang Chen. Simon clicked on the post. Just like the previous guide, Jiang Chen listed all the properties, forms, and abilities of the Blazing Starsky spaceship. From its usual low agility, to Stage 2's medium agility, to its high agility in straight-line flight. While the guide wasn't as detailed as the Transcenders, it was still clear, straightforward, and easy to understand. Especially the Blazing Starsky spaceship's high-energy laser cannon. Even the values after charging were very clear, accurate down to the single digits. It was obviously observed with great care. This made Simon start to think. The full power of the laser cannon, even if a mecha has 10,000 defense, once hit, it would probably lose tens of thousands of armor value. Keep in mind, a normal second-rank tank mecha has only about 20,000 armor value. And far less in defense. Add to that the blazing Starsky spaceship's high-speed movement and long-range targeting. This is an existence even more troublesome than the Transcender. After all, the Transcender's recovery ability does not prevent challengers from escaping. This kind of formidable weapon firepower could totally blast the challengers to smithereens. Jiang Chen, what will you do? Use speed over 9,000 agility to interrupt the blazing Starsky spaceship's charging, preventing it from unleashing its killer weapon. Simon thought to himself as he scrolled down. I chased the blazing Starsky spaceship, trying to interrupt its charge. Simon's lips curled into a smile. I understand you very well now, Jiang Chen. But my agility wasn't enough, I couldn't catch up, and I had to tank a blast, nearly getting severely injured. Fortunately, after its charged bombardment, it would fall into a state of weakness for a while, and I took the opportunity to rush up and finish it off. If you have the ability to withstand attacks or means to evade them, you can try a similar tactic, depleting the spaceship's firepower, making it much easier to fight afterwards. Simon's expression froze on his face, and he suddenly slapped the table. Tanking a boss's ultimate move? Are you truly fearless of death? Plus, the boss gets weakened, and you don't after tanking that hit? You can still rush up and kill the boss. You call that a severe injury? Chapter 112. Star Base Completion, Visitors from Another World _1. Complaints aside. Simon highly regarded the Abyss difficulty data provided by Jiang Chen. Whether it was the boss attributes data or the skill weaknesses, all could greatly assist those genius mecha pilots who wanted to challenge the Abyss difficulty, saving them from many dangers. The probability and efficiency of passing through would see a significant increase. As for the strategy suggestions, just take a look, but don't take them too seriously. In the second set of strategies, Jiang Chen also mentioned the difference in burst rates between the age-old Abyss and the Abyss difficulty level. He told the mecha pilots that the age-old Abyss could only be used as a transition, or as a means of obtaining specific modules. Only by challenging and passing the true Abyss difficulty could one achieve the maximum benefits. To pass through the true Abyss, hey! Simon had a complex expression. It hadn't been that long. He was already nearly losing sight of Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen, for his part, was unaware of Simon's thoughts. He was immersed in the joy of exploring the Abyss, rapidly growing. The time he previously spent gradually enhancing his mecha, cultivating his mecha soul, and accumulating knowledge in the Abyss was now bearing fruit in an explosive burst. Just 2 hours were needed to repair the primeval mecha. And he immediately began challenging the machine rampage of the Abyss difficulty level. As for the result, Zero's current stats were Strength 250, Agility 200, equipped with a Super Strength module, providing an extra 80 Strength and 30 Agility. After replacing Super Strength with Power Enhancement, his Force Agility stats skyrocketed to 870, transforming from a defense-focused type to a powerhouse mecha. Then add the Energy Overload module, and the triple absorption effectiveness of an exceptional quality mecha. Jiang Chen felt as though he was back to the time when he just broke through to first rank, where a single talent trigger provided a massive boost to both strength and agility stats. His base strength soared from 10,001 to 12,610. And his base agility from 7,300 to 9,910. Nearly breaking 10,000. Add to that the fact that Jiang Chen had already absorbed many mechas and accumulated a sufficient stamina limit, he was temporarily able to exploit the full efficiency of the Energy Overload module. After activating full overload, his Force Agility stats increased by another 6,000. Strength at 18,600, Agility at 15,900. Right there, he surpassed his previous strongest attribute, Defense, opening up a new mode. Stage 3, Full Power. With such a level of base stats, combined with the experience honed during the Hell difficulty level, as well as various ability enhancements, he confronted the uncontrollable titan of the abyss difficulty level. The battle was over in a flash. What else was there to say? If it weren't for the fact that the Abyss Overlord's uncontrollable titan, like the Transcender and the blazing Starsky spaceship, had obtained some extreme capabilities. Which meant that its range had undergone a qualitative leap, and had started locking on to Jiang Chen to unleash a missile barrage from hundreds of kilometers away. It probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move and would be utterly crushed in the process. Of course, in order to refine the intelligence data, Jiang Chen still played with it a little, testing out its data all around. Only then did he swoop in to finish the abyss. Once the machine rampage was ended, it likewise dropped 2 supercharge modules along with a nascent form mecha piece named Armed Titan. Initially of excellent quality, the 0th rank size also reached 5 meters, bringing higher base strength and agility stats. It was very suitable for a giant mecha pathway. These loot drops also confirmed Jiang Chen's speculation. The Abyss difficulty level consistently produced supercharged modules and excellent traits and nascent forms. Clearly, this was the best reward given to those civilizations that had crossed the Abyss. At this time, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose his third mecha. He was just at first rank, and it would only be at second rank that he would receive a mecha allocation, so there was no need to rush the decision. First accumulate a wave of supercharge modules and nascent form mechas. Then, from the best of these, design the most optimal mecha blueprint and start crafting. Also, the uncontrollable Titan produced a defense-oriented supercharge module Titan Armor. It could provide 800 defense and 9000 armor value to a mecha. Jiang Chen was not surprised at the output of this module. The module production of the Abyss Overlord followed a pattern. Since the uncontrollable Titan had the highest defense, it also had the greatest probability of producing a defense-oriented module. All modules required for the Steam Mecha upgrade had been fully prepared. Both Jiang Chen and Yun were looking forward to this moment for a long time. After repairing the primeval Mecha, Jiang Chen packed up his things and headed to Sunshine City, planning to find a suitable environment for the upgrade. However, he hadn't even arrived at the enhancement zone when he received a message from the symbol of the Alliance. "The star base has been built for you, why don't you come take a look?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he promptly replied, "I'm on my way." The core loaded in the steam mecha was star energy, and it could convert the radiance of stars into its own energy when exposed to sunlight. Therefore, a stellar environment was also an extremely suitable enhancement zone. In addition, the primeval mecha's root core and the enhancement material Star Phoenix Egg also had a high compatibility with stellar environments. Jiang Chen had thought all this through when he initially requested the star base from the symbol of the Alliance. At this moment, after replying to the message, he couldn't wait to step onto the teleportation array formation. Jiang Chen had thought he would find himself in a scorching environment or a scene filled with technological style. But he never expected that when the light dimmed, a forest brimming with birdsong and flowers came into view. He stepped on the soft soil underfoot. In front of him was a lawn dotted with flowers, to the left was a vibrant jungle, and to the right was a manor full of fantasy style. Chapter 113. Star Base Completion, Visitors from Another World _2. Drifting clouds filled the sky, radiating a warm and gentle glow. Is this the star base? This is an ecological sphere with a radius of 100,000 meters, located in the million-degree layer of the star base, maintaining its operations by absorbing the surrounding energy. Li Xiao stood beside the teleportation array formation, explaining as he saw Jiang Chen's astonished expression. Some of the middle and high-ranking mechas are a bit larger, so a base that's too small might not be able to accommodate them. That's why I made the base a bit bigger, to save you the trouble of having to remodel it soon. An ecological sphere with a radius of 100 kilometers, and that's a bit bigger? Even if one were driving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 2 hours to cross from one end to the other. Even when compared to the volume of a star, this size might not seem like much. But for Jiang Chen to live alone in such a vast ecological sphere, isn't that too empty? And that's not all. Li Xiao had Jiang Chen reactivate the teleportation array formation, and immediately, a three-dimensional graphic appeared. This three-dimensional graphic looked like several neatly arranged circles, and the location where Jiang Chen was positioned was just one of them. Li Xiao tapped on one of the spherical shapes next to him and explained. I have constructed 10 ecological spheres in total, each with the same size, dividing them into 10 different areas. The area we are in is the jungle residential area. You can live here normally, and during your leisure time, you can take a walk or picnic in the jungle, where there are several friendly animals to relax with. Next to it is the Star Amusement District, where, in addition to some amusement facilities, the array absorbs and transforms star energy to create a multitude of star hot springs. Of course, as a physique enhancement type Mecha pilot, if needed, you can also make use of the array to create fluid star baths, available in all temperatures. Just be careful not to set it too high. This is the Star Mecha strengthening field, also absorbing star energy and materializing it to create an enhancement area filled with star energy. It's suitable for special kinds of mechas, providing a considerable enhancement environment. There's also the low-rank universal strengthening field that uses star energy in conjunction with special resources, transformed into an environment suitable for enhancement. This is the Mecha weapons testing area. The illusory spheres magnified and shrank, passing by various scenes, as Li Xiao continued his explanation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Boss, is this the base you built in less than 2 days? Not entirely. Hearing this, Li Xiao replied with a smile. The energy inside the star base is extremely abundant. Many high-rank Mecha pilots have established bases and strengthening fields here in the past. However, as they advanced in ranks and their Mechas progressed, they found more suitable strengthening fields. As a result, many star bases were abandoned and fell into disuse with extremely low utilization rates. I traded for a part of these bases and reshaped them into ecological spheres, plus added some extra touches. So it was done relatively quickly. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. A man-made island base built in half a day, with the foundation already in place, was not surprising. But the construction of 10 such star base ecological spheres, each with a radius of 100,000 meters, in 1 or 2 days, would be too exaggerated. If they were transformations of existing star bases, then it would make sense. Li Xiao added another detail. Ah, right, I also built a star base for myself before, not far from here. If you need anything, you can directly teleport to find me. I've already entered the coordinates and permissions into your teleportation array. So it's like dropping by for a visit? The symbol of the alliance is my neighbor? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Speaking of which, the area illusions he had just seen through the magic hologram, along with the outer structure of the ecological sphere, seemed to involve a lot of magic runes. There were also the symbol of the Alliance's rune mechas, the identification magic used, the Alliance's teleportation array. Almost everything applied was the magical power of the enigmatism side. It almost formed a special magic system. Is the Alliance this deeply invested in magic research? Jiang Chen didn't hide his curiosity and directly asked the symbol of the Alliance beside him. Li Xiao answered frankly. During a transcendental realm trial, I had a fortunate encounter and obtained some magic impartation, which also helped me perfect my own mecha system. Now that you are strong enough, you can try and explore more during your transcendental realm trials. The gains you get from it may not necessarily be less than the highest level settlement reward. The symbol of the Alliance was able to reach today's extent not only because of his innate talent. He had also experienced some special and unusual encounters. Jiang Chen nodded when he heard the experiences shared by the elder, deeply agreeing. If back then, in the STEAM world, he had possessed the attributes and strength he has now, he wouldn't speak of defeating that terrifying ancient god of the old days, but at the very least, he wouldn't be confined to a corner by the seaside. Instead, he could have saved more people, explored more places. At this time, Li Xiao also asked, "When do you plan to advance?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and responded, "I plan to clear 100 or 200 Abyss Level 1 trials first, then consider the matter of advancing. At least, I'd have to grind it out for 4 or 5 days later." "Why, does the big shot have something in mind?" 4 to 5 days to clear 100 or 200 Abyss trials. How long do you plan to take per trial? 10 minutes or 20 minutes? Li Xiao was momentarily silent. As the symbol of the alliance who suppressed planet Blue Star, watching Jiang Chen, only 2 words came to his mind. Monster. Fortunately, even if he's a monster that belongs to planet Blue Star. Li Xiao composed himself and then spoke. "After you're prepared, remember to tell me, and we'll start the advancement trials together." Even without Li Xiao's explanation, Jiang Chen understood the reason. The advancement trial would take 10 days. During this period, time on planet Blue Star would not stand still, but would continue to pass in sync. Li Xiao worried that while he was undergoing the advancement trial and away from planet Blue Star, Jiang Chen might encounter some danger. If they both undertook the trial at the same time and returned together, they could avoid this problem. Moving and sheltering. Such a sense of security was indeed maxed out. Jiang Chen reflected inwardly, nodding happily. Great! Just as Jiang Chen was exchanging ideas with Li Xiao, preparing to begin the sublimation work on the steam mecha. Planet Blue Star, Gold Tower City. At the top of the landmark tower, a dark crack suddenly opened. Like every mecha pilot returning, this abyss crack avoided the scans of Sunshine City and wasn't isolated outside. A streamlined red mecha fell out of the crack, landing on the top of the tower. 20 years have gone by, and I never thought that the world that experienced the alien demon invasion has also successfully crossed the abyss, kindling the fire of civilization. Mirror world. Sealing the alien demon in a special space, conducting the fight beyond the mirror to prevent any impact on the development of the present world. Hey! That's quite a clever approach. The red mecha's lenses swept over and immediately detected the anomaly of the space. The pilot inside the mecha couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Compared to the methods of mirror space, he admired this practice more. It meant that the civilization was in a state of order, caring for and protecting the safety of its weaker members, thereby forming a positive trend of development. Only in such a condition could the fire of civilization burn brighter and eventually foster a true bearer of hope. In many worlds that subscribe to the law of the jungle, the first group of mecha pilots who rose to power monopolized the world, centralizing all resources upon themselves. It might seem like they could grow stronger, but in reality, they were snuffing out the last embers of civilization. Facing the shackles of civilization and the growing claws of the abyss, they were almost destined to perish. And even if there were exceptions and they crossed the abyss, the orderly civilizations would not welcome these predators. No one wants their future to be one of exploitation and plunder. At this time, the red mecha leaped off the tower and approached a passerby. The faceplate automatically opened, revealing a young face. He spoke with a smile. "Hello, could you tell me who the bearer of hope here is?" Chapter 114. Steam Mecha Upgrade, The Hope of Other Civilizations, _1. After Li Xiao left, Jiang Chen looked at the vast ecological sphere area with a smile on his face. Moving from the island base to the star base was like upgrading from a blunderbuss to a cannon. However, compared to touring his new home, the mecha upgrade was more important. Jiang Chen had Bai Ying start tidying up the house while he made his way to the star mecha strengthening field via the teleportation array formation. Unlike the residential area filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, the star base's strengthening field was covered by a searing red dome, as if one were inside molten lava, with an intense heat radiating through the air. In the center stood a giant black column of unknown material that reached the dome, its surface riddled with huge holes. Gold-red liquid flowed from these holes, running across the blackened earth to form rivers that converged into fiery pools. This was fluidized star energy extracted through magical methods, far hotter than lava. Set the energy temperature to the highest, then take a bath in the pool. It's practically bathing inside a star, isn't it? Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't actually going to take such a risk. His body hadn't been forged 1,000 times over, its purity was far from being able to withstand a bath inside a star. Moreover, he was there for a Mecha upgrade, serious business to attend to. He approached a star energy pool and adjusted the concentration and temperature of the energy using the provided control panel. After setting it to an acceptable level, Jiang Chen touched the Abyss rune, releasing the steam mecha and placing it on a small platform at the center of the energy pool. By this time, the steam mecha had shed its autonomous intelligence module and was fitted with a full set of supercharged modules. There had also been a slight change in appearance, especially at the chest, where a small, circular device now sat, resembling a tiny sun emitting gold-red light. This was the core module star energy. Yun, the time for the upgrade has come. The long accumulation will finally transform into power. Your Highness, I will not disappoint your expectations. The voice of Yun, carried through the trait of the mechanical soul, resonated deep within. Jiang Chen saw the moment had arrived, raised his hand and scattered a large number of abyss coins, transforming them into abyss atmosphere, which crazily surged toward the center. Simultaneously, the star energy within the pool appeared to be drawn by something, flowing up the platform's intricate designs. It was like golden light illuminating upwards, from the bottom of the steam mecha, lighting up the gaps and converging towards the round core at its chest. At that moment, the steam mecha suddenly emitted a massive amount of white steam, enveloping itself completely. Only the sound of machinery gears operating could be heard, along with the increasingly bright and rising energy core. A moment later, the white steam gradually dissipated. In a hazy view, a brand new steam mecha quietly emerged. It stood about 4 meters tall, wide-framed but not bulky, with its overall color still brass, leaning more towards gold, and with many flame-like red patterns added to the seams and connections. The center of its chest housed the bright gold-red core, with exhaust pipes still retained at the heels, wrists, and waist. In particular, the metal exhaust pipes on its shoulders were several sizes larger than the others. Jiang Chen stepped into the energy pool and touched the gold-red mecha in front of him. The information of the Abyss rune then appeared. Code name, Supercharged Steam Yun. Type, Light Armor Power Mecha. Quality, Flawless, 4-fold absorption. Rank, First. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 900, Agility 900, Defense 800, Enigmatism 100. Armor value, 10,000/10,000. Energy, 13,000/13,000. Recovery rate 1.0/s. Core module, absorbed star energy, supercharged. Subsidiary modules, absorbed energy overload, supercharged, power enhancement, supercharged, Titan armor, supercharged. Core module, not absorbed not loaded. Subsidiary modules, not absorbed not loaded. Upgrade module, limitation unlock, supercharged. Limitation unlock, supercharged. Rank, Second. Quality, Flawless, random armor enhancement. Type, Upgrade module. Effect 1, when overloaded at full power, part of the armor can be sacrificed to temporarily raise the overload limit, unleashing a stronger force. Effect 2, temporarily lowers self-defense by 30% to increase the overload effect by 100%, including energy consumption, armor loss, and attribute enhancement. Description: Ignite my cosmos. Jiang Chen regarded the steam Mecha's attributes with only one word of appraisal. Powerful. Zero had merely 100 or so base attributes when it first completed the upgrade, with the highest defense at just 130. But now, with the enhancement of the full supercharged modules, Yun had just been upgraded and already possessed nearly 1000 in all attributes. And that was without even activating burst mode. If energy overload and limitation unlock were to be activated together, then in a span of 50 seconds, Yun's strength and agility attributes would reach an astonishing level of 4900. Keep in mind, this is without Mecha Soul Fusion, the first stage of strength. In name, it's a first-rank Mecha, but its actual strength has already reached the second rank. Unfortunately, Yun is a steam Mecha and has not loaded a repair module, so its ability to sustain combat is somewhat limited. In order to restore the armor value, I must consume materials myself to repair it by hand. In fact, that's the normal state for an ordinary Mecha pilot. Mechas don't need fuel to operate and can even restore energy over time, already qualifying as perpetual motion machines. As mechanical creations, except for special modules, they cannot possibly possess the ability to self-repair. Chapter 115. The Steam Mecha Upgrade, the Hope of Other Civilizations, _2. Therefore, most low-ranked Mecha pilots need to rest for half a day after each abyss exploration. It's not just because they've expended a lot of energy. At the same time, it's also because the Mecha need time to restore energy and repair damage. Thus, although the base attributes of Model 0 aren't particularly outstanding, Jiang Chen can so recklessly grind in the abyss solely because of its recovery capabilities. In addition, Jiang Chen had also set his sights on the limitation unlock module. He used 4 supercharge modules and a bunch of top-notch materials to directly elevate Yun from excellent to flawless quality, which was to be expected. It would be surprising if he hadn't achieved that. But this upgrade module, it's also a supercharge module. Could it be that by loading a full set of supercharge modules, I've met some hidden condition? Right, if all the other modules are supercharged, and only the upgrade/evolution module is one rank lower, then they would lose their meaning. As the first Mecha on planet Blue Star to be equipped with 4 supercharge modules, it truly is a supercharged Mecha. Without the experience of predecessors, Jiang Chen could only search for the reasons himself. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Zero. When Yun completed its ultimate upgrade, reaching an even more perfect state, Zero's flaws began to reveal themselves. She had advanced from a regular Model 0 Mecha. Compared to Yun, which was of excellent quality from birth, there was inherently a deficiency. At 0th rank, it also absorbed 3 ordinary modules, further magnifying the inherent deficiency. Most Mecha pilots, faced with this situation, would make a wise choice. They would use the initial Mecha as a support Mecha, install various support modules, and that would be that. The powerful Mecha obtained later would be the true main Mecha. Jiang Chen, however, didn't think this way. So what if it's inherently deficient? Even if I have to pile on the materials, I'll push Zero to the apex. Moreover, the abyss is endless, and it seems to be filled with numerous civilizations and Mecha pilots. Who knows, I might find a way to make up for the inherent deficiencies. I said I'd make Zero become the strongest alongside me, and I will definitely not go back on my word. At this time, Jiang Chen didn't express his thoughts, but kept them to himself. He felt the joy and excitement of Yun after the upgrade, reloaded it with the intelligence module, and let it act independently to experience the sensation of becoming stronger. He then summoned Zero, to share in Yun's happiness. During the process of exchanging feelings and enhancing their bond, his personal terminal vibrated lightly. Jiang Chen picked up the terminal with puzzlement and saw a message from the symbol of the Alliance. 20 years ago, the person who emerged from the abyss and brought the abyss rune to planet Blue Star. He has appeared again. Planet Blue Star, Mirror World. A medium-sized Mecha, surrounded by mysterious magic runes and exceedingly gorgeous, stood in midair. Opposite it was a streamlined light red mecha. The size difference between the two was quite stark. Li Xiao, piloting the medium-sized Divine Lord Mecha, looked exceedingly serious. The other party was the Mecha pilot who had brought the Abyss Rune to planet Blue Star those years ago. With 20 years gone by, it was unknown how much his strength had increased. He might have already broken through the 8th rank, the 9th rank, and reached an even higher level. Knowing that the opponent might be incredibly strong, even Li Xiao, the strongest Mecha pilot on planet Blue Star, did not dare to be the slightest bit relaxed. There's no need to be so tense, I bear no ill will. If you really want to say it, I have even saved this planet once, saved your civilization. Saved? Li Xiao's tone was questioning. According to the understanding of Mecha pilots, during the rank ascension trials, Mecha pilots would enter a real world that was facing calamity. If they saved that world, preserved the seed of civilization, they could spread the Abyss Rune, leaving behind the legacy of a Mecha pilot. But what about planet Blue Star? 20 years ago, planet Blue Star was in a period of peace. There were no monsters, no Mecha pilots, and nothing transcendent. That is, until the appearance of this abyssal visitor brought the Abyss Rune and with it, monsters. This seemed to conflict with the knowledge and deductions of Mecha pilots. Therefore, the high-rank Mecha pilots could not ascertain the intentions and stance of this abyssal visitor. Upon his reappearance, they instantly pulled him into the mirror world. It seemed the abyssal visitor knew Li Xiao's thoughts and began to speak. Indeed, salvation. Your civilization has already crossed the abyss and knows even more, so you should understand one thing. There are people of hope in every civilization. Whether they come into being in response to the desperate prayers of all living beings, or they are favored by humanity and receive humanity's gifts. They, through their own strength, have crossed the bounds of the abyss and have become the hope of civilization. They hold the highest authority of civilization, possess invincible strength at their stage, and naturally cannot be restricted or measured by the standards of a conventional Mecha pilot. Thus, the trials of ascension for these people of hope are no longer limited to saving a few people or preserving a sliver of civilization's seed of civilization. It goes one step further. To end the catastrophe before it arrives, to erase it into nothingness. To protect the entire civilization. Hearing the abyssal visitor's narration, Li Xiao felt a flicker in his heart. You mean? Yes, I am that person of hope. The light crimson mecha spread its arms wide, yet raised a finger and shook it. However, I don't belong to your civilization. This abyssal visitor who appeared on planet Blue Star 20 years ago. Was he, like Jiang Chen today, the hope of another civilization? Li Xiao digested this information, contemplating its truth. At the same time, he pointed out a contradiction in his words. If you say that the task of the person of hope is to preemptively end catastrophes and protect the entire civilization, why did the catastrophes of planet Blue Star not cease after you left? To this day, abyssal monsters still appear frequently, and their strength is close to reaching the 10th rank. The light crimson mecha shook its head. A catastrophe can be ended, but the abyss will not disappear. All planets, all civilizations, are already situated within the endless abyss. Even if one catastrophe is ended, new ones will arise. Until civilization is utterly destroyed. We, the people of hope, can at most resolve a catastrophe for you. The Abyss Rune left behind is the seed of civilization for self-salvation. You must seize this opportunity yourselves to gain the ability to confront the abyss and perhaps even birth a new person of hope. If not, then destruction is the only outcome. The light crimson mecha, saying this, suddenly let out a self-mocking laugh. Besides, even if I could help you countless times, who will help us? Li Xiao had essentially come to believe the claims of this person of hope. After all, if the other party truly harbored malice and possessed strength far surpassing the 8th rank, there was no need to fabricate so many tales. He could simply take action, and Li Xiao would be powerless to stop him. Belief aside, he asked again. If a person of hope only saves a civilization once, what then brings you here now? It's simple, to gather allies. The light crimson Mecha replied. In the endless abyss, enemies abound everywhere. We, who have crossed the abyss and become people of hope, must unite to fight against even mightier foes and protect the civilizations behind us. All right, after so much explanation, it's time for me to meet your person of hope, isn't it? Chapter 116. Young man, come and pass the fire, _1. Star Base, Mech Enhancement Zone. Li Xiao detailed the events through the personal terminal and asked Jiang Chen if he wanted to meet this abyssal visitor. He left the decision up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's thoughts were essentially in agreement with Li Xiao's. The other party had not hidden their tracks but instead came forward openly, seeking to negotiate with the alliance and explain their presence. This in itself already proved their good intentions. After all, if the party possessed strength beyond that of an 8th rank and harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't need to meet Jiang Chen at all. They would simply launch an attack and annihilate all the high-rank Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star. The alien demon monsters at the 8th and 9th ranks would naturally eliminate every survivor on planet Blue Star. If the party didn't have such strength, then there was even less to worry about. So, Jiang Chen decided to meet this visitor from the abyss. Since they were the bringer of the Abyss Rune and represented the hope of another civilization for planet Blue Star, and could cross the abyss to reach the planet immediately after Blue Star's civilization had been granted access, they must hold higher authority and know more information. Not to mention anything else, the mere special ability to autonomously cross the abyss and travel to other civilizations was already something to look forward to. After Jiang Chen replied, Li Xiao quickly sent another message. Bring Bai Ying and teleport to my base. Li Xiao's star base was also an ecosystem structure, only the scenery style had changed from jungle to coast. Beach, sunshine, a line where sea and sky meet. Nobody would guess that this place was actually located inside a star. At the moment, the beach was bustling, as if a beach party was in full swing. Dozens of men and women, dressed in cool clothes, were either tasting food from the barbecue stalls or clinking glasses in a toast. Some were lying on the beach soaking up the sun, looking utterly content. When Jiang Chen teleported in, he almost thought he'd come to the wrong place. Only after a closer observation did he realize that all those participating in the beach party were the 8th rank Mecha pilots who had appeared not long ago. They noticed the activated teleportation array formation and waved with a smile as a greeting. Even Li Xiao was standing by the grill, busily turning skewers. Jiang Chen, over here. Boss, what is this? Jiang Chen approached, still somewhat perplexed. The atmosphere was completely different from what he had expected. Li Xiao laughed. If what Yano says is true, then he is the person who once saved planet Blue Star. Even the Abyss Rune and the Mecha pilots are the seeds of hope he left behind. As hosts, we naturally need to hold a proper banquet for the hero who saved a civilization. Next to them, a purple-haired young man was holding a dozen skewers, quickly stuffing them into his mouth. He was also wearing swim trunks, with an eye-like black pattern on his chest. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the purple-haired young man quickly swallowed the skewers and spoke up. Yeah, I'm a guest after all. Now that the misunderstanding's cleared up, you should treat me to something good. Oh, and for this barbecue, bring me another 100 skewers with extra spices. All right. As Li Xiao personally grilled the skewers, he said. Oh, the misunderstanding hasn't been cleared up yet. The things you've said, we still can't verify whether they're true or false. Fine, it's not cleared up. The purple-haired young man wiped his mouth, then turned to Jiang Chen with a smile. Hello, Jiang Chen, the person of hope for planet Blue Star's civilization. I am the person of hope from Gaia civilization, you can call me Yano. Hello. Something felt off to Jiang Chen. But as he looked around, he began to understand. The 8th rank Mecha pilots seemed to be relaxing and enjoying the party, but they were actually surrounding Yano in a defensive formation. The symbol of the alliance was closely monitoring him, ready to summon his Mecha at any sign of trouble. Yes, it had to be that way. Boss, give me 2. Here. Hiss, delicious. Jiang Chen savored the handiwork of Planet Blue Star's number 1, and addressed the visitor from another civilization with the questions on his mind. Yano, you've said you came to Blue Star to seek allies. Why do you specifically want to see me? Why not just discuss directly with the bosses? And how did you know that Planet Blue Star has crossed the abyss, and by what means did you come here? Jiang Chen's questions were naturally everyone else's as well. The noise on the beach lowered a bit. Yano put down his skewer and wiped his mouth. I've come to pass on the fire. Fire transmission. In the bewildered gazes of everyone, Yano began to explain. The abyss is like the night, enveloping everything within it, unable to escape. Until one day, a spark suddenly lights up in the darkness, growing stronger and forming a civilization. The night harbors too many unexpected factors. A gust of wind, a drop of rain, a grain of sand, a leaf. These calamities are unavoidable and easily extinguish the nascent sparks of civilization, returning them to darkness. The traces they leave before going out form shadows. But there are always some lucky sparks that do not get extinguished, instead, they use the calamities to burn ever brighter, becoming flames. However, facing the boundless night, a single flame is still so insignificant. In order to persist, they gathered together, forming a larger flame. But the flames themselves are few and far between, even when gathered together, they still cannot illuminate the night. So, they thought of a method. If the flames are rare, then light more flames. Thus, the fire transmitters appeared. They carry torches, walking through the abyss, seeking out those faint sparks, igniting one seed after another. Chapter 117. Young man, come and pass the fire, _2. Yano took another bite of his skewer. He continued only after the people had digested the information. Planet Blue Star can't be considered a flame right now, but only a spark. I have come here to unlock more permissions for your person of hope, and to help him control the fire of civilization. Otherwise, it would take you a long time to master the fire of civilization. And even after mastering it, you wouldn't be able to possess the ability of fire transmission. Yano's explanation was crystal clear. It was the story of civilizations that had grown ahead of the others, who, in order to fight against the limitless abyss, took the initiative to help weaker civilizations. But Jiang Chen asked with confusion. Why can't one have the fire transmission ability even after mastering the fire of civilization? Because it is a characteristic of civilization. Yano said straightforwardly. Civilization trait, fire transmitter. Its effect is, when successfully sheltering a civilization and leaving behind a seed of fire, a mark will be left. When the seed civilization crosses the abyss and finds its person of hope, the fire transmitter can use the mark to travel to that civilization again, sharing the fire transmitter trait. A civilization with the fire transmitter trait can ask for help from other fire transmitter civilizations when facing an abyss calamity. Successfully aiding other civilizations will elevate one's own civilization potential. Currently, only a handful of civilizations have independently awakened the fire transmitter trait. Even if Planet Blue Star continues to enhance its potential, it may not necessarily awaken the fire transmitter trait. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. That's why Yano could come to Planet Blue Star so quickly after it crossed the abyss. Clearly, it was relying on the effects of the fire transmitter trait. Moreover, the civilizations in the abyss could also unite through the fire transmitter trait. They support each other and fight against calamities. This civilization trait is too incredible. Li Xiao, who was beside them, stopped his movement, his brows slightly furrowed. Rescuing other civilizations can improve one's own civilization potential. Yes. Yano nodded. As you ignite other flames, your own will naturally burn even brighter. Li Xiao's brows were tightly knitted, his fingers quietly pressed against the abyss rune. Then, if a fire transmitter civilization, after transmitting fire, annihilates all the Mecha pilots of another civilization, causing that civilization to lose the ability to fight against the abyss calamity. For survival, the remnants of that civilization would have to continuously ask for help. So, can the rescuing fire transmitter civilization constantly improve its civilization potential? Jiang Chen's expression became stern. Planet Blue Star's order was too peaceful, and the seniors like Li Xiao were kind and approachable. As a result, he didn't think in a dark direction when he first heard about the fire transmitter trait. Now, hearing Li Xiao's question, he suddenly became vigilant. The atmosphere on the beach instantly tensed up. Yano sighed and gave an affirmative answer. Yes, it can. The original thought of the fire transmission civilization was to seek allies for joint development. However, as more and more fire transmitters appeared, various situations began to occur. Some fire transmitter civilizations started to attack those requesting help, rendering them completely disabled, forcing them to continuously ask for help and become nourishment. Such civilizations are called fire plunderers. The order upholding fire transmitter civilizations, not wishing for such events to befall them, started to oppose the fire plunderers during rescues. The two factions became enemies and have been struggling against each other to this day. I belong to the fire transmitter faction, dedicated to rescuing civilizations and uniting allies. After saying this, Yano spoke again. Do you need fire transmission? There was a deathly silence on the beach. Jiang Chen and Li Xiao were both frowning tightly, speechless for a moment. According to Yano, fire transmission could elevate civilization potential, develop more allies, and prevent the annihilation of civilizations by calamities. There were many benefits. However, the downside was even more lethal. Yano claimed to be from the fire transmitter faction, committed to rescuing civilizations and uniting allies. What if that was a lie? If he was a fire plunderer seeking to deceive Jiang Chen into accepting the fire transmitter trait and then launch an attack? Then, if he possessed power above the 9th rank, it would be nearly impossible for Planet Blue Star to stop him. Of course, this possibility was very low. After all, if Yano were a fire plunderer, making such statements would be a self-inflicted nuisance. He might as well have thrown his brain on the ground and stomped it into a pulp. But even if there's just a sliver of possibility, for Planet Blue Star, it's almost tantamount to an existential disaster. This is an incredibly difficult choice. We agree to the fire transmission. Li Xiao interrupted Jiang Chen, stating directly. Refusing had no meaning. If Yano was a powerful fire plunderer, even if they refused, he could simply start fighting, annihilate the resistance forces of Planet Blue Star, and leave only Jiang Chen alive. At that time, Jiang Chen would either choose to transmit fire or choose annihilation. Thus, from the beginning to end, Planet Blue Star only had one way out. Yano was not lying. Given that, the decision should be made by Li Xiao himself. Even if it was wrong, it would be Li Xiao's own mistake. Boss. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Yano in front of him. How should we transmit the fire? Reveal your abyss rune. Yano touched the abyss rune in the palm of Jiang Chen, and a message emerged. The hope of Gaia civilization is applying to transmit the fire of civilization to you. Do you accept? Accept. The fire of civilization has been lit. Planet Blue Star has gained the civilization trait, Fire Transmitter. You are the hope of Planet Blue Star's civilization. Fire transmission privileges have been unlocked. Please refer to the Abyss Rune for details. Jiang Chen did not look at the message. Instead, he lowered his palm and looked at Yano in front of him. All eyes converged here. Yano spread his hands with a look of resignation. Like I said, I'm a fire transmitter, not a fire plunderer. Now, should the misunderstanding be cleared up? Seeing that he showed no signs of summoning a mecha, everyone felt as if a huge weight had lifted from their chests, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Only Jiang Chen remained expressionless. Even though Yano showed no malice and kept releasing goodwill, Planet Blue Star still had to be cautious due to its own weakness and even go through the struggle as if facing death. Powerless, weak. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he were back on that initial bus, facing the abyssal monster without any power to resist, just waiting to die. Attributes exceeding 10,000? Weak, far too weak. The full strength of a 0th rank mecha is approximately in the tens. First rank in the hundreds, second rank in the thousands, third rank in the tens of thousands. Plus, after a mecha undergoes sublimation and its quality improves, it can carry more modules, and its attributes will further increase. Which means, 10,000 in all attributes doesn't even reach the normal strength of a third rank. Proud over overpowering a first rank abyssal being? Not enough, nowhere near enough. He needs to become stronger, strong enough to flatten all challenges. With the current capabilities of Planet Blue Star's civilization, it's not sufficient to assist other civilizations against the calamities. In fact, where possible, we suggest civilizations fight the calamities on their own, and not rely too much on allies. Although calamities bring destruction, if a civilization can overcome it, they can also experience growth. Not to mention, calling for help might also attract the covetous eyes of fire plunderers. Yano explained. Fire transmission is just the beginning. In the next 2 days, I'll help Jiang Chen master more privileges and grow quickly. Fire transmission was complete, Yano had not launched an attack. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star could finally trust him. Li Xiao also nodded. Sorry. No worries, I was just as nervous when I received the fire transmission back then. That's exactly why we must unite. Otherwise, the abyss will fall under the dominion of the fire plunderers. Yano looked at Jiang Chen, smiling as he spoke. We are all people of hope, and it happens that I have a first-rank mecha. Do you want to have a match with me, to test your own level? Chapter 118. Stage 3, Full Power, Human Limitation Unlock, _1. How strong must a mecha pilot be to possess a first-rank mecha? Clearly, this was something Yano had prepared in advance. Perhaps his being 2 days late was because he was crafting and reinforcing a new mecha, intending to use this method to test Jiang Chen's potential. As the hope of Planet Blue Star, Jiang Chen also indirectly represented the potential of civilization. Jiang Chen could guess his thoughts but still readily agreed. Yano wanted to know his strength. And he was just as keen to find out Yano's standards. When Yano saw Jiang Chen agree, he said with a smile. You've just crossed the abyss and probably haven't crafted a supercharged mecha, so your strength hasn't reached its limit. Let's set the battle for 2 days from now. I'll first unlock some permissions for you, allow you to boost your strength a bit, and then we'll have our contest just before you leave. 2 days later. Jiang Chen quickly calculated how much his attributes could grow in 2 days and then asked. How strong approximately is your first rank supercharged mecha? The strength is about 3rd rank level, I suppose, Yano replied. My mecha pilot rank is much higher than yours, and even if I use a first rank mecha, I'll still get many additional trait boosts. However, that wouldn't count as a fair contest. Thus, I will adjust the power of the mecha and maintain the attributes at the level of my own first rank. 3rd rank. Jiang Chen was very surprised. Not because it was too high, but because it was too low. One must know that the attributes of a supercharged mecha are almost 10 times that of an ordinary mecha. A first-rank supercharged mecha has a basic strength of 2nd rank. This means that Yano's Mecha pilot talent could enhance the Mecha's strength by about 10 times. Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. Yano, as the beacon of hope and able to spread the flames of civilization, raised my expectations of him. It makes sense, indeed. The basic trials come with a supercharge module, combined with a 10-fold boost, allowing him to easily clear the hell difficulty level on his own and steadily obtain the second supercharge module. He could then farm the hell difficulty level for some time and gather half a set of supercharged mecha parts, which combined with a 10-fold boost, would have a strength close to 3rd rank. Clearing the abyss difficulty level would naturally not be a problem. Following this logic, the hope of planet Blue Star's civilization should have been Li Xiao. Jiang Chen had talked with him and knew the public's speculations were not unfounded. His Mecha pilot talent really could provide a strength boost of about 10 times. If nothing went wrong, clearing the abyss difficulty level would be no problem for him. In contrast, it was Jiang Chen. He seemed more like a monster that appeared out of nowhere. 3rd rank strength? 10-fold boost? There's no need to wait 2 days, just give me a moment. Jiang Chen clenched his right fist, rapidly descended into the abyss, and began the abyss challenge directly. After a short while, he returned, touched the abyss rune once more, and hastily headed for the next abyss. In just 1 hour, Jiang Chen had cleared 5 abysses, including the Eternal Frost Magic Realm and Endless Demons Realm, gathering 4 pure attribute enhancing supercharge modules. Only then did he stop and stand back on the beach. All right, we can start now. The 8th rank Mecha pilots fell into silence. Speedrunning 5 abysses in 1 hour, why does it feel even easier than a trip to the supermarket? Even Yano was taken aback for a moment. It's normal for the beacon of hope with a supercharged Mecha to speedrun the abyss difficulty levels without surprise. But how many days had it been since Jiang Chen had cleared the abyss? He hadn't even finished crafting his Mecha, yet treated the abyss difficulty like a simple grind. It seems the hope of planet Blue Star has exceptional potential. Thinking about the likelihood of him possibly becoming a future teammate, Yano couldn't help but smile, eager to start. Then let's begin. The base on the ecological planet could withstand millions of degrees of temperature and naturally possessed extreme strength. Not to mention 3rd rank strength, even more powerful attacks were unable to destroy it. As for the damage to the interior venue, just arrange some repair robots, it would only take a bit of time. Therefore, the battle took place directly on the sea surface of Star Base. One by one, the 8th rank Mecha pilots also put on their Mechas and watched the battle from a distance. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood above the sea surface, clenched his right fist, and touched the abyss rune. Fight alongside me, Yun. Steam Mecha, unite. As if answering his call, the abyss atmosphere surged out from the palm, turning into a multitude of gears, intricately fitting together and rotating rapidly. Pieces of brass metal materialized from the air and slammed onto the surface of the gears. In an instant, a 4-meter-tall golden-red Mecha appeared on the sea surface, violently ejecting a burst of steam. The voice of the Mecha soul resonated in Jiang Chen's heart. I, Yun, am willing to serve my lord. Steam Mecha, hey. Yano could sense Jiang Chen's surging life energy and knew he was a physique-type Mecha pilot, but he wasn't surprised to see him wearing a Mecha. He had seen too many styles of fighting in the endless abyss. Now, he raised his right hand, lightly touched his chest, and a large amount of liquid metal flowed from it, rapidly solidifying on his body to form sharp armor. A 3-meter-tall silver-white Mecha appeared in the air, looking considerably smaller than the steam Mecha. But that was just in size. Its right hand liquefied again, transforming into a circular energy cannon that lit up. So, let's get started, he said. At the fall of his words, the energy cannon swiftly activated, shooting 5 consecutive energy blasts. The energy blasts traveled incredibly fast, covering over half the distance in a breath, and were about to reach the steam Mecha. At this moment, the steam Mecha dipped slightly, stepping onto the sea surface. Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. The base attribute of a third-rank ordinary mecha is approximately between 15,000 and 30,000, fluctuating up and down depending on the mecha's focus. Even if a first-rank supercharged mecha has third-rank strength, there's a limit to the number of modules it can carry. With a total of 8 modules, fitting a weapons module means sacrificing one attribute module as a price. To support the weapon's power, at least another energy module must be added, otherwise, the weapon's effect cannot be maximized. That means, at best, only 6 attribute modules. 6 attribute modules, distributed in strength, agility, defense, armor value. The mecha's basic attributes, at least 15,000, no more than 18,000. In an instant, Jiang Chen had already analyzed the strength of the hostile mecha. His steam mecha, after being equipped with a full set of supercharge modules, had base attributes of strength 3000, agility 3100, defense 2300, enigmatism 100. Even after initiating stage 2 and gaining the enhancement from Mecha Soul Fusion, the attributes had only become strength 9300, agility 8100, defense 8300, enigmatism 3200. There was still quite a distance from third-rank strength. Naturally, it couldn't contend with the opponent. Since that was the case, the steam mecha standing on the sea surface made clicking noises as copious amounts of steam burst forth, nearly blotting out the view. Only the central star core remained dazzlingly bright. The silver-white mecha's released energy bullets seemed to have a slight tracking feature, curving around to smash into the inside. As they fell into the steam and struck the target, for an instant, the star core in the center of the steam moved. It appeared to form a light beam, punching directly through the mist and charging straight at the silver-white mecha. The steam mecha's outer metal shell had fallen off in large parts, exposing many gears wildly spinning, emitting creaking noises of overload. Meanwhile, its exhaust pipes spouted large volumes of steam, glowing red-hot from the high temperatures. But its speed had risen more than a notch. As for those energy bullets, they were blocked and absorbed by the pieces of armor that had fallen off the steam mecha. Stage 2, Full Power. Energy overload combined with limitation unlock were both initiated. At this moment, the attributes of the steam mecha underwent another drastic change. Strength and agility respectively reached 13,300 and 12,100. Merely at stage 2, the attributes successfully broke 10,000. Coupled with Jiang Chen's bioorganic force field propulsion speed, as well as the sea surface being considered solid ground for running the bioorganic force field, the straight-line running speed gained an extra boost, quickly closing in on the silver-white mecha. Since the silver-white mecha had weapons equipped for long range, naturally, it did not want to be attacked up close. The mecha's surface rapidly liquefied, transforming into several plasma ejectors to provide thrust, trying to distance itself from the steam mecha. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen actually smiled. Equipping a flight module meant reducing one attribute module. Its speed might improve, but the agility and strength values would decrease because of it. The actual gain was far less than imagined. On the contrary, as for himself, flames flowed out from his body, climbing along the gears to the steam mecha's exhaust pipes. The ability to mold power that he had practiced hard for a time was now put to use. Flame control, as an output power, might be falling behind the times, but it could serve as flame jet propulsion, offering a bit of extra thrust to further elevate the speed of the steam mecha. Most importantly, this speed came at zero cost. Unlike the silver-white mecha, to equip a flight module required sacrificing an attribute module. The distance between the two mechas decreased instead of increasing. Yano, controlling the silver-white mecha, kept firing energy bullets at the rapidly approaching steam mecha. They were either deflected off course by the flame blasts or narrowly avoided the attacks. Of every 10 shots, only one could hit the target, shattering many gears. Seeing this scene, Yano was surprised. He had initially thought Jiang Chen was a physique-type Mecha pilot, to whom the Mecha was just an amplification tool. Who would have thought an amplification tool could exert such a degree of power? However, the steam Mecha was self-disintegrating while also enduring attacks. It couldn't last long. When it finally charged in front of the silver-white Mecha and swung a punch, it was caught directly by the silver-white Mecha's raised hand, followed by a face full of energy blasts. It crumbled into countless parts, breaking apart on the spot. As the pilot, Jiang Chen was finally exposed to the outside world. Yano saw this scene and a slight smile crept over his face. The real battle is finally about to begin. No, it's already over. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, supercharged steam Yun Model 1. Attributes. Strength 12,60024,600. Agility 9,90022,300. Defense 12,90022,100. Enigmatism 6,3006,700. Special, threefold life force cap, recover 119.17 life force per second, doubled under sunlight, 32.79 stamina. 0th rank ability, Roots Core, the rest omitted. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 57, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 57, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control 15, High Energy Perception 3. Second rank ability, Touch of Extreme Cold 36, Energy Overload 7, Limitation Unlock. The Yun with a full set of supercharge modules had force agility attributes that already surpassed 3000. Among second-rank mechas, it belonged to the top echelon. After a fourfold absorption, the attribute growth it provided surpassed 12,000. Then, there were 7 times energy overload, offering an additional 14,000 in force agility attributes. After limitation unlock, lowering defense and increasing self-harm effects could double the energy overload effect. It became 28,000 in force agility attributes. Added together with the base attributes. Strength 52,600, Agility 50,300. Stage 3, Full Power. At this moment, Jiang Chen's muscles swelled like inflating balloons, and his bones also received temporary strengthening from the infusion of life force energy. In just a brief instant, his stature almost doubled, reaching over 3 meters in height, his neck becoming as thick as his head, and his arms and legs, like water barrels, bulging with rock-like muscles. He almost had the feeling of that muscle mutant back during the initial basic trials. But he was more symmetrical than that mutant, more aesthetically pleasing, causing a soul-stirring effect on the onlooker. Not a failed mutation, but an overload enhancement that lifted the limitations of the human body. With his left hand gripping the silver-white Mecha's head, Jiang Chen lifted his right hand and, with a cheerful smile, drove a punch down. Bang! The sea surface seemed to have been struck by a bomb, suddenly splashing up countless sprays of water and forming a massive wave rolling toward the coast. The silver-white Mecha shattered into countless droplets of liquid metal. Yano fell from it, looking at the muscular human form in front of him and momentarily lost his voice. This guy. Are you sure he's not an abyss monster? Chapter 119. Receiving civilization feedback, unlocking permissions, _1. A first-rank Mecha achieving the strength of a third rank was due to the multiplicative calculations of an entire set of supercharged modules and the Mecha pilot's talent, which resulted in a qualitative leap. However, just a few days ago on planet Blue Star, supercharged modules were an incredibly rare existence. Even an SSS Class 8th rank Mecha pilot would at most have a single main Mecha equipped with one supercharge module. This suppressed the upper limit of all Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star. Not to mention surpassing 2 ranks. Even the symbol of the Alliance could at most possess the strength to surpass 1 rank. Coupled with traits and other bonuses, they could manage to slay a 9th rank while being an 8th rank. If it came to the strength of a 10th rank, they would be instantly killed upon encounter. Therefore, though it was a battle between two sets of 1st rank Mecha, the watching 8th rank Mecha pilots still found their hearts racing and were left speechless. To bring out 100-fold power from a low-ranked Mecha. This is still the strength after suppressing the Mecha's power and excluding trait bonuses. At this moment, they truly felt the gap between themselves and the one they had pinned their hopes on. According to the Mecha pilot system, where each rank higher means a 10-fold increase in attributes, the gap between high-end and low-end combat power is as vast as the heavens and the earth. No wonder he is the hope. For a civilization, nurturing just one such powerful individual would allow them to hold up the torch of civilization, withstand countless calamities, and carry civilization forward. Such a person is the hope of civilization. So, who is the hope of the planet Blue Star civilization? I concede. Li Xiao and the other 8th rank Mecha pilots watched the 3-meter-tall muscular giant who had just blown up a supercharged Mecha with a single punch, bow slightly with a somewhat ferocious smile. They fell silent for a moment. Is this planet Blue Star's hope? It actually feels reassuring. On the sea surface, Yano, with his own anti-gravity device, still stood in the air even after his Mecha had shattered. He looked at the muscular giant before him. The pores on the giant's skin were continuously releasing high-temperature steam, and his body shrank rapidly, returning to the size of an average young man. The fierce smile due to the muscles also returned to one that was open and friendly. Yano was silent for a moment before speaking. A 20-fold increase. Clearly, he was referring to the strength increase that Jiang Chen's Mecha pilot talent could bring. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Pretty much. He had stumbled upon a treasure. In Yano's heart, joy bubbled up. At the level of the one who was the hope, using the basic trials evaluation to measure their talent potential was meaningless. Even the supercharge module granted by an SSS class evaluation was just standard for the Abyss difficulty level, not really anything special. Therefore, those who were Civilization's hope had a more straightforward logic to measure talent and potential. Strength increase. The Lords at the Abyss level 1 had attributes within 10,000. A first-rank initial Mecha, paired with a half set of supercharge modules, just needed to have more than an 8-fold talent increase to have a chance of defeating a Lord, overcoming the Abyss. Even with a slightly lower bonus, with the help of 2 outstanding supporting allies, it might also be possible to clear the level. But obviously, this way of clearing the level was too forced. Even if it produced a person of hope, they would not have much potential. Therefore, 8 to 12-fold is considered the lower limit for a person of hope. 13 to 20-fold, this kind of talent strength that could push through the Abyss on its own, among the many civilizations that had crossed the Abyss, is considered an excellent level. Of course, the growth nature of the talent must also be considered. The talents of those who were the hope usually have growth potential. The bonus strength would change depending on the quality of the Mecha. For example, Yano had a 10-fold increase when he was first rank. Latterly, with higher quality Mechas, the strength bonus from his talent also improved accordingly. The total bonus strength had already surpassed 20-fold. This did not hinder his feeling of surprise. His talent could grow, and naturally, so could Jiang Chen's. Carrying a first-rank low-level Mecha and achieving a 20-fold increase, if the rank and the quality of the Mecha were to improve, wouldn't the increase be even greater? Even among the top hopefuls from various civilizations, that would place him among the best. The most important part is, this level of a person of hope was personally uncovered by Yano. If in the future the Gaia civilization encountered an Abyss calamity or even an invasion from a fire plunderer, Jiang Chen, as Gaia civilization's close ally, would absolutely be able to offer tremendous help, weathering the calamity together. Yano did not hide the joy in his heart and laughingly said, "This talent and potential are much stronger than mine back in the day. Even compared with the hopeful individuals from all the fire transmitter civilizations, you can definitely rank among the middle level." Middle level. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly startled. A 20-fold attribute increase is only considered middle level. You shouldn't underestimate middle level. Among the first generation of hopeful individuals, it already belongs to the most outstanding group. Yano explained. Crossing the abyss or conducting fire transmission or fire plunder will enhance civilization potential. This civilization potential not only can be used to unlock civilization traits but also represents the real potential of civilization. The higher the civilization potential, the more it will increase the strength of a person of hope. Moreover, it also raises the likelihood of producing genius mecha pilots within the civilization. Yano couldn't help sighing. Let alone planet Blue Star, even our Gaia civilization is just a young civilization among the many in the abyss. Those oldest, most ancient and powerful civilizations, their civilization potential. I wonder to what extent it has reached. Their persons of hope have already gone through several changes. Chapter 120. Receiving civilization feedback, unlocking permissions, _2. They are younger, stronger, and have higher potential geniuses. Those new generation talents, from the moment of their birth, have stood on the shoulders of giants. Naturally, they will seem much taller. Thus, raising the overall strength of those with hope. Yano spoke of this with envy in his eyes. A moment later, he shook his head. But, it doesn't matter. Civilization lies in inheritance, and hope can be sustained. As the first generation of the bearers of hope, since we cannot stand on the shoulders of giants, we must strive to grow a bit taller. So that those who come after us can have a higher starting point. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. To put it in layman's terms, it's the difference between the children of the rich and the grandchildren of the rich. However, he didn't feel much envy. Being able to walk his path so effortlessly, he was also standing on the shoulders of giants. Moreover, a 20-fold increase in strength would qualify him as average. Once Jiang Chen reached 9th rank, with 10 Mecha, each with a 7-fold enhancement of mythical quality. Triggering a round of abilities would mean a 70-fold increase. Resting, repairing his Mecha, and then consolidating 10 rounds of abilities would be a 700-fold increase. Looking at it this way, their giants didn't seem very tall. Alright, as the first generation, you are already very strong, Yano said. Let's go eat something first, the skewers are getting cold. Yano couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had to be said, in all the worlds he'd traveled and all the foods he'd tasted, none were as delicious as the grilled skewers made by the symbol of the Alliance. He wondered how it was achieved. He moved quickly, eagerly flying towards the coast. On the beach, the waves stirred up by the battle were quelled directly by the Mecha pilots, with no impact on the party venue. Although they were at a distance, Li Xiao and others were able to capture the conversation of the two through their high-rank Mecha, learning the content of their exchange. Now, seeing Yano approaching, Li Xiao suppressed the massive surge within his heart and touched the abyss rune. A large box of skewers appeared beside him as he spoke. It doesn't matter if they've cooled. Unlimited supply. Jiang Chen followed and flew over, looking at the scene with a peculiar expression. Why did the big shot's abyss rune repository contain so much food? It didn't seem like it was prepared on the spot. Could it be that the big shot secretly went the gourmet route, and the magic impartation he obtained from planet Blue Star was exchanged for favorable impressions using gourmet food? TSS, how terrifying! The party went on for several hours. The 8th rank Mecha pilots had all undergone physical enhancements, and their appetites were far beyond ordinary. Just the bamboo skewers alone formed a small mountain, along with various leftovers from the grilled meats, bones, stir-fried dishes, and assorted platters. After eating and drinking their fill, Yano, content and satisfied, burped and held his belly, saying, "Come on, I will help you unlock the permissions of the Bearer of Hope." Jiang Chen, who was devouring an unidentified roasted meat larger than an elephant's leg, hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth and tossed aside the bone. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although the boss's barbecue was delicious, compared to food, he was more eager to become stronger. What should I do? Have you used sensory traits that communicate with the Mecha soul before? Yano asked, seeing Jiang Chen nod. His finger lightly touched the chest abyss rune. Abyss atmosphere gathered in his palm, forming a fist-sized orb of light, and passed it to Jiang Chen. This is the light of hope. Touch it, feel it with your heart. Following Yano's words, Jiang Chen pointed to the sphere, closing his eyes slightly. He sensed the orb's atmosphere, like how one would sense a Mecha soul. However, the orb didn't bring him any feedback. Instead, his senses suddenly left his body. It was as if he entered a state of nothingness, floating in the dark expanse of space, with a massive azure planet before him. Countless beams of light spread out from the planet, connecting to him. No prayers, no thousands of languages. Yet he seemed to sense countless souls, and the white flame that these souls formed together, as if it were a blazing fire. He seemed to understand something, and sensed this flame. The moment he touched it, numerous powers along the pathways of light converged upon him. Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. You have come into contact with the seed of civilization, and bearer of hope permissions have been triggered. Current civilization potential, 1. Current civilization traits, deep diver, group diver, fire transmitter. You have received civilization feedback, permissions unlocked. Permission, deep dive. Effect, when you clear the abyss, you can challenge the corresponding endless shadows, where the strength of the abyss leader will scale with your attributes. The higher the strength, the higher the probability of output. Description, no one knows the limit of the abyss. Permission, group dive. Effect, each member of the current civilization who crosses the abyss will increase your output probability in the abyss. Calculated multiplicatively, not linear stacking. Description, ha, I've caught a big fish. Permission, fire transmission. Effect, when a civilization that you once sheltered as the seed of civilization successfully crosses the abyss, you will be notified and have the opportunity to traverse the abyss to impart traits. After fire transmission is successful, civilization potential increases, and support priority is elevated. Description, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Deep dive, group dive, fire transmission. All three civilization traits were now bestowed upon Jiang Chen, unlocking new permissions for him. Each permission seemed to open the door to a new world. Yano then said, as the bearers of hope for civilization, the enhancements we gain from civilization traits are the highest. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 121. Receiving Civilization Feedback, Unlocking Permissions, _3. Let's take the first two traits of every civilization, deep dive and group dive, for example. The former allows us, loaded with supercharge modules, to challenge even more powerful endless shadows, thereby gaining unique benefits and rewards. These benefits and rewards are exclusive to the people of hope. Without the corresponding authority, you don't even have the qualifications to use them. Group dive is the same, the stronger the civilization, the higher the probability that the people of hope produce rare items, greatly enhancing the growth speed of the people of hope. Furthermore, every time a civilization acquires a new trait, you unlock a new authority. This is what makes the people of hope so powerful. Jiang Chen couldn't help nodding. The strong support civilization. Civilization rewards the strong. This is the rational cycle. At this moment, after listening to Yano, he asked. Within the fire transmission authority, you can return to the worlds that once sheltered the seed of civilization and spread the fire of hope. Then, what about the worlds that sheltered the seed of civilization before I gained the fire transmission authority? Can they be revisited? Yano nodded. Even without the trait, when Mecha pilots save a civilization, sheltering the seed of civilization, they are, in fact, passing the fire. The abyss runes left behind are the mark and can be used by a fire transmitter. Naturally, it's possible to return. He paused, then sighed. But, this is just in theory. Many civilizations I've completely sheltered ultimately still vanished into the abyss. Those that left behind but a trace of the seed of civilization, the chances to cross the abyss are extremely low. I suggest you don't hold out too much hope. Jiang Chen recalled the tragic state of Steam World during his rank-up trial. Only a few thousand people remained, without the Alliance's material and module reserves, without any data on age-old shadows. Starting from zero, establishing a civilization, exploring the abyss. He sighed, letting go of this impractical idea. Yano patted his stomach and stood up. All right, I was actually planning to stay a few more days, to strengthen your mecha and have a contest before going back. Now, everything that had to be done is finished, and it's time to go back. My world is waiting for me. Lastly, do you have any more questions? I will do my best to answer your queries. As a grown people of hope, Yano is undoubtedly the strongest of his own civilization. Being absent for a long time could lead to instability. Jiang Chen didn't detain him and thought for a moment before asking. Is there a way to improve the quality and potential of an initial mecha? Of course, there is. Yano readily responded. Inside the endless shadows opened by Deep Dive Authority, there are such drops. However, they are quite rare and have a very low drop rate. If you need them, you might have to farm multiple times. Jiang Chen noted down Yano's words and asked for more information. Finally, after the exchange was complete, Yano looked at Li Xiao and cautioned him. The disaster on planet Blue Star this time, just like 20 years ago, is still an alien demon invasion. However, it's been ongoing for too long, and there's probably a very powerful presence brewing. You'd better improve your strengths quickly and resolve this disaster as soon as possible. Li Xiao and other 8th rank mecha pilots looked solemn. Yano continued. Also, after gaining the fire transmitter traits, all members of a civilization that have conquered the abyss difficulty level can receive signals for help from other civilizations and choose whether to help or not. I suggest you accept support. Because according to the rules of fire transmitter traits, the distress signals issued by a civilization are calculated based on the intensity of the disaster and will have a specific frequency. Only civilization members of similar strength can receive these distress signals. That is to say, an 8th rank disaster can only be perceived by 8th rank mecha pilots. So, even if you are not the people of hope, you don't need to worry too much, and you can confidently provide support to other civilizations. The only thing to watch out for is beware of fire plunderers. Yano's expression was icy. They are a group of abyss monsters clad in mechas, be sure to kill them whenever you have the chance. Seeing that Jiang Chen and Li Xiao had taken note of this matter, Yano's expression softened, and he said with a smile. May the fire burn eternal, we shall meet again in the future. Touching the abyss rune, darkness swept in and completely engulfed him. Chapter 122. All I know is it's time for a massacre _1. Yano of the Gaia civilization, from his appearance to departure, was present for less than a day in total. Yet he brought a wealth of intelligence and information, brought the fire transmitter traits and the privileges of the hopeful ones, and thence flung open the grand gates of a new era for planet Blue Star. If the abyss happens to be a game, planet Blue Star has, at last, obtained a ticket to enter. Li Xiao's expression was a complex one, filled with both relief and emotion. Jiang Chen slightly shook his head and said, but it's just an entry ticket after all. The Gaia civilization alone is years ahead of us, not to mention the original fire transmission civilization, as well as those like it, or even older. These ancient civilizations still huddle together for warmth when facing the abyss. Li Xiao, however, revealed a smile and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Let's take it slowly, with you here, planet Blue Star will surely give birth to more geniuses in the future. As long as we keep at it, we will eventually see hope. The future. Jiang Chen watched as Li Xiao walked towards the other 8th rank Mecha pilots. In front of these leaders and controllers of Mecha pilot organizations, Li Xiao proposed an idea. Unity. The Mecha pilot system had only been on planet Blue Star for 20 years. To a civilization, this was an incredibly brief span of time. Even 14 years ago, when Li Xiao joined the alliance, and re-established order on planet Blue Star, it was hard to forcefully break the boundaries of nations and organizations. That would not be establishing order, but establishing an autocracy. Even now, there were still many Mecha pilot organizations on planet Blue Star, including some unaffiliated Mecha pilots. Some aligned with the countries they lived in, others claimed land as their own. Previously, it did not matter. As long as they were willing to respect and maintain order, and not act recklessly. Then Li Xiao, representing the alliance, would also respect these 8th rank Mecha pilots' choices, respecting their power. Now, the situation has changed. Planet Blue Star has obtained a ticket to higher echelons, learned of many civilizations, and fully understood its own position. At this time, if it maintains a loose civil structure without responding, it is likely to vanish within the abyss. Therefore, civilization must undergo change. Like now. Li Xiao hoped to eliminate the divisions among Mecha pilots, and fully integrate the Mecha pilots of planet Blue Star into one entity. No longer as XX Mecha pilot of a particular organization, but rather unified as planet Blue Star Mecha pilots. Then from top down, completely change the current civil structure of planet Blue Star, making the Mecha pilot system the foundational system. As for the basic problems of productive forces, food, and such, they would be solved with the knowledge and resources controlled by the major Mecha pilots. This was a transformation of civilization. Jiang Chen, just by standing aside, felt as though he was experiencing the evolution of civilization in the era. The coming planet Blue Star would gradually shed the image he remembered and change towards an unknown direction. This was of his own making. At the same time, it was also an experience that the civilizations within the abyss had to undergo. Let alone those ancient civilizations, even the Gaia civilization had probably already changed its form. Every member of a civilization, from birth, would receive relevant teachings until they reached the age to become a Mecha pilot wandering the abyss. But, these matters have little to do with me. I didn't even complete university, so pointing fingers at the big shots would only cause trouble. Let the big shots handle it, I'll do what I should do. Jiang Chen was quite clear about his own role. Warrior. He need not consider civilization transformation nor the establishment of order. He only needed to fully utilize his talents, immerse in the abyss, continuously grow stronger, and confront even mightier foes. Monsters of the abyss, kill. Catastrophes of planet Blue Star, kill. Fire plunderers, kill. Just be an unfeeling killing machine, damn it, and kill, kill, kill all the enemies until none are left. So, whom to kill next? Permission unlocked, the infinite difficulty level opened, producing rarer loot. And now with the fire transmitter traits, he could go to other civilizations to provide support, enhancing civilization potential. These were changes beyond the abyss difficulty level. Jiang Chen hadn't yet had his fill of the abyss difficulty level. He pondered for a moment and reshaped his upcoming plans. First was the abyss difficulty level, already a stomp due to attribute suppression, allowing for speed clears. It was essential to farm it a few more times, to obtain various different supercharge modules. This not only enhanced the foundation of the civilization but also accumulated a stockpile for his future new Mecha. Moreover, he could test driving other Mecha pilots through the abyss to see if it counted as crossing the abyss and if it could trigger the group stealth privilege, improving the burst rate. After completing the abyss difficulty level, preparing a full set of supercharged gear for Zero and Yoon, reaching the peak of first rank, then he could attempt a few rounds at the infinite difficulty level. or look out for civilizations sending distress signals. This process was mainly for attribute consolidation. Just like what happened when combating Yano. Yun merely triggered his talent once and directly pushed Jiang Chen's force agility attributes to the extreme 50,000 A staggering level. The Mecha had just completed the upgrade, and the talent triggers during this phase were of the greatest magnitude and highest yield. Jiang Chen planned to absorb this yield before considering the trials of rank advancement. After all, the rank advancement trials for the hopeful ones were incommensurable with those of ordinary Mecha pilots. Sheltering an entire civilization was much more challenging than preserving a mere spark of it. On this foundation, there would likely be scoring systems in place. Chapter 123. All I Know is Slaughter Unleashed _2. Just like Yano once saved planet Blue Star, it was estimated that the problem of the alien demon invasion was temporarily resolved, but it also left a lingering issue. Later, the alien demons returned, creating a sustained civilization disaster. It was estimated that the score wouldn't be too high. Jiang Chen planned to accumulate a wave of strength first before breaking through the rank upgrade trials. Even among the chosen ones, he intended to become the strongest beacon of hope. All the preparations needed before the rank upgrade trials had become crystal clear. Jiang Chen saw that Li Xiao and the others were still discussing matters. He quietly left with Bai Ying, then sent a message to Ruan Minjiu. Soon, through Ruan Minjiu, he contacted two lucky first-rank Mecha pilots. After briefly explaining the situation, he led them to swiftly clear a wave of abyss difficulty level runs, with a total time not exceeding 5 minutes. The three of them cleared the abyss difficulty level while still adhering to the original rules. New age-old difficulty level and abyss level 1 were unlocked. As for the output, there was no change. It remained 2 supercharge modules and an additional random item, distributed among the three who cleared the trial. Clearly, the abyss difficulty level had a fixed output, unrelated to luck. Besides, Jiang Chen did not receive any notifications like group dive privilege triggered. After leaving the abyss, Jiang Chen asked the two Mecha pilots if they had unlocked the fire transmission privilege, which would allow them to view and support other civilizations, and received a negative response. It was finally confirmed. Mecha pilots who ride the coattails of others, even if they clear the abyss difficulty level, are not considered to have crossed the abyss. It made sense. The abyss difficulty level, as a trial for civilization, could be somewhat justified if it was cleared with supercharged mechas provided by powerhouses. If one lacks the talent, even with a supercharged mecha, one would still be utterly defeated by the abyss overlord. But if one simply hitched a ride, that completely lacked any real value. After realizing this, Jiang Chen felt quite regretful. It seemed he wouldn't be able to wildly boost the burst rate through this means. He would just have to obtain more supercharge modules and cultivate a few talents who could truly cross the abyss. Once these talents from planet Blue Star acquired the ability to clear the abyss difficulty level on their own, they could continue to produce new supercharge modules. These new supercharge modules could then create new talents capable of crossing the abyss. New talents from planet Blue Star could produce new supercharge modules. An infinite loop. By that time, even if Jiang Chen ignored everything, planet Blue Star would enter a snowballing state, mass-producing supercharge modules, and outstanding nascent form mechas. This is what truly reaps boundless benefits. An initial investment of several dozen supercharge modules will later enable the endless production of supercharge modules. Where else could you find such a good deal? By then, it would also be easy to persuade mom and dad to use the supercharge modules to enhance their ability to protect themselves. If asked, it's just a valueless thing, why not use it if it's free? However, Jiang Chen planned to cultivate Kunping and had already invested in a Mecha pilot talent because of past relationships. He couldn't have every friend possess a talent with a several-fold increase and thus have a hope to clear the abyss difficulty level. When it came to investing in strangers, with so many talents, there had to be a reason to choose just a few. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and sent a message to Li Xiao. The big shot was planning to transform the civilization of planet Blue Star, contact all parties, and carry out comprehensive reforms, weren't they? This process would inevitably face some resistance, encounter some problems. Jiang Chen did not plan to get involved, nor did he have many good suggestions to offer. The only things he could provide were these supercharge modules and the ability to invest in talents. Thus, he decided to give Li Xiao the first few spots and let the big shot hold an all-Blue Star talent contest. Allowing all newly awakened 0th rank Mecha pilots from across planet Blue Star to compete and confront each other. From this, select the strongest few talented Mecha pilots and help them craft supercharged Mechas at the first rank. The rough idea was this. When to hold the competition, the process, including the specific rules and content, Jiang Chen did not intend to get involved. He was only responsible for providing the prizes and naming rights. If it was well done, it could eventually become an annual grand event for all of planet Blue Star. By then, Jiang Chen would simply find some unused items from his warehouse to serve as prizes. Speaking of which, such a planet Blue Star level competition is typically where the wish fulfillment protagonist gets to make a comeback and clinch the title. I hope a dark horse emerges, fiercely claiming the first place, seizing the rewards. And then becoming a diligent black censored, producing supercharge modules for me. Imagining that scenario made Jiang Chen laugh. Li Xiao timely replied. Good. All the big and small matters were handled by the big shots. There was only one thing Jiang Chen had to do. Consolidate. After saying goodbye to the two lucky ones, he passed through the teleportation array formation in Sunshine City and returned to his star base to begin repairing the steam mecha. The first rank steam mecha was slightly larger than the primeval mecha. Moreover, since Jiang Chen had no experience with repairing steam mechas, his actions were a bit slow. It took him nearly 5 hours to complete the repair of the mecha. When the last piece of armor closed up, the steam mecha on the repair platform suddenly ejected a burst of steam, forming a cloud overhead. The voice of the mecha soul rose in Jiang Chen's heart. This subordinate failed in combat, please punish me, my lord. Jiang Chen shook his head and patted the brass mecha in front of him. It's normal. Due to the talent I possess, the enemies I encounter often exceed your current strength. Damage during battle is more than normal. Zero came all the way through such circumstances. The focus is on the future. Every time we're damaged, we become even stronger. And, it's your first time, does it still hurt? It does not hurt. After being guided by General Zero, I've already been mentally prepared. In the end, whether it was the bursting forth of my small universe or being shattered and frustrated, none of it hurt at all. Completely unlike what General Zero described. There's no pain? Both Bai Ying and Zero said it was incredibly painful the first time. Jiang Chen pondered. Maybe it's because of the sublimation. When mechas upgrade their rank, there is a thorough evolution and sublimation, where attributes and tendencies undergo enhancement and change. Just like when Zero upgraded previously, subsequent damage only put it into a deep sleep without pain. Yun might have received the experience passed down from Zero, developing the concept to resist damage, and also equipped explosive self-harm modules like Energy Overload and Limitation Unlock. So, during the sublimation, it outright eliminated the drawback of pain. In that case, as long as Zero shares more experience, then future mechas could completely remove settings such as pain, and fully view expanded armor as a path to becoming stronger. At that thought, Jiang Chen was both excited and touched. Zero, you've given so much to this family. At this moment, Zero, equipped with an intelligence module, was looking at Yun enviously in the form of an ember girl. Yun was just a tiny entity before, with low attributes, far from matching her. Yet, after just one sublimation, Yun completely left her behind. The gap between their attributes was almost tenfold. What's more important is, Zero was well aware that even if she equipped 2 more supercharge modules, she couldn't catch up to Yoon as it is now. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a bit dejected. The nature of the Mecha soul is pure, its mood almost written on its face. Without needing any talent to perceive it, Jiang Chen could tell what Zero was thinking. He reached out to stroke her long hair, brushing off a pile of ash, and opened with a smile. "Don't worry, Zero, I've already asked Senior Yano. In the endless difficulty level of the Abyss, there are items that can make up for your shortcomings and enhance your initial quality. I will make sure to get them for you. General Zero, let us consolidate together." "My lord, Yoon." Zero's mood quickly improved, deeply moved. Indeed, she loved her master the most. "All right, let's go and give it a try now." Jiang Chen raised his right hand and touched the Abyss rune. As the breath transformed into text, an additional line of message appeared. "The Tianyuan civilization faces catastrophe, awakening the mark, requesting support. Current catastrophe intensity, 3rd rank. Accept support. Remaining acceptance time, 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Wait a second. Change of plans." Chapter 124. Is your head very hard? _1. Jiang Chen had intended to test the waters in the endless difficulty level, but he saw a distress signal from another civilization. The choice that came next was, without a doubt, unquestionable. The Abyss is right there, I can challenge it anytime. If I ignore the distress signal from the other civilizations, it will disappear in a matter of minutes. Rescue clearly has to be the priority. That was his thought, yet Jiang Chen didn't immediately accept. Instead, he recalled Zero to the Abyss rune and entered the pilot seat of the steam Mecha. Only then, with caution and vigilance, did he touch the Abyss rune on his palm. Senior Yano had already warned him of the existence of fire plunderers within the fire transmitter civilization. Moreover, according to the rules of fire transmitter traits, the distress signal can only be activated in the face of a disaster capable of destroying a civilization, with nothing like the feigned calls to arms by warlords. Therefore, a challenge of 3rd rank intensity, capable of destroying a civilization, indicated one thing. The strongest Mecha pilot of the Tianyuan civilization had not reached the 3rd rank level. This was outrageous. You should know, the prerequisite for obtaining the fire transmitter traits and sending a distress call is, the civilization must have crossed the Abyss and produced a bearer of hope. This is the most basic condition for obtaining the fire transmitter traits. Under such conditions, unless the bearer of hope is the civilization's first Mecha pilot, the strongest one, and his power is the lowest 8-fold increase, unable to reach the 3rd rank level. And the civilization had just undergone fire transmission, with the fire transmitters of other civilizations having just left, and before the bearer of hope could improve his strength, they immediately faced a 3rd rank intensity disaster that could destroy the civilization. Those conditions are just too harsh. By comparison, it's more likely that Tianyuan civilization had encountered an attack by fire plunderers and was a suffering civilization. If Tianyuan civilization is in that situation, my visit to support them would mean I would very likely encounter the Mecha pilots of the fire plunderer civilization. Whether for factional stance or for the exclusive enjoyment of civilization potential, those fire plunderer civilization's Mecha pilots will surely try to eliminate me. Which means, from the moment I accept the support task, the battle has already begun. The steam Mecha moved its body, preparing for battle. Application accepted, beginning rescue mission. Welcome to the Abyss. The next moment, darkness struck, swiftly engulfing him. Current location, Tianyuan civilization. Disaster intensity, 3. Mission, slay the alien beast king, resolve the alien beast disaster. Description: the civilization is ruined, life vanishes, and the survivors huddle in one corner, barely clinging to existence. But the Abyss is never far away. The special genes within the wilderness alien beasts have caused them to undergo a frenzied mutation, forming a tide-like disaster that returns anew. Friendly reminder, free to explore, you may leave the abyss at any time, 1 minute preparation required. A vast and boundless land where purplish-red plants grow wantonly, covering every piece of the earth. A colossal Mecha, over 10,000 meters tall, lies in the middle of this purplish-red prairie, like a majestic mountain range. However, as imposing as it is, it's nothing more than a broken carcass, its length of abandonment unknown, its metal armor covered with moss and vegetation. Even its sides, seams, gaps, and the like have been filled with a large number of man-made structures, extending deep into its body. Clearly, the survivors regard this Mecha wreck as a natural barrier and have established a new city atop it. Unfortunately, although the Mecha's indestructible metal shell can block most monster attacks, the barriers established in the cracks of the metal shell seem so fragile. One by one, feather-covered flying alien beasts spit acid from the sky, rapidly corroding the metal city walls. All sorts of strange beasts flood over like a tide, launching an attack on the breaches. At the breach, several Mecha pilots clad in small Mechas wield different weapons, just barely holding back the invasion of alien beasts. The weapons themselves are not to be underestimated. Especially the machine guns mounted on the city wall that can easily shred the flesh of these alien beasts. But there are just too many alien beasts. They far exceed the limit of what the firepower can cover, continuously consuming the ammo of thermal weapons, the energy of the Mechas, the armor value. A Mecha pilot stuck at the breach retreats while using the flamethrower in his hands to fight the alien beasts. Suddenly, the flames die out, the flamethrower's fuel is exhausted. Without the flame's deterrence, several wolf-like alien beasts pounce fiercely, violently tearing at the outer layer of his Mecha. The armor value rapidly declines until it hits zero and shatters with a loud crash. Before the other Mecha pilots can offer support, a scream is heard as he's directly dismembered and torn apart by several wolf-like alien beasts. Old Chi! One Mecha pilot, seeing this scene, is beside himself with rage. Starting from the alien beast king's call to attack, he had already lost over a dozen close friends. The number of other fallen Mecha pilots was beyond count. He couldn't help but roar over the communication channel. Are you not going to take action yet? Do you really have to wait until all of us are dead before you are willing to step in and wipe out this beast tide? There was silence for a moment. A relaxed voice came through the communication channel. Don't be in such a hurry. How many people have died isn't really important. Since you've already unlocked the group diver trait, all members of the civilization can obtain an abyss rune. As long as you're not wiped out, these low-ranked Mecha pilots are just expendables. We'll act depending on the situation and won't just watch you go extinct. Chapter 125. Is your head hard? _2. Another voice cut in. Yeah, it's only been a few minutes. Hold on a little longer. Besides us, no more than 5 civilizations that can receive the distress signal to transmit the fire will do so. We've already dealt with 3 civilizations' fire transmitters, just hold on a bit longer, and after we clear out these troublesome guys, we'll help your civilization carry on. Another laugh rang out. Yeah, we're the benefactors of your civilization. After dealing with the beast tide, you'll have to properly thank us, haha. The Mecha pilot clenched his teeth, filled with rage and sorrow. Benefactors? The Tianyuan civilization was also once at its peak, resisting the abyss calamity, and its strongest Mecha pilots even broke free from the bonds of their planet and ventured into the stars. But from the moment they crossed the abyss, everything changed. Mecha pilots from alien civilizations came across the abyss and, with their power alone, slaughtered most of Tianyuan's Mecha pilots, shattering the backbone of the civilization. In the end, they left behind what is known as the fire transmitter trait. Having lost their strongest Mecha pilots, the Tianyuan civilization struggled to fend off calamities and could only seek help from other civilizations through the fire transmitter traits. However, every time, it was the Mecha pilots from the same civilization who arrived first. They laid in ambush beforehand, repelled the Mecha pilots from other civilizations, dealt with the calamities, and saved the civilization time and again. During this process, the Tianyuan civilization also continued to grow weaker. 7th rank, 6th rank, 5th rank. Time and again, they drank poison to quench their thirst. Ultimately, Tianyuan fell into its current state, so weak that it couldn't even withstand calamities of 3rd rank. Only the last seed of civilization remains, hiding in the ruins of Mecha left by former pilots, barely clinging to life. Even now, in such dire straits, out of a will to survive, they still could only beg for shelter from their enemies. This Mecha pilot had no choice but to channel his inner fury into the beast tide in front of him. However, the beast tide sweeping over the entire continent, compared to a civilization that has been confined to a corner, seemed virtually endless. Before long, another Mecha pilot ran out of ammunition and exhausted his energy. Just as he was about to fall back to regroup, several alien beasts suddenly pounced on him. The scene from before seemed set to repeat itself. Suddenly, a pitch-black fissure opened in the sky. A 4-meter-tall gold-red Mecha fell from it, squashing several alien beasts into pulp with a squelch. It seemed to sense the oncoming beast tide. The gold-red Mecha raised its right palm, and a massive torrent of flames gushed forth, creating a storm that swept across the field. The beasts assaulting the defense line, just cannon fodder meant to expend ammunition and energy, weren't particularly strong. Faced with these flames, they had little resistance and screeched as they turned to char. The defensive pressure at the breach in the wall plummeted, and that Mecha pilot hurriedly fell back to resupply his ammunition. The situation seemed to be improving. However, the Mecha pilots on the scene didn't have much joy in their hearts. This wasn't the first batch of Mecha pilots from alien civilizations who had arrived in response to the distress signal. 3 groups of pilots had already made an appearance. Without exception, all had been ambushed by fire plunderers, faced dire straits, and were forced to withdraw. They had hardly been of any use. Not to mention, this time, it seemed there was only one Mecha pilot. Just like exploring the abyss, the maximum number of reinforcements from each civilization was 3. Under the same 3rd rank strength, a single Mecha pilot faced with an ambush by 3 Mecha pilots might not even have a chance to retreat. The hope of the Tianyuan civilization sighed inwardly. This unknown civilization's Mecha pilot was likely doomed. As expected, the steam Mecha had just cleared a small wave of beasts. 3 glowing points then locked onto him. The next moment, 3 red energy beams lit up sharply, striking the steam Mecha's armor from different directions. Under the beam attack, the golden bronze armor melted visibly. The steam Mecha seemed to have anticipated this. It immediately raised its hand to throw out a defensive artifact to block the beam. Just then, its movements froze abruptly, and the figure plummeted, the gears and Mecha making sounds of strain. Strong gravity field. Supercharge modules of the technological side could create a high-gravity environment for a short time, achieving a controlling effect. If the enemy was weak, they might even be killed directly by the strong gravity field. As the steam Mecha was hindered in its movements, a series of small missiles flew in from afar, ignoring the effects of the gravity field, and struck the immobilized steam Mecha. Alone and daring to compete for civilization potential. Brothers, let's take them down in one go. An alloy Mecha stood on the outer layer of the ruins, its visor already locked onto the steam Mecha, firing off small missiles one after another. Just then, the steam Mecha suddenly ejected a burst of steam, accompanied by the rotation of gear structures, and large chunks of external armor were blown off. These pieces of shedding armor blocked high-energy beams, blocked the small missiles. At the same time, the steam Mecha seemed to have shed some kind of restraint, its body becoming more slender, with significantly increased strength and speed. With just a slight force on its footing, it broke free from the gravity field range and lunged toward the surrounding alloy Mecha. The alloy Mecha, watching its movement, saw a series of data flash across its visor. Enemy Mecha's strength increased, agility increased. Estimated intensity, strength 19,300, agility 18,200. Threat level, medium. A temporary enhancement talent, or a module. However, that's too little of an increase, even at full burst it's barely under 20,000 strength agility. The pilot of the alloy Mecha, seeing the steam Mecha rushing over, couldn't help but chuckle. He made his move, charging toward the steam Mecha, and shouted through the team's comms. "Don't rush in, 60 seconds left. Since he wants a piece of me, I'll humor him." A civilization's call for help carries a special frequency. Only Mecha pilots of similar strength can receive the corresponding distress signal. This means, this steam Mecha, even if it were hiding its true power, couldn't possibly be that much higher, and certainly couldn't reach the level of a fourth rank. With just this one enemy, even if the pilot of the alloy Mecha went wild for a bit, no problems would arise. After all, 2 teammates were by his side, at worst they would just need to rescue him. Therefore, his 2 teammates just curled their lips but didn't try to stop him. "Don't take too long. There might be new enemies incoming." All right. The alloy Mecha's thrusters accelerated, suddenly transforming its shape, morphing into a metallic colossal ape, and collided with the steam Mecha. Bang! Accompanied by the air shockwave. Steam Mecha parts flew everywhere, but the metallic colossal ape was unmoved, tightly gripping the steam Mecha's arms. It held onto the steam Mecha, and like a wild beast, lifted its forehead and slammed it down fiercely. Bang! 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 Each hit caused the steam Mecha to become more shattered. After all, the steam Mecha's energy overload state, while increasing both strength and agility, greatly reduced its defense. Plus the loss of its own armor value. After the final hit, its structure completely fell apart. Even the central life force energy core shattered on impact. Having thoroughly dominated the enemy Mecha, the pilot of the metallic colossal ape was extremely excited, couldn't help but pat his chest and let out a few hoots. Even his teammates couldn't help but tease him. "Can we not be so stupid? This is called being wild." The pilot of the metallic colossal ape chuckled and looked ahead. But he noticed that as gears and brass armor plates fell with gravity, the pilot of the opposite side didn't fall down but revealed his figure instead. Anti-gravity device. That's not right. Wait, physical enhancement. The man emerging from the steam Mecha began to stretch rapidly, his body swelling with rocky muscles. He resembled a monster undergoing a mutation. Scanning visor swiftly generated information. Enemy target life force energy rising rapidly. Estimated intensity, unknown. Threat, unknown. A phrase in a civilization's language, unrecorded and incomprehensible to anyone, was uttered. "Your head, is it tough?" The next moment, the 2 teammates, through their Mecha visors, saw the muscular giant move at an almost blur-like speed, raising his hands. As if clapping, he brought them together in front. Except, between his hands was the head of the metallic colossal ape. Bang! Like a hurricane, the shockwave spread out, blowing the alien beasts on the ground into disarray. Where several hits from the steam Mecha caused no damage, the head of the metallic colossal ape was now flattened, twisted, and shattered by the hands. Row after row of data crazily popped up on the Mecha's visor. Enemy target life force energy rising rapidly. Estimated intensity, strength 80,600, agility 78,700. Threat, fatal. Chapter 126. The inherently evil fire plunderer Mecha pilot, _1. 80,600 units of strength. The 2 Mecha pilots from the fire plunderer civilization, seeing the attribute information given by the scanning device, felt their hearts stop and found it unbelievable. The rescue signal of the fire transmitter traits is set according to the intensity of the calamity, existing at a corresponding frequency. The current Tianyuan civilization's calamity intensity is roughly 25,000. This means that only those with attributes, ability strength between 20,000 and 30,000, that is, third-rank strength Mecha pilots, can trigger the rescue message. This method of judging ability strength takes into account the Mecha pilot talent. It also considers some temporary explosive modules that can sacrifice part of the attributes to enhance a certain attribute for a short time. However, although this kind of boost seems strong, with a little maneuvering, one can drag it out until the explosion ends. Even if it can increase combat power, when calculating, the added value will not be too exaggerated. With a base strength of 25,000, the explosive type strength maxes out at 50,000. The Fire Plunderer civilization relies on the fire transmitter traits as its lifeline, and the logic and rules related to fire transmission and rescue are definitely clear to them. The attributes of the metallic colossal ape are stuck right at the 30,000 mark. Even if faced with an enemy with an explosive combat power of 50,000, they might not be able to win, but they wouldn't be killed instantly and could easily drag it out until teammates come to the rescue. That's why they were so brazen and unruly. The problem is 80,600 units of strength, 78,700 units of agility. What the hell is this? Were the fire transmitter traits cracked? Did they glitch into the system? These two Mecha pilots from the Fire Plunderer civilization, even if they racked their brains, couldn't imagine that there would actually be a Mecha pilot who, in the short amount of time since arriving here, had gained a surge of 30,000 in explosive attribute growth. Under their incredulous gaze, Jiang Chen split his mouth wide, his facial muscles, released from human limitations, forming a perfect smile. 50 seconds. At stage 3, full power, his life force and stamina were being consumed rapidly at 2% per second. Without considering self-recovery, his stamina could only last for 50 seconds. 3 times the life force limit would allow him to last much longer, but without stamina, he couldn't maintain the full power stance. Moreover, 50 seconds just happened to be 10 seconds shorter than the time required to break free from the abyss. In other words, he had to deal with 3 enemies within 50 seconds. Yes, 3. The metallic colossal ape had about 30,000 or so in combat power attributes. It wouldn't be killed instantly with a single slap. Although Jiang Chen had flattened the Mecha's head, the pilot wasn't in the Mecha's head but was in the central cockpit, protected by a thick outer shell. So, Jiang Chen clasped his fists together and, from above downwards, brought them down forcefully. Boom! The metallic colossal ape was smashed straight into the ground like a meteor. Jiang Chen followed suit, his left and right hands punching continuously, relentlessly striking the thick armor plating. During this process, his fists were also embellished with thorns overgrowth flesh thorns, punching at the Mecha while absorbing its energy, transforming it into his own life force. Surely, the mere alloy shell could not compare to a body tempered by relentless training. The armor value dropped like water draining away, and within just a few seconds, it was completely smashed open, revealing the Mecha pilot inside with a horrified face. "Damn it, save me!" This Mecha pilot yelled while touching the Abyss Rune on his arm. The Abyss Rune's aura gushed forth, transforming into brand new alloy, closing swiftly, trying to morph back into a brand new Mecha. However, Jiang Chen brought down his fist. Along with the alloy shell, the Mecha pilot was turned into a mash of flesh. 43 seconds. Thump! Jiang Chen kicked off the ground, combining the acceleration of the bioorganic force field, and burst out from the ground like a cannonball, smashing up towards the towering Mecha above. The 3 Mecha pilots from the Fire Plunderer civilization, in order to ambush other civilizations' Mecha pilots and launch a quick attack, did not stray too far. Facing the super speed brought by 78,700 units of agility, they were directly rushed at face-to-face, caught right in front of him. The second Mecha pilot was wearing a pure liquid state Mecha. He was wrapped in a semi-transparent azure liquid at the center, like a water elemental giant. The advantage of this type of Mecha is that it's very tough and has strong recovery capabilities, able to absorb a great degree of physical attacks to a large extent. Jiang Chen's punch exploded the liquid, scattering it, but it quickly returned to its original state. It seemed that he was perfectly countered. However, the Mecha pilot hadn't had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Ice crystals suddenly emerged on the surface of Jiang Chen's palms. The ice crystals spread out quickly, causing the liquid form Mecha to solidify into a solid ice crystal state. Jiang Chen raised his right hand and smashed down hard. Unluckily for you, I just so happened to counter your counter against me. Like a rampaging beast, Jiang Chen repeatedly hammered the liquid form Mecha. No matter how the opposing Mecha pilot manipulated the Mecha to form sharp, high-frequency water blades to slice into his muscular body, creating wounds deep enough to expose bone, his expression didn't change. Even Zero and Yun, as fragile Mechas, could overcome pain. How could his own body, toughened by relentless training, stop its actions over mere injuries? Not to mention, Jiang Chen's body was already covered in numerous flesh-colored thorns. The melee water blade struck him, triggering the same reflective damage. In the end, Jiang Chen raised his fists, large as pots, and directly penetrated the liquid protective film, along with the Mecha pilot inside, reducing everything to a splash of red liquid. 31 seconds. Jiang Chen turned back, gazing at the third Mecha releasing high-energy lasers for his skin treatment, revealing a smile. Chapter 127. The Inherently Evil Fire Plunderer Mecha Pilot, _2. He forcibly resisted the high-energy laser, flying towards that Mecha. Because the removal of human limitations reduces personal defense attributes. The high-energy laser continuously scorched his flesh, causing it to carbonize, but new flesh kept regrowing, causing the carbonized flesh to fall off. Twice the extra life force, it hadn't yet been exhausted. Whenever the body sustained damage, this extra life force would be rapidly depleted, allowing the wounds to heal quickly. To the outside world, it appeared almost as if he was injured one moment and recovered the next. Therefore, the third fire plunderer saw this humanoid monster, and its terrifying healing ability almost caused his spirit to collapse. How to fight? 80,000 force agility. The ability to heal instantly from injuries. He had violently killed 2 fire plunderer companions, and his body bore not a single wound. He was even laughing. Seeing that spine-chilling smile, the fire plunderer completely broke down, rapidly touched the abyss rune, summoned the remaining 2 Mechas, and kept attacking Jiang Chen. He himself maneuvered a high-speed Mecha, flying in one direction, at great speed. Just hold on for 60 seconds, and he could leave the abyss, returning to civilization. But this fire plunderer hadn't flown far. When he saw the muscle-bound monster appear right beside him, he actually ignored the 2 Mechas, withstanding their attacks, and even let them cling to his body, as he still charged straight at him. Just like ants can't stop an elephant. How could mere 2 Mechas hinder my body, tempered through 1,000 trials? Jiang Chen grabbed the Mecha's head with one hand and raised his fist. At that moment, it was like Mecha's soul perception. He suddenly sensed the emotions and voices inside the fire plunderer Mecha pilot. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. I am a Mecha pilot of Fire Transmitter Civilization, here to aid this civilization. Previously mistook you for a fire plunderer, so we. With a thought, Jiang Chen used the soul of machinery trait to cut off the mental messages coming from the other side. His fist came crashing down fiercely. Nonsense! He is the righteous fire transmitter. These Mecha pilots attacked him without saying a word. And now they think to talk their way out of it. Shut up, you inherently evil fire plunderer Mecha pilots! The righteous fist thundered down. 11 seconds. Shortly after, Jiang Chen ended the fight, expelled waste gas through his pores, returned to his normal size, and took a deep breath of relief. The speed was a bit slow. It took a full 39 seconds to deal with 3 Fire Plunderer Civilization Mecha pilots. If it had dragged on for 11 more seconds, he would have had to end the full power mode and enter sunbathing mode to replenish his depleted stamina. By then, these Fire Plunderer Mecha pilots would have definitely escaped. Still not strong enough. Take it slow, first help Tianyuan civilization resolve the Abyss calamity, then think about growth. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the land. While he was fighting the 3 Fire Plunderer Mecha pilots, the beast swarm didn't stop because of it. They seemed to possess a collective will, controlled by some master creature, not drawn away by the previous battle. Even if occasionally affected, their target remained very clear. They still maintained the beast swarm, rushing towards the breach where the survivors of Tianyuan civilization were located, fearless of death, only seeking to inflict some damage. This behavior, completely detached from biological instincts and solely fixated on the destruction of civilization, made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but frown. These alien beasts. Were they really just randomly born in the abyss as a calamity? If there wasn't any will interfering, why do all civilizations encounter calamities aimed at their destruction? And no matter how many times they're repelled, they always manage to evolve anew and return. Until civilization is destroyed, becoming the master of the world. Jiang Chen's confusion didn't affect his actions. He turned into a meteor and plunged into the earth, not releasing any abilities such as icy flames. He simply used thorn spikes, rampaging straight through and grinding all the alien beasts he touched to bits, trampling them into mush. Moments later, he was back at the defense line of the Tianyuan civilization. One burst of super energy flames cleared almost half of the alien beasts at the entrance, easing the pressure on the defenders. A Mecha quickly approached his side and spoke. DSKJF. Sir, thank you for killing those detestable vampires. Jiang Chen now understood that the external translation devices used by Planet Blue Star were the real universal translators. A forging master of Planet Blue Star, through his own Mecha pilot talent, could make the external equipment awaken a special Mecha soul. This special Mecha soul had little effect when used to increase the power of the equipment. However, when placed within a translator, it could unleash a special effect. They could capture the thoughts and emotions that spilled over when others communicated, transforming them into the language the user needed. This effect was similar to a special Mecha soul communication. After all, a Mecha soul in itself had no language but communicated through emotional perception. At this moment, the effect of the external translation device was functioning properly. It transformed the words of the Tianyuan Mecha pilot into the language of Planet Blue Star. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, those guys are the innately evil Fire Plunderer Mecha pilots. Releasing the flames again to clear a wave of the alien beast horde, Jiang Chen spoke. Don't worry, I am a fire transmitter on the side of order, different from those fire plunderers. I have come to save civilization. Just give me a moment to rest and restore some energy. Then I will help you wipe out the beast tide and resolve this abyss calamity. Thank you, fire transmitter, sir. The Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization were quite emotional. They were exploited by the fire plunderers, used as tools for increasing civilization potential and had suffered enough days without hope. Even after this calamity was over, they might still not be able to rise again. Still facing the next calamity, to be exploited by the fire plunderers again. But at least, they had witnessed the deaths of 3 fire plunderers and had their moment of spite. The Mecha pilots who died in the beast tide also had the fire plunderers as company in death. Sir, how long do you need to rest, and is there anything we can do for you? We will do our best to meet your requirements. A Mecha pilot asked. They had witnessed that intense fight, and this special Mecha pilot with an incredibly strong physique had endured many attacks and needed to recuperate, which was only natural. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need, I'll be fine shortly. Shortly. In fact, I'm already almost there. Jiang Chen stretched his body, feeling his energy slowly filling back up. The 57 stacked layers of first-rank blood demon transformation brought him a recovery speed of up to 285 points of energy. Coupled with his own base recovery rate of 37.79 points of energy. Once the efficiency was maxed out, his energy recovery speed could reach as high as 322.79 points/s. In just 2 minutes, he could restore nearly 40,000 points of energy. To know, a steam mecha equipped with the star energy module had an energy cap of only 13,000. Therefore, after only a brief rest and some conversation. Stage 3, the energy spent at full power had already been restored by almost half. As for life force, just basking in the sun might have been somewhat insufficient. Jiang Chen planned to use Thorn's overgrowth's life-draining effect to draw life force from the beast tide. At this moment, as he watched the nearly endless tide of beasts, he couldn't help but smile. Lacking in energy? Draw it from life force. Lacking in life force? Aren't there medical packs everywhere? The rest is up to them. Chapter 128. May the flames of passion burn eternally. 1. The towering Mecha, standing over 10,000 meters tall, must have been at least an 8th rank Mecha. Even now, though utterly destroyed and eroded by time, the rugged outer armor was not something that these alien beasts could damage. It became a natural shelter, forcing the alien beast tide to surge through a narrow gap, where they couldn't fully exploit their numerical advantage. Jiang Chen stood at the forefront of the gap, rapidly clearing these abyss monsters. Even if he couldn't completely block all the alien beasts, he significantly reduced the pressure on Planet Blue Star's defense line. This allowed Planet Blue Star's mecha pilots time to catch their breath, to withdraw from combat, and to replenish their lost energy through supply items, or to reload their weapons with ammunition. The crumbling situation was swiftly stabilized. The mighty mecha pilot from olden days, even in his fall, still shelters the descendants of civilization. As Jiang Chen replenished his life force, such a scene touched him slightly. Just like Sunshine City above Planet Blue Star. Even though that high-rank mecha pilot perished in the abyss, his Sunshine City mecha still executed the commands of its master, orbiting above the planet, sheltering civilization. Day and night without end. However, the descendants of Planet Blue Star's civilization had clearly suffered too many calamities and had been weakened to an infuriating degree. Not to mention the extremely low ranks of their mechas. The means they used to fight the alien beasts were primitive thermal weapons like flamethrowers and machine gun turrets fueled by consuming gasoline and bullets. Just as Planet Blue Star faced when the abyss monsters first invaded. Fighter jets, tanks, machine guns, missiles, even nuclear weapons, these standard technological arms could harm abyss monsters. Just like the magic impartation of magic civilizations, or the transcendent pathways of transcendent civilizations. Apart from the mecha pilot system, many civilizations possessed their own power systems to cope with abyss monsters. Even as the mecha pilot system developed, these power systems did not vanish but gradually integrated into the mecha pilot system to improve efficiency. For example, Jiang Chen once used small thermal energy sword, small thermal energy pistol. These were external equipment that Planet Blue Star's mecha pilots combined with technology, utilizing the perpetual energy source of Abyss Mecha. These technological weapons could effectively help a civilization survive through a weaker period, allowing mecha pilots to grow and eventually pilot high-rank mechas to contend with terrifying monsters that ordinary weapons could not defeat. If such a scale of beast tide occurred on Planet Blue Star, even without mecha pilots, nations could easily fend off the beast tide using armies, thermal weapons, missiles, and nuclear arms, locating and exterminating the so-called third-rank alien beast king. Yet Planet Blue Star's civilization has fallen into such a state. Clearly, not only has the mecha pilot system been destroyed, but even the technological heritage of the civilization has likely been forcefully disrupted. Thinking of these matters, Jiang Chen was not merely lamenting. After killing the Mecha pilot from the Fire Plunderer civilization, with his nearly boundless stamina, it wouldn't be a difficult task to deal with the alien beast tide that planet Blue Star faced, including that alien beast king. All 3 Mecha pilots from the Fire Plunderer civilization were taken down by him in direct combat. Utilizing the explosive strength of 80,000, dealing with it would not be an easy task. But defeating the alien beast king would meet the rescue conditions, but wouldn't truly accomplish the mission of fire transmission. Because the calamity that planet Blue Star now faced was no longer merely an abyss calamity. It was the compounded calamity brought about by the Fire Plunderer civilization. Even if Jiang Chen killed the alien beast king and escaped the abyss, the remnant sparks of planet Blue Star's civilization, stripped of its cultural legacy, would still be too weak to develop in time to withstand the resurgent abyss calamity. They would only trigger another call for help, doomed to repeat the cycle until their remaining value was completely drained and they headed towards destruction. This was the real predicament faced by planet Blue Star's civilization. At the same time, this was the goal of the Fire Plunderer civilization. As a young man with sound principles, seeing a civilization and humanity similar to that of planet Blue Star exploited like fattening pigs by the Fire Plunderers naturally made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. Not to mention, as the beacon of hope for the Fire Transmitter faction, rescuing civilizations oppressed by the Fire Plunderer civilization was an expected course of action. At that moment, he continued to deal with the beast disaster while pondering solutions. Jiang Chen's life force and stamina quickly returned to peak levels. Without any team members, he had to let planet Blue Star's Mecha pilots hold on a little longer while he flew solo into the beast tide, searching for traces of the Beast King. Luckily, he had high energy perception ability. Jiang Chen swept across the vast sea of beasts from above, constantly filtering out those life forms with prominent life force energy, capable of triggering a high energy reaction. He soon found the location of the alien Beast King. Directly removing human limitations, he activated full-powered burst mode, and with a force agility attribute around 80,000, he crashed down like a meteor. Indeed, the 3 Mecha pilots from the Fire Plunderer civilization who had received the distress signal must have met the conditions to cross the abyss. Meaning, regardless of whether they were top geniuses of the Fire Plunderer civilization, they must have received supercharged Mechas and several times the talent enhancements with the support of their civilization. For planet Blue Star, they would definitely be top genius Mecha pilots. At the very least equivalent to 3 Simons. Chapter 129. May the flames of passion burn eternally _2. For this reason, they could leverage their first mover advantage to drive back the supporters of several civilizations. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was simply too unreasonable. His attributes before the support were at one level, but as soon as he received the support, his attributes skyrocketed to a new standard. On top of that, they possessed third-rank strength, which meant they could wear at most second-rank supercharged mecha, limiting the number of modules they could equip. Without many special function modules to coordinate with, basic attributes accounted for the vast majority of their combat power. Thus, they were annihilated by Jiang Chen with a crushing stance. Lower ranks rely on basic attributes, higher ranks gain various abilities. For me, though, the difference isn't significant. After all, the ability modules I absorb from the Mecha also possess growth potential and can maintain supremacy in all aspects forever. The key is the expanded armor upgrade. If I hadn't just strengthened my Mecha, but instead waited until I had absorbed Mecha attributes many times, and each talent trigger could only increase my strength by a few %, the battle would definitely be much more difficult than it is now. Therefore, as long as the Mecha attributes aren't much weaker than mine, I can maintain the greatest advantage during fire transmission rescues. Jiang Chen completely comprehended the rules of fire transmission. Simply put, it means paying attention to strengthening the Mecha and not getting too stuck in rank. Upgrade when you should, improve when you must, keeping the Mecha attributes and the body's attributes in a perfect growth ratio. That way, you can grow rapidly and crush those of the same rank. Like now. Normally, the fire transmitter Mecha pilots who rushed to the rescue were supposed to engage in a tough battle with the alien Beast King to save the civilization and ignite the fire. Jiang Chen's attribute suppression and dimensionality reduction assault, with a swift aura, turned the alien Beast King into mincemeat. The Abyss atmosphere flowed into the Abyss rune. Killing the alien Beast King, obtained special material, alien beast blood. Successfully killed the leader, ended the Abyss calamity, completed the rescue mission. Fire transmitter traits have been triggered. Planet Blue Star's civilization potential is enhanced, current potential, 4. An unknown trait is brewing, insufficient civilization potential, please continue to enhance. Settlement complete, would you like to leave the Abyss immediately? Note, declining to leave grants an additional 24-hour stay. Declined to leave. The alien Beast King was dead, but the beast tide did not follow suit and instead scattered and fled, spreading out across the entire continent. Clearly, they would cause new troubles in the future. Jiang Chen planned to give some extra help to the Tianyuan civilization. Regardless of whether this help could enable the Tianyuan civilization to rise again and break free from its vulnerable situation. At least as a fire transmitter, he would feel a bit more at ease. That was sufficient. He flew back to where the majestic scrapped Mecha was and landed again at the Tianyuan front line. When the Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization saw Jiang Chen return, they immediately gripped their hearts, and several who had just recalled their Mecha couldn't help but touch the Abyss rune again. It wasn't that they were overreacting, but the civilization of the fire plunderers had left them with a deep shadow. After every extermination of a calamity, the Mecha pilots from the fire plunderer civilization would behave wildly during their 24-hour stay under the guise of enjoying victory. Now, this fire transmitter civilization's Mecha pilot was indeed about to start enjoying his victory. The hearts of many Tianyuan civilization Mecha pilots held nothing but sorrow and numbness. Luckily, there was only one fire transmitter, so perhaps he would be a bit easier to handle. The Tianyuan civilization's person of hope sighed inwardly and stepped forward respectfully. Do you have any other orders, sir? We will do our best to fulfill your requests. Do you have decryption devices? Jiang Chen, who had limited time to stay, got straight to the point and took out a semi-transparent tablet. He had previously thought, since he was already juggling two professions, repair and strengthening, he might as well add blacksmithing to his repertoire and forge some external equipment for himself, making it much easier to repair his own gear. Hence, he purchased some blacksmithing courses and resource books while in Sunshine City, Chapter 53. All this blacksmith-related material was recorded on this e-books chip, convenient for quick reference. It involved the manufacturing and principles of technology-based external equipment such as thermal energy weapons, high explosives weapons, and individual nuclear arms, along with many related pieces of knowledge. Yes, to moonlight as a craftsman, what is needed is not proficiency, nor skills, but knowledge. Magic knowledge, technological knowledge, transcendent knowledge. Only with this knowledge can one forge external equipment that can be used with mechas and taken into the Abyss. Jiang Chen was busy clearing the Abyss, practicing repair and strengthening, and had already expended all his energy. So, upon seeing these complex pieces of knowledge, he immediately tossed them to the bottom of the warehouse. He planned to consider moonlighting as a craftsman after absorbing the smart module in the future, which would enhance his computing power and learning abilities. But now, they found a use. If given to the people of the Tianyuan civilization, along with the part of civilization knowledge they already have, it would be equivalent to giving them part of a technological heritage. If executed well, they might significantly improve their technological level before the next beast tide arrives, thus better addressing the calamity. They would vie for more time for the growth and development of the civilization's Mecha pilots. After all, although these weapons cannot be carried into the abyss, they can be used normally in the present world without being restricted by the rank of Mecha pilots. Besides these things, Jiang Chen also took out the nascent form Mecha with transcending roots that was at the bottom of the pile and 2 supercharged core modules that he obtained from quickly farming the abyss but could not use, and handed them over to the Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization. These things are very precious to a civilization that has not crossed the abyss. In the eyes of Jiang Chen at present, they were merely the matter of an additional run in the abyss, taking no more than a few minutes. The strongest alien beast has been dealt with. You can organize exploration teams to search for materials in the civilization ruins. First, use this knowledge to forge some emergency weapons, and then select a genius. Let him use these things to quickly enhance his ability. It's best to be a genius with physical enhancement, more convenient for powering through the abyss. Once you get the snowball rolling, acquiring more knowledge and power from the abyss, perhaps you could rise again and break free from the control of the fire plunderers. The Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization stared blankly at Jiang Chen. They had thought that this fire transmitter Mecha pilot was here to enjoy the victory. Instead, Jiang Chen took out so many precious items, almost enough to turn the civilization's fortunes around, without any demands. At that moment, the Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization felt as if they were seeing the angels and saints from the old era's myths. His hands trembled, he spoke incredulously. "You are just a little help," Jiang Chen said, but he thought of Yano from the Gaia civilization. In regard to Planet Blue Star, he had once saved Planet Blue Star and then guided himself to gain more authority. The remuneration he asked for was just a barbecue. And predecessors such as Mecha pilots who were symbols of the alliance. Compared to those cunning fire plunderers, they were the true fire transmitters. Civilization lies in continuity, and hope in its transmission. I have once received gifts from others, and now I am simply continuing this gift," Jiang Chen said with a smile. The abyss may be filled with darkness, but there are also those who carry hope as fire transmitters, illuminating the way forward. May the fire burn long, we shall meet again in the future. Jiang Chen had done what he wanted to do. He clenched his right hand slightly, allowing the darkness to come forth, swallowing his form. The Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization, looking at where he had disappeared, fell silent for a moment. Compared to the fire plunderer civilization that had exploited the Tianyuan civilization and brought them to their current state, this fire transmitter was unbelievably gentle, gentle to the point of surreal. Only the materials and modules in their hands proved everything that had just happened. The person of hope from the Tianyuan civilization felt a twinge in his nose. He exhaled softly, speaking quietly. May the fire burn long. Chapter 130. The truly powerful human body needs no rest. 1. In the present world, at the star base, within the Mecha repair zone, the abyssal rift opened, and Jiang Chen alighted nimbly onto the ground. He saw the Mecha repair tools that had not been completely put away and couldn't help but laugh. Just finished repairing the Mecha, stepped out for a bit, and now I have to fix it again. Since becoming a Mecha pilot, Jiang Chen hadn't been at it for very long. If he wasn't repairing Mechas, he was on his way to repair them. If there were a ranking for armor breaches, he would not claim to surpass the 8th rank, but at least among low-ranked Mecha pilots, he was unrivaled. However, Jiang Chen did not immediately start repairing the Mecha. This time, he responded to a distress signal, rescued the Tianyuan civilization, and harvested civilization potential, understanding the rules of fire transmission. At the same time, he discovered something very important. The distress signals received by low-ranked Mecha pilots almost all came from distressed civilizations. After all, a civilization that could successfully cross the abyss wouldn't be unable to deal with disasters of the 3rd or 4th rank. Only those civilizations oppressed by fire plunderers would end up in such a dire state. These distressed civilizations often had their cultural inheritance shattered, resulting in gaps. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to summon Bai Ying to help him organize a set of technological heritage. The next time he rescued a civilization, he could be more helpful, rather than hastily applying a construction guide. In addition, the heritages of different civilizations would differ. The Tianyuan civilization that Jiang Chen encountered this time was clearly technology-oriented, with weapons like machine guns and cannons. In the future, he would inevitably encounter magical civilizations, transcendent civilizations, biological civilizations, and others. If the other party was not a distressed civilization and still retained a complete heritage, Jiang Chen could exchange his technological heritage with them, helping each other and developing together. However, Jiang Chen had only just conceived this idea. He had not yet had the chance to summon Bai Ying. The abyss rune automatically triggered, and rows of text converged before his eyes. Received gratitude from the Tianyuan civilization, ignited the light of hope, and achieved a special condition for fire transmission. Obtained a special item, light of impartation. Along with the flowing script, a fist-sized orb of light appeared in midair. Jiang Chen looked at the scene, astonished. Is this a hidden reward? And why does it look so similar to the light of hope that Senior Yano took out to help unlock his light of hope authority? Jiang Chen extended a finger to try and touch the orb of light. A stream of emotion flowed through his fingertip, as if forming a single thought. Thank you. At the same time, an immense amount of knowledge surged into his mind, bringing neither discomfort nor pain, but rather being quickly digested and absorbed. It was as if this knowledge had been studied millions of times before, already deeply ingrained in his memory. The text before his eyes changed. You have acquired the basic knowledge, basic thermodynamics. You have acquired the basic knowledge, universal gravitation. You have acquired the advanced knowledge, beginner stage gravitational control. Is this the lost technological heritage of the Tianyuan civilization? Through the light of impartation, was it completely assimilated by me? Jiang Chen thought back to the scene he witnessed when he encountered the light of hope and had an epiphany. The fire of civilization is not a truly independent will, but a collective of the subconscious minds of the populace. When the Mecha pilots of the Tianyuan civilization felt heartfelt gratitude towards him, this sentiment was transformed through the traits of a fire transmitter into this light of impartation. It contained the advanced knowledge from many Mecha pilots of ancient times, knowledge that the Tianyuan civilization had since lost. So this means, although the Mecha pilots of Tianyuan civilizations past have long since passed away, their subconscious remains within the fire of civilization, like a soul, watching over their descendants. Jiang Chen felt moved. This was indeed the romance of the abyss. Of course, after reviewing it, Jiang Chen realized the knowledge brought by the light of impartation didn't constitute a complete civilization's heritage, much was still lost. Clearly, it was only a small part of the Tianyuan civilization's past heritage. However, just a small part was enough to benefit Jiang Chen considerably. Even within civilizations that side with technology, differences in development can emerge due to the diversity of worlds and planets, leading them onto different paths. For example, Jiang Chen discovered a piece of knowledge called beginner stage gravitational control from the technologies of the Tianyuan civilization. Through this branch of technological knowledge, devices such as anti-gravity devices and gravity controllers can be manufactured, which in turn leads to the creation of various technological constructs like anti-gravity vehicles. This could completely complement the technological tree of planet Blue Star. At the same time, it could be used to craft new external equipment for Mechas, adding more uses. If Jiang Chen, when he was previously attacked by a Mecha pilot of the fire transmitter civilization, had an anti-gravity external equipment, he wouldn't have been controlled by the gravity field from the start and the fight would have been a bit easier for him. The knowledge given away, in the end, has transformed into new knowledge, returning back to me. Jiang Chen slowly digested the knowledge, when suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Because his growth was too rapid, and he possessed the ability to absorb modules. Most of the external mecha equipment on planet Blue Star didn't mean much to him. They were either easily outdated, or one use of his damage absorption module could directly crush the power of the weapons. Therefore, he hadn't updated his muscle armor equipment recently. Now, with the beginner stage gravitational control knowledge acquired from the Tianyuan civilization, it seemed that he could prepare some special, supportive muscle armor equipment. For instance, the gravity warhammer, a melee weapon that could significantly increase its weight and power by applying gravity. Or take the gravitational gloves, for example. They could capture and pull enemies from a distance, creating effects like slowing and pulling, or even directly bringing the enemies to one's fist. Such special equipment didn't have to worry about power issues and could be stacked with many damage modules for cumulative effects. They could also be used for a longer period of time without worrying about becoming outdated. After all, most modules related to gravity and gravitation are high-rank modules, their effects are too awesome, and low-ranked mechas simply cannot bear them. Currently, the ranks of mechas are too low, and they can only temporarily compensate for the lack of methods through external equipment. Thinking of these scenarios, Jiang Chen immediately called up Li Xiao. "Boss, I just got some great stuff." Knowledge is knowledge. Jiang Chen had not systematically studied construction, so he could not personally forge equipment. Moreover, there was no need for him, the hope of planet Blue Star, to get his hands dirty. With talent abounding on planet Blue Star, Li Xiao quickly connected him with an 8th rank master constructor who started to learn the beginner stage gravitational control knowledge he brought back. However, even with special tools to aid learning, knowledge acquisition takes time. And trying to build equipment requires quite a bit of time as well. After entrusting the master constructor, Jiang Chen didn't just wait for the equipment to arrive. He repaired the damaged steam mecha and initiated the rapid abyss clearing mode. Almost 40,000 in basic attributes. After releasing the limits of the human body, a staggering 80,000 in force agility. Such exaggerated attributes, when placed in the first rank abyss, amounted to an inhuman slaughter. From entering the abyss, meeting the abyss overlord, conducting a physical exam of the overlord to check its physical condition and basic data, happily sending it off, leaving the abyss, re-entering the abyss. This whole process, on average, took 15 minutes. 24 hours a day, a total of 1,440 minutes. It can be calculated that a total of 96 abyss difficulty levels can be cleared in one day. However, Jiang Chen also had to write guides for clearing the abyss on the forums, which was a significant use of his time. This affected his clearing speed, resulting in only 80 abyss difficulty levels being cleared per day. After 5 days, that's 400 abyss difficulty levels. What? Rest? For a truly strong body, exercise is the same as rest. Which means, for 5 whole days, Jiang Chen increased the number of age-old shadows at the first layer from a hard-earned 157 to an astonishing 557. He obtained 800 first-rank supercharge modules, 300 excellent quality nascent form mechas, and 500 brand new mecha pilot traits. The world was astounded. Chapter 131. Another set, 1 set per person _1. A few days ago, don't even mention the abyss difficulty level. Just clearing the hell difficulty level would have been enough to cause a huge sensation on planet Blue Star. Simon from the ARC organization merely released a few messages, which was enough to garner the eager attention of all mecha pilots. In just a few days, Jiang Chen not only cleared the hell difficulty level single-handedly but also took advantage of the situation and cleared the abyss difficulty level as well. He successfully shattered the shackles of civilization, bringing forth elements like civilization potential and civilization traits. He gave everyone the potential to become a mecha pilot. While people were shocked, they thought it would end there. Shock has a threshold, and when shocking events happen in succession, people's attitudes also tend to stabilize and adapt gradually. So, when Jiang Chen faced Yano, clearing the abyss difficulty level 5 times in a row in a short period did not cause too big of a sensation. The Mecha pilots of planet Blue Star were surprised for a while, exclaimed for a bit, and then it was over. They focused their main energy on pioneering the new instances that appeared after Jiang Chen cleared the abyss. These instances would produce new materials and modules, thereby changing the path of Blue Star's mechas and leading to new combinations and directions of evolution. Therefore, the value of the output would be slightly higher. The Mecha pilots were even discussing how Jiang Chen would next clear the abyss difficulty level, and how they could rush through the lower difficulties the first time to get the first clearance at lower difficulties. It could be considered a small achievement to boast about in front of friends. But then, while they were discussing, Jiang Chen suddenly started to go berserk, forcefully crushing the abyss difficulty level beneath him, and cleared it 8 times in one day. He even published a strategy guide with reflections on his 8 clearances. In that moment, he completely shattered the shock threshold of the Mecha pilots of Blue Star, taking them to an even higher peak. 80 times? You really dared to clear it that many times? Even if they went to the bathroom, they couldn't go 80 times in a day. While the world was stunned, Jiang Chen did not stop his steps. The first day, the second day, the third day. He maintained an almost fixed clearance time like a precise machine for 5 days straight, consistently clearing the abyss difficulty level 80 times each day. The emotions of the Mecha pilots went from shock, to awe, to numbing, and finally evolved into fear. You should know that the energy of an ordinary Mecha pilot is limited, just like working with high intensity. You can only maintain it for a few hours at most before becoming physically and mentally exhausted, and you need to rest your mind. In addition, mechas undergo wear and tear in battle and require maintenance. Energy consumption is the same. It's impossible to have an almost endless supply of energy like Jiang Chen. When the energy is exhausted, it takes at least an hour or 2 to replenish, or to use special items. So, for Mecha pilots who are not of the physique enhancement type, the number of times they can explore the abyss in one day is extremely limited. Taking into account the level of a first-rank Mecha pilot, even those of the physique enhancement type must be concerned about their own energy loss. These first-rank Mecha pilots, with their limited strength and energy, now had to face a new age-old shadow refreshing every 15 minutes, 80 in total each day. Constantly exploring, endlessly pursuing. I vomited, I really vomited. It's no use, boss, we really can't keep up anymore. By the 5th day, many Mecha pilots had already developed a slight fear of the new age-old shadows. They gave up the meaningless pursuit of progress and started selecting age-old shadows that suited them to explore and obtain the resources they wanted. Thus, on the 5th day, a strange scene appeared on Blue Star. One of the new age-old shadows, opened after Jiang Chen cleared the abyss difficulty level, waited for a whole 5 or 6 hours without a single Mecha pilot attempting it. With his own strength, he had single-handedly exhausted the 100,000-plus first-rank Mecha pilots of Blue Star. Seeing this scene, those high-rank Mecha pilots were stunned. The rate of opening new abysses actually surpassed the rate of exploring them. Can you believe it? It was at this time that Jiang Chen finally stopped. Firstly, he felt it was about enough. Although the new age-old shadow would expand the Mecha system of Blue Star, one also had to consider the absorption capacity of Blue Star. Module combinations and material matching require time to explore. 557 Abyss Level 1s are enough for the Mecha pilots of Blue Star to digest for a considerably long time. By the time these Abyss instances are fully explored, Blue Star's new generation of geniuses should have grown up and reached the point where they can clear the Abyss Level 1 difficulty. At that time, they will be able to cross the Abyss and open up more new levels of Abyss difficulty, thus forming a new positive cycle. Supercharge modules and nascent form mechas are also the same principle. Deducting the ones Jiang Chen selected for his favorites, for 0, Yun, and for the 3rd and 4th mechas left as spare, there were a total of 24 supercharge modules. plus the 24 supercharge modules selected for friends and parents. And the corresponding Mecha pilot traits, excellent nascent forms. On top of the superfluous supercharge modules that were unused from earlier clearances. There are still a total of 764 premium supercharge modules left. These supercharge modules, combined with the All Blue Star Genius competition, are enough to cultivate 100 ultra-strong geniuses for Blue Star. This will be the first batch of unrivaled geniuses of the new era of Blue Star, paving the way for the future talents of Blue Star. At the same time, it is also paving the way for Jiang Chen himself. When Jiang Chen is ready to forge a new Mecha, these geniuses should have expanded the 557 age-old shadows once again to obtain more unique first-rank outputs. Chapter 132. Another set, one set per person _2. Jiang Chen could also use this method to continue refining his selections. It provided more options for the construction of the new Mecha. Furthermore, another reason Jiang Chen stopped the rapid abyss clearing mode was because the new equipment was finally built. The 8th rank constructor had already sent the details of the new equipment through the personal terminal. Gravity Metal Fist. Rank, 3, 7. Quality, Epic. Type, External Close Combat Weapon. Effect 1, equipped with traction, super heavy, and protection, 3 special modes that can be switched at any time. Effect 2, traction mode, consumes 100 Mecha energy per second, activates gravitational pull on any target, resulting in traction/close approach effects depending on the mass difference between both parties. The gravitational effect is related to energy consumption. Effect 3, super heavy mode, consumes 1000 Mecha energy, makes the next attack generate a super gravity field, adding 100% extra strength to the attack. Additional cap, 100,000 strength. Effect 4, protection mode, consumes 1000 Mecha energy, generates an anti-gravity field, produces a reactive force against enemy attacks, weakening a portion of the attack's strength. Weakening cap, 100,000 strength. Effect 5, self-adaptive size, compatible with large-scale mechas at most, and the larger the volume, the stronger the power. At maximum volume, increases power by 50%. Effect 6, power is limited, but by increasing the power, the rank of the weapon and the upper limit of its strength can be enhanced, up to 7th rank. Effect 7, external weapon, energy consumption increases by an additional 100%, due to the weapon's master trait, the total power of the weapon is increased by 50%. Description, earth-shattering, sky-crumbling. Epic quality external equipment. Even the symbol of the Alliance's Divine Lord Mecha is only of epic quality. 3 switchable modes, each mode's effect is exceptionally good, plus it's like a growing equipment that can increase power. It can be used for a long time without becoming obsolete. Moreover, as a pair of gauntlets, it can activate different modes for the left and right fists. Traction for the left fist, super heavy for the right, a soul-stirring strike. Jiang Chen felt extremely satisfied. Unfortunately, being epic quality advanced external weapons. To forge the gravity metal fist, the 8th rank Mecha pilot used many advanced materials, including some unique materials produced by Ascension trials. It wasn't possible to create more high-quality equipment. This was a slight regret. When Jiang Chen went to collect the new equipment, he conveniently found Li Xiao and handed over all the rare resources like the supercharge module to him. When Li Xiao saw the once rare supercharge modules now a full box in front of him, he finally couldn't control his facial expression and his eyes widened. This is... Boss, haven't you already started to organize and promote the Planet Blue Star Talent Competition? This is the promised prize. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Chen's smile, dumbstruck. A few days ago, they had indeed agreed to use supercharge modules and top-quality nascent form mechas as the competition rewards. But, naturally, he assumed that Jiang Chen could take out about 10 supercharge modules, enough to distribute a few among the top 3, and that would be pretty much it. It would be enough to create 3 geniuses of the new era, capable of clearing the abyss difficulty level. But now, what are these? A total of 764 supercharge modules and corresponding nascent form mechas, mecha pilot traits. Forget 1 or 2 modules. Each of the top 100 of the Planet Blue Star talent competition could receive 7 supercharge modules, in addition to the SSS class supercharge core they got for achieving an SSS rating during the basic trial. They could outright build 100 sets of first-rank supercharged mechas. And there would even be 64 modules left over. Is this what Jiang Chen meant by a few spots? It was overly extravagant. Even the revered symbol of the Alliance was momentarily stunned, and asked. With so many supercharge modules taken out, what will you do for yourself? As soon as Li Xiao said it, he realized how silly the question was. As expected, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The output from the abyss difficulty level is very high. I've been diligently working on it these past few days, not just preparing rewards for the competition. At the same time, I was also gathering supercharge modules for my own mecha. I've already selected several sets for myself. These are all extras, I don't need them. Rather than letting them gather dust in the warehouse, why not let them bring value? Thinking about the Tianyuan civilization, Jiang Chen paused slightly. If he was willing to pass on the torch of civilization due to his predecessor's gifts, providing a nascent form mecha and 2 supercharge cores to the Tianyuan civilization, how could he neglect his own? You must understand. Li Xiao and other 8th rank predecessors are like giants standing under him on Planet Blue Star. Moreover, this is a Planet Blue Star scale competition after all, with participation from various countries and organizations. Selecting only the top 3 would seem rather petty. If other civilizations knew about this, they might think that Planet Blue Star can't afford generous rewards. Just a supercharged mecha, let's give away another set, 1 set per person. What does he mean by just a supercharged mecha? I don't even have a single supercharge module. Li Xiao was momentarily silent, looking at the confidently speaking Jiang Chen, yet he felt an immense sense of gratification and emotion. The luckiest thing that had happened to the civilization of Planet Blue Star since its birth was the emergence of Jiang Chen. He put away the box in front of him, speaking concisely. Good. A plain word that seemed to lack feedback. In fact, no special feedback was needed. Jiang Chen had already become Planet Blue Star's greatest hope. Whatever he needed, as long as Planet Blue Star had it, they would fulfill his requests. An infinite contribution was clear proof of this. Therefore, Jiang Chen helping Planet Blue Star grow was akin to upgrading his own unlimited money store, with naturally undeniable benefits. After Jiang Chen returned to Star Base, Li Xiao quickly announced the specific rewards for the All-Planet Blue Star Talent Competition. Seeing nearly 800 supercharge modules and all sorts of top-quality rewards, the entire Planet Blue Star was sent into an uproar. The original Mecha pilots thought that the competition's reward of supercharge modules would be merely a few. Who would have thought that the competition rewards would be so bountiful that they could pile up to create 100 supercharged mechas? Let alone low-ranked Mecha pilots. Even 8th-rank Mecha pilots, upon seeing such generous rewards, instantly became envious. It was only because Li Xiao's deterrence was strong enough, and since these supercharge modules were merely first-rank supercharged, they could at most be used to forge first-rank supercharged mechas, affecting 8th-rank Mecha pilots less significantly. Therefore, these 8th-rank Mecha pilots managed to keep their cool, and no one acted irrationally. The low-ranked Mecha pilots, on the other hand, were completely attracted by these bountiful rewards and went into a frenzy. For example, on an unknown planet, Simon was still grinding the 4th level of Hell difficulty. Although he could no longer even see Jiang Chen's shadow, he still saw Jiang Chen as his goal and strived toward it. I admit, you are the strongest of this era, the greatest genius. If I can't become the strongest, then I'll become the strongest below one person. Just as Simon returned from the hell difficulty level and was preparing to repair his mecha, the teleportation array formation suddenly lit up. Cayman rushed out holding a tablet device, excitedly shouting, "Simon! The rewards for the All-Planet Blue Star Talent Competition have been announced. A total of 764 supercharge modules, which means just by making it into the top 100, you could get a set of first-rank supercharged mechas. Even if you don't make it into the top 100, you still have a chance to get supercharge modules, quality nascent form mechas, and other rewards." Simon's action of repairing his mecha suddenly stopped. The strongest below one person? 100 supercharged mechas? Ha 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 ha. Simon covered his face, chuckling in a low voice for a while. Amid Cayman's concerned look, he suddenly looked up. "Bro, is there any way I can become a first-rank mecha pilot right now?" Cayman looked at his brother, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "I think, instead of becoming a first-rank mecha pilot, you might as well wait a bit longer. Jiang Chen will soon become a fourth-rank mecha pilot." "Makes sense." Simon threw down his repair tools and slumped onto the sofa. "The gap is so big, how can I possibly catch up? I give up." Chapter 133. Do you believe in bonds? _1. Jiang Chen didn't know that a heart striving for betterment was gradually sinking under the strong impact he had brought. At this time, he had already returned to Star Base and begun the enhancement and modification work of 2 mechas. This mecha modification was the last change before advancing to a higher rank, where the modules would ultimately be absorbed by the mecha. Therefore, not only the corresponding base attributes were needed, but also the matching and compatibility of the modules. Only in this way could the mecha's potential be utilized without waste, achieving a perfect advancement. This was also one of the reasons why Jiang Chen had furiously cleared 400 abyss levels. After all, the Blue Star Alliance, after exploring the abyss for 20 years, had stockpiled a large number of common modules of low ranks, except for some rare high-quality ones. There were basic types and functions of all sorts. If one had the money, completing a full set of gear by sweeping through a store was entirely possible. That's what Jiang Chen did when he was 0th rank. But it was entirely different for first-rank supercharge modules. The Alliance had no reserves of supercharge modules. If Jiang Chen wanted to arrange a supercharged setup, he had to clear the abyss levels himself and produce the corresponding supercharge modules. If luck wasn't on his side, even if he cleared abyss levels that matched his attributes, the 2 modules produced might not be what he wanted. Hence, Jiang Chen furiously harvested 800 supercharge modules. Only then did he barely manage to pick out 4 sets of first-rank supercharge. Among them, Zero's life set totaled 4 supercharge modules. Flame-doused armor, fire attribute armor, boosts fire resistance, 700 defense, 700 enigmatic value, 2000 armor value. Self-healing shell, wood attribute armor, increases 400 defense, 20,000 armor value, 1.0/s self-healing speed. Boulder form, rock attribute skill, petrifies oneself, entering a completely non-attackable posture, temporarily boosting defense by 400% and using the Earth's life force to recover oneself, temporarily boosting self-healing speed by 900%. Non-stackable. Bioorganic intelligence, the supercharged version of the autonomous intelligence module, enhancing computing power even more, used to replace boulder form, allowing Zero to move freely. Yoon has grown now and is able to unleash a fully powered burst form, bringing in strong force agility attributes. In other words, Zero no longer needs to consider force agility. It can fully embrace the path of life, utilizing all module attributes to build up defense, armor value, and recovery speed. As for strength, agility, damage skills. Isn't there still Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen is Zero's strongest force. This comparatively pure method of enhancement also led to significant changes in Zero's attributes. Strength 0.02, Agility 0.02, Defense 0.14, Enigmatic 0.09. On the other hand, Yoon, after switching to the power speed set that suits Steam Mecha and completing 10 rounds of enhancement, even surpassed Zero in terms of defense attributes by a substantial margin. Strength 0.35, Agility 0.35, Defense 0.25, Enigmatic 0.02. The reason for such a large disparity in attributes isn't only because Zero's base is too weak. It's also related to it having many recovery modules, while Yoon is equipped almost entirely with basic attribute modules. At lower ranks, a mecha can carry fewer modules, so the enhancement brought by each module is incredibly precious. Now, both Zero and Yoon have completed their final enhancements before progressing to the first rank. Jiang Chen's new weakness had also been revealed. Enigmatic. This value not only affects the power of many abilities but also influences one's enigmatic resistance. Like the ancient gods of the Steam world, with their primary attributes of darkness and spirit, they come with high enigmatic values. Even if they do nothing, ordinary living beings with low enigmatic values will experience mutations and madness simply by getting close to them. Conversely, if one stacks a sufficiently high enigmatic value, along with a certain amount of corresponding resistance, it's easy to resist such corruptive mutations. Therefore, Jiang Chen reserved the supercharge modules for his third mecha, the enigmatic set. It's specifically used to supplement the enigmatic value he's lacking. For the fourth mecha he reserved, it's the functions set. The first 4 mechas are to first make up for the basics. For more preferences and paths, Jiang Chen planned to wait until he advanced in rank before making further preparations. After all, no matter how many modules and mecha paths he prepared, he could not predict whether he would acquire a new core halfway through, possibly changing his plans. After completing the mecha modifications, Jiang Chen was ready to prepare for his own advancement trials. Before the advancement trials, there was one last thing he needed to do. Infinite difficulty level. As a new difficulty unlocked by the deep dive privilege. The infinite difficulty level boasts unfathomable depths, capable of producing rarer items, and even special items that compensate for mecha potential and improve mecha quality. Moreover, Jiang Chen had also asked Senior Yano and learned more rules about the infinite difficulty level. First, the infinite difficulty level does not have fixed outputs. The higher the quality of the item, the lower the probability of its emergence. It's best to make use of the burst rate bonus from the group dive privilege for a higher yield. Second, the output tier of the infinite difficulty level is unrelated to the layer of the abyss but has to do with the intensity of the difficulty. This means that if Jiang Chen battles a third-rank transcender, then the supercharge module it produces would no longer be of the first rank but of the third rank. The same pattern applies to other items and materials. However, even if it's a third-rank supercharge module, when put on a first-rank mecha, it can only perform at the level of a first-rank supercharge module. Jiang Chen wasn't too impressed by that. Third, apart from the supercharge modules corresponding to the age-old shadow, the rare outputs of the infinite difficulty level are independent of the age-old shadow and only related to strength. Chapter 134. Do you believe in bonds? _2. Whether it's any age-old shadow, they can all drop extremely rare items. However, low-intensity age-old shadows will only produce low-quality rare items. Many high-quality rare items can only be obtained from high-ranked ones. Furthermore, as the endless difficulty level becomes more intense, the rate of drops will correspondingly increase. Fourth, the output is bound and cannot be traded. It was based on these rules that Jiang Chen did not rush to attempt the endless difficulty level but saved it for last. The drop rate from low-ranked endless shadows is lower, and without the burst rate bonus of group stealth privilege, whether you strike it lucky depends entirely on chance. If you're unlucky, you might not get anything good even after dozens of attempts. Therefore, Jiang Chen temporarily considered the endless difficulty level as a settling ground. Specifically for combating powerful abyss overlords, talent triggering, attribute enhancement, and completion of the settling process. First to settle for a few rounds. Regardless of whether he got the items he wanted, he could go straight to the rank advancement trial. Once the Mecha rank upgrade trial was completed, with the Mecha ranking up, attributes enhancing, and strength increasing, he would naturally improve the burst rate of the endless difficulty level and get the top quality items he desired. At this time, Jiang Chen began his final settling before the rank advancement trial. He stood outside the courtyard of the jungle residential area, clenched his right fist, and touched the abyss rune. His gaze swept over the vast numbers of first-level age-old shadows. Eventually, it settled on a name. Star of Mutation. After encountering so many age-old shadows of abyss difficulty level. Looking back, I realize that the enemy I love the most is still the first you. I'm back again, Master Chao. This will be my final farewell. Jiang Chen made his choice. The abyss atmosphere shattered, rebuilding itself into lines of text. 10,9,8. Construction of age-old shadow complete. You have stepped into the endless abyss. Darkness came swiftly, engulfing Jiang Chen. Current location, Star of Mutation. Level, First. Difficulty, Endless. Intensity, Third rank. Mission, defeat the final boss, Transcender. Description, born on the Star of Mutation, it possesses infinite evolutionary capabilities, as well as the strong nature of being undying and indestructible. Now it has returned, becoming even more powerful. Friendly reminder, free exploration, you may leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute preparation time. The Star of Mutation, completely enveloped in roots, displayed two colors, purple and green, divided by the light of the eternal stars. Just in the sky above the lush land of eternal day, where the light of eternal stars always shone, a dark crack opened. Jiang Chen fell from the crack, hovering above the ground covered in roots, looking up at the towering roots giant tree reaching into the sky. The Star of Mutation existed only in the age-old shadows of the 0th rank and first level. That is to say, after he completed the rank advancement trial, he would never be able to return. Only the younger generation of Mecha pilots from planet Blue Star could continue to challenge the Star of Mutation. Thinking of how generous Master Chao had been, providing him with so much help. Jiang Chen specifically made a trip here just to beat up Master Chao a few times, reminisce about the feel, and bid a final farewell. Since it was a farewell, naturally, he could not forget Master Chao's disciples. Jiang Chen clenched his right hand, summoning his Mecha. Gears spun rapidly, combining with the overlying gilded bronze armor to form a steam Mecha. While a petite girl from the Mecha remnants also appeared beside the 4-meter-tall steam Mecha. Zero, will you fight alongside me? Yes. Please, let Zero fight with you, my lord. Zero was solemn, nodding vigorously. Although she was now far too weak, not keeping pace with her lord's increase in strength. With her own attributes alone, without the enhancement of Mecha Soul Fusion, she did not even qualify to join her lord's battle. Just the aftermath of the combat would probably be enough to destroy her. But, compared to staying behind the scenes, watching the grown-up fight alongside Yoon, she'd rather be damaged in battle, just to stand by the grown-up's side. Even if it's only for a brief moment. Yoon, once a 0th rank Mecha, had been unable to participate in battles for a long time and could only listen to Zero recount his own experiences. At this moment, it could understand Zero's feelings even more and convey its own thoughts. General Zero, let's work hard together. Jiang Chen was also moved. When he acquired the intelligence module recently, he had considered the pseudo-summoning battle method. Yet before he could bring it up, Zero had taken the initiative to ask to join the battle, to accompany him in his campaigns. Truly, his intimate little padded jacket, the pillar of the household. However, Zero's current attributes are indeed far too lacking. If it enters battle now, there won't be any sense of participation, just a mere accessory. Even with the Undying Barehand talent, Jiang Chen didn't know whether a mecha not piloted by himself could still trigger the absorption after being shattered. If only there was a way to enhance Zero, he thought. At least to give her some sense of participation. Jiang Chen pondered. Mecha soul fusion is an ability that comes with the mechanical soul trait. Its essence isn't to truly merge souls and become a new will, but rather it's more akin to a state of mental link and communication. Jiang Chen shares his life force energy with the Mecha soul, and the Mecha soul shares its sensations with Jiang Chen. This achieves a state similar to fusion. As a result, when Jiang Chen strengthens the Mecha, he doesn't need to frequently enter and exit the Mecha. That would be too troublesome. He just needs to place his hand on the Mecha to enter a brief fusion state. Then he can sense the Mecha's compatibility with the materials. Which means, touching the Mecha is meant to close the distance between oneself and the Mecha soul, reducing the difficulty of Mecha soul fusion. As long as my bond with Zero is strong enough, maybe I can overcome some distance and achieve an external fusion, he thought. Once external fusion is complete, with the infusion of my life force energy, wouldn't that be tantamount to me piloting the Mecha? There's a very good chance of triggering the Undying Barehand talent. Jiang Chen felt a blaze of excitement at the thought. He controlled the steam Mecha, covering Zero's head with its large hand, and spoke earnestly. Zero, do you believe in bonds? After a moment, a voice exploded over the roots giant tree. I believe, true bonds can transcend distance. Feel my power, Zero. The Mecha Remnants girl spread her small bone wings behind her and, with hands clasped over her chest, tried hard to sense. Through her connection with the grown-up and her admiration for him, she finally sensed a dazzling light amidst the endless darkness. That was the grown-up's light. Please bestow your power upon me, grown-up, she prayed. The surging life force energy, crossing the span of space, poured into the Mecha Remnants girl's body. In this moment, Zero felt it again, the happiness of being filled by the grown-up. Power increased by 18,300. Agility increased by 17,300. Defense increased by 15,600. Zero's attributes had finally reached the strength of third rank. Jiang Chen, however, felt a bit weak. Releasing his own life force energy and infusing it into two Mechas at the same time was indeed a bit forced. Luckily he was piloting the steam Mecha, so the weakness of his body didn't matter. He immediately removed the armor and entered stage 2 full power mode, coordinating with Zero as they charged toward the enemy. Only the Transcender looked on in confusion. These guys were shouting about bonds and partners as they rushed forward. And yet, they indeed received enhancements. Especially that Mecha Remnants, exuding a life aura dozens of times stronger than before. It was just too exaggerated. Chapter 135. The Strike of 260,000 Strength, _1. Jiang Chen had run the Abyss difficulty level 400 times, performing a thorough attribute assessment for 400 Abyss Overlords. As such, he was very familiar with how to determine the attributes of an Abyss Overlord. There was no need for any scanning devices. Simply by observing an enemy's movements and attacking the enemy's body once, he could easily discern the opponent's approximate attributes. Especially for an old acquaintance like Master Chao, Jiang Chen was able to grasp his essence with just a brief encounter. Given Jiang Chen's attribute strength, him at the endless difficulty level also underwent an enhancement. It was akin to evolving from an ordinary transcender into a war veteran transcender. In his most powerful draconian form, he possessed around 50,000 in force, agility and defense 3 attributes. These attributes were stronger than Jiang Chen's at stage 3 but weaker than the 80,000 force agility during a full power burst. considering that the full power burst could only be maintained for at most 50 to 60 seconds. Transcenders with a resurrection mechanism don't fear being killed instantly. Thus, this level of attributes can be said to be quite troublesome. Particularly when facing the Steam Mecha and the Primeval Mecha, even if they had already initiated Stage 2 and their attributes were nearly 20,000. The Transcender still demonstrated overwhelming combat prowess. He took the Steam Mecha's output head-on, relying on his own strong recovery abilities to chase down and violently attack the Primeval Mecha. In the end, he transformed his right hand into a colossal pincer, forcibly snapping the Primeval Mecha into two halves. "My lord, Yun, I'll leave the rest to you." With a voice full of acceptance, Zero temporarily exited the stage. Accompanied by the Mecha reverting back into Abyss atmosphere and returning to the Abyss rune. A surge of power flowed into Jiang Chen's body. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 2 remnants. I actually triggered a talent. Even though Jiang Chen had suspected it, he still expressed a hint of surprise at this moment. A Mecha not his own, even if personally piloted and shattered, could not trigger a talent and would not increase attributes. A Mecha belonging to himself, even without personally piloting it, merely by infusing it with life force energy, would trigger a talent and gain an attribute increase once destroyed. It seemed that the fundamental element for triggering a talent was not piloting the Mecha, but binding the Mecha. At that moment, Jiang Chen was still in a state of Mecha soul fusion. After absorbing Zero's power, his attributes grew, and Yun immediately received feedback. Every aspect of his attributes received a slight enhancement. Even though the enhancement was not much, for Yun, it was still a powerful motivational effect. General Zero, rest assured, I will carry your strength and fight alongside our lord. Meanwhile, the Transcender also noticed the change in the Steam Mecha. After the initial surprise, he revealed a flamboyant smile. What's the point even if you've grown slightly stronger? In the face of the undying me, your struggle is just a deathbed twitch. Try your best to please me. As arrogant as he was, the Steam Mecha was indeed incapable of handling the Transcender. Although after initiating full power mode, the Steam Mecha, through multiple stacked energy overloads, possessed over 40,000 in both force and agility. It was still no match for the war veteran Transcender. Not to mention, the Transcender's strongest aspect was his terrifying recovery ability. And the Steam Mecha was precisely lacking in recovery capabilities. The battle between the two was like a heavily armored tank fighting a fragile assassin. The Steam Mecha had a brief output of attacks, but the Transcender simply tanked it and recovered quickly, taking hardly any damage. On the other hand, the Transcender took advantage of this opportunity to swiftly bite into the Steam Mecha, brutally crushing large parts of gears and armor plates. After exchanging blows, the Steam Mecha was at a pure loss. Moreover, the Steam Mecha's overload mode inherently operated at an overload and would continually consume armor value. Without much output, it reached its limit. Yun's voice of regret rose in the depths of Jiang Chen's heart. Lord, take care, I will follow General Zero's path. The voice echoed along with the Mechas shattering into smithereens. Yun's last energy surged into Jiang Chen's body. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, overload steam Yun type 3. Strength 36,600 51,200. Agility 34,700 49,300. Defense 31,300 45,500. Enigmatism 7,100 10,600. Special, triple life force limit, recover 137.17 life per second, doubled under sunlight, 43.79 stamina. Special abilities, non-cumulative roots core, infinite vitality, limitation unlock. 0/1 ST rank abilities, omitted. Reorganized, some merged into second rank. Second rank abilities, Blood Demon Transformation 6, Thorns Overgrowth 6, touch of extreme cold 36, energy overload 15, bioorganic intelligence *3. It was another extreme surge in growth. Jiang Chen's three main base attributes of force, agility, and defense were now almost on par with the war veteran transcender. Not to mention, he still had the ability to activate full power mode and explosively enhance his force and agility. At this moment, he was preparing to launch an attack. However, the transcender stopped in his tracks, his voice filled with surprise. "Is it really you?" The change in the primeval Mecha was so drastic, and with the infusion of the Star Phoenix Egg's power, it was no longer purely the root's force. Jiang Chen's true form was piloting the steam Mecha and had not revealed himself. Therefore, it was not until the steam Mecha broke apart, disclosing Jiang Chen's appearance, that the transcender recognized him. Jiang Chen also paused for a moment, floating in the air. "What's the matter, Master Chao? Has it only been a few days, and you've already forgotten an old friend?" "A few days? Is time in your world really passing so slowly?" Chapter 136. The Strike of 260,000 Strength, _2. After fighting with you, I have absorbed centuries of starlight and grown to the formidable realm I am in now. Jiang Chen heard the words of the transcender and had an epiphany. These abyss overlords, almost every one of them possesses abilities related to growth and continues to grow over time. Left in a normal abyss, their growth rate is not considered fast. Compared to Mecha pilots, it could even be said to be incredibly slow. But if, during the creation of the age-old shadow, an adjustment in time is made, to directly accelerate for a period of time, naturally, they can exhibit a stronger stance and power. I originally thought that endless difficulty was just simple numerical enhancement. Now it seems to be a bit more complex. Jiang Chen looked at the transcender in front of him, his expression serious. "You see, time brings not only attributes. Having grown for so long, the transcender must have obtained even more powerful abilities." As expected, when the transcender saw a familiar foe, its mouth split into a ferocious grin. "To pilot two such powerful mechas and come back to challenge me in just a few days. Your growth rate far exceeds my imagination, you truly are the strongest individual I've ever seen. But unfortunately, the strongest weapon I possess is time. Let me show you the new stance I've realized after these long years." Roots twisted, rapidly splitting and recombining. The transcender's size did not increase any further, but instead rapidly condensed and shrank into a human appearance less than 2 meters tall. A pair of green wings unfolded behind it, its demeanor incredibly arrogant. "This is the strongest stance that I've realized." The transcender swung its fist at the air nonchalantly, creating a pressure that turned into a gale sweeping across the ground. It was showcasing its martial might in this manner. Jiang Chen also judged its strength through this display. 60,000 force. Nearly a fifth improvement? The number was indeed exaggerated. After all, when Jiang Chen entered the Star of Mutation at endless difficulty level, his attributes were not even 40,000. Even if he activated burst mode with 80,000 force agility, it wouldn't be enough to overwhelm the transcender, but would instead significantly consume his own physical strength and life force, causing more harm than good. Clearly, endless difficulty was not a place to be casually conquered. Even the most hopeful of individuals had to be well prepared to overcome an abyss overlord and claim the reward. However, attributes are attributes. Master Chao, is this the strongest stance you've realized? Why does it look so much like me? Could it be that you've spent hundreds of years studying my body template? What if I have? In response to Jiang Chen's questioning, the transcender sneered. It spread its arms, bathed in sunlight. You can steal my power, and naturally, I can mimic yours. Moreover, with the addition of countless genes from this planet, the power I've copied is far more perfect and powerful than you yourself. To learn from you, to surpass you. I am the invincible transcender. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. His muscles began to bulge, his body grew, and in the astonished expression of the transcender, he became a muscular giant more than 3 meters tall. His right hand touched the abyss rune, and a well-defined metal gauntlet covered his fists, looking all the more threatening. His smile too appeared ferocious. Well then. It seems you still have a lot to learn. Jiang Chen lifted his left fist, slightly curling his fingers. Gravity Iron Fist's traction. The transcender felt a powerful force suddenly pull it forward, flying towards Jiang Chen at great speed. What is this thing? As the transcender, in shock, tried to break free from this force, Jiang Chen powered up his right fist and along its trajectory, unleashed a blow. Gravity Iron Fist Super Heavy. Third rank full power burst. Basic 51,200 force and overload release 60,000 force and super heavy mode 100,000 force and weapons master 50,000 force. This was a strike of 262,000 force. Promise me, don't die. Facing a fist as large as a clay pot, the transcender with an ordinary human's physique started to twist from the head down, its roots distorting, shattering, breaking apart. Time seemed to pause for an instant. The air heated up rapidly due to the extreme compression and the next moment, exploded with a boom. Jiang Chen actually managed to create an explosion of flames with a high-speed punch. The transcender, along with its entire life force core, was blown to bits. In the instant of its death, the root's giant tree took effect, surging star energy poured out, rapidly reshaping the transcender's entire core. After the moment had passed, the transcender returned to its peak condition. However, before it could take any action, it felt the familiar pull and was drawn towards Jiang Chen's fist again. Gravity Iron Fist's traction. Gravity Iron Fist's Super Heavy. Stage 3, Full Power Unleashed. It was like a classic replay, facing a 262,000 force strike, the transcender was directly exploded by a punch. The root's giant tree took effect once more, gushing out a massive amount of star energy to reshape the transcender. However, just like the land without light, the star energy accumulated by the roots is not endless. Even in the land of eternal day, after continuously consuming large amounts of star energy, there is still a need for time to replenish. Without the proper time to replenish, the land of eternal day is no different from the land without light. Like now, the transcender was continuously exploded and the regenerating energy clearly began to fail in keeping up. When resurrected the second time, only half a life force core was reshaped. Jiang Chen wouldn't give it the chance to catch its breath. He beckoned with his finger and began the third, fourth, until the seventh heavy strike. Impossible. The transcender's gaze turned desperate as it was shattered by the punch. This time, the energy released by the root's giant tree was finally exhausted, unable even to reshape a single life force core. Its resurrection failed, and it entered a state of complete death. With the abyss atmosphere flowing into Jiang Chen's palm, the roots that spread across the entire planet rapidly withered and turned to ash. Phew! It's no wonder Master Chao endured 7 punches. Jiang Chen quickly returned to his normal size and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This set of punches had a very high physical output, arguably the strongest strike at the current stage. The downside is the enormous physical energy consumption. As an external equipment, the energy consumption of Gravity Metal Fist is much higher than Touch of Extreme Cold. Combined with the full power stance, it resulted in the consumption of a tremendous amount of physical energy. Jiang Chen could swing a maximum of 10 punches before depleting all his strength and entering a weakened rest state. Master Chao managed to hold on until the 7th punch, which was rather impressive. Frankly, if it hadn't mimicked Jiang Chen's body posture and shrunk to just the right size to be exploded by a punch, Jiang Chen might not have been able to kill it completely with 10 punches. Of course, if that had been the case, Jiang Chen wouldn't have resorted to such a brutal method. Instead, he would have tried a different strategy. With his attributes laid out, he could easily clear the stage regardless, just that it would take a bit more time. Master Chow, you still have so much to learn. Killed the Transcender, acquired flawless module, demon pose, supercharged, ... Successfully killed the boss, ending the endless shadows. Abyss layers, 1. Endless difficulty level, 3. Calculating rewards based on known information. You have acquired flawless module, regenerating roots, supercharged, ... You have acquired nascent form Mecha, transcending roots, excellent, ... You have acquired mythical item, supercharge upgrade. Calculation complete, exiting the abyss in 30 seconds. Supercharge upgrade. Quality, mythical. Type, item. Effect, upgrades any non-supercharged module to its corresponding supercharged module. Can be used on modules absorbed by Mecha. Description, as long as you don't die, supercharge to the extreme. Chapter 137. He's really, I'm crying my eyes out, _1. Mythical item, straight to the soul. It has to be Master Chow, this is too generous. Jiang Chen had just come to the endless difficulty level to consolidate some experience and to say farewell to Master Chow, expressing gratitude for the latter's angel investment. He had not expected that Master Chow, not only reluctant to part, but also gave the most precious gift upon departure. The Supercharge Upgrade Tool. This tool's versatility was too strong, its value at least 10 times more than a Supercharge module, and that's even before considering the module's value before it depreciated. You must understand, it could not only be used to enhance ordinary modules that had already been absorbed by a Mecha, thereby step-by-step transforming an ordinary Mecha into a supercharged Mecha. It could also be used to enhance any ordinary module, forcing it into supercharge. What did this mean? On a smaller scale, it was equivalent to a top-tier supercharge module. As long as big shots like Li Xiao completed their rank ascension trials and handed any 9th rank ordinary modules to Jiang Chen, he could instantly turn them into 9th rank supercharged modules. As strong as you get, there is no limit to the enhanced strength. On a larger scale, it turned the Alliance's 20 years of ordinary module reserves into supercharged module reserves. Jiang Chen had previously struggled to scrap together 4 sets of first rank after grinding for 800 supercharged, due to a lack of supercharged module stocks. If he had the Supercharge Upgrade tool, he could easily pick ordinary modules that fit together well and upgrade them directly. Furthermore, the combinations of supercharged modules available for selection would increase exponentially. After all, a single age-old shadow could only produce up to a dozen or so types of supercharged modules. The number of ordinary modules it could produce, on the other hand, was truly innumerable. I promised Zero that I would help her unlock her potential to become a true supercharged Mecha. The first supercharge upgrade tool will definitely be used on her. While Jiang Chen was delighted, he also felt increasingly aware of the depth of those ancient civilizations. Planet Blue Star had only been accumulating for 20 years, and the age-old shadows explored at each level only yielded 150 items. The majority of the age-old shadows had not been entirely cleared, and their outputs remained unclear. What about those ancient civilizations? Continuing for so many years, who knows how many age-old shadows they have explored, how many module stocks they have accumulated. If all these modules could be upgraded into supercharged, Jiang Chen found it hard to imagine just how strong their people of hope would be. This strength was not just in terms of attributes and bonuses but also in terms of capabilities. Just like Jiang Chen, who currently had a basic stat of 50,000, but under the effects of module abilities, external equipment and Mecha pilot traits, could deliver a strike of 260,000 strength. The people of hope from those ancient civilizations, with the support of a vast pool of modules, would certainly be able to achieve a similar level. Consolidation must continue. Having only strength and agility would render one freakishly frail. Either I wipe someone out in an instant, or they do the same to me. I must strengthen 0, compensating for her defensive capabilities as well. Since I can unleash more than 5 times the damage capacity, I must also be able to unleash more than 5 times the defensive capability. Only then would it be considered a healthy body. Break free from the abyss. After returning to Starbase, Jiang Chen resumed his mecha repair work. However, destroying 2 mechas at once meant he could stack the attributes of both, but the repair time also doubled. It took Jiang Chen 5 hours to fully repair both mechas. Holding his repair tools and looking at the revived Ash Girl and Steam mecha before him, he had a thought. The number of mechas I will have in the future will only increase. If all of them get destroyed in a battle, the time spent repairing mechas will take up most of my consolidation time. Should I choose high-speed repair for my third mecha pilot trait? High-speed repair is one of the mecha pilot traits recorded by the Alliance, originating from Abyss Level 3. The effect is to greatly increase the speed at which a mecha pilot repairs mechas, even allowing for repairs to be conducted during combat. Ordinary mecha pilots do not possess Jiang Chen's astonishing recovery speed. For example, the Root's core module, even at 0th rank, could perform as a first-rank item, providing a mecha recovery speed of 0.1/s. Taking into account the doubling effect, a normal first-rank self-repair module could provide about 0.2/s in mecha recovery speed. Only a second-rank module could provide a recovery speed of 2.0/s. Placed under sunlight, it would recover about 0.72,000 armor value in an hour. This is the normal state for an ordinary mecha pilot. It's not possible to simply equip a first-rank self-repair module and recover dozens or hundreds of armor value per second, achieving ongoing repairs while in combat indefinitely. It is a mecha, not a miraculous human body. The same principle applies to the recovery speed of energy. This unconditional automatic recovery is meant for sustaining operations, not for recuperating during combat. This is also why many mecha pilots exploring high difficulty levels of the abyss often take several hours. Fight a bit, rest a bit, explore slowly. When Jiang Chen fought the Fire Plunderer, it was the same principle. The opponent had a total of 3 mecha pilots, each with several mechas. However, to repel the earlier waves of mecha pilots, their other mechas had consumed too much energy and were almost depleted, so they were retracted for recovery. As a result, they were not of much use in the subsequent battles. Therefore, the high-speed repair trait for mecha pilots is a popular choice among support-type mecha pilots. It can provide temporary mecha repairs during combat, allowing the mecha to gain high-speed recovery capabilities, earning high praise from many key players. Chapter 138. He's really, I'm crying my eyes out, _2. Jiang Chen hesitated exactly for this reason. This mecha pilot trait was meant for support. He didn't need battle repairs, and if he used this trait, it would simply be to speed up subsequent repair work and increase the rate of sedimentation. There was no enhancement to combat power at all. It couldn't form any sort of combination or routine either. If he encountered someone of the same level with the symbol of hope, he would inherently be at a disadvantage with one less mecha pilot trait enhancement. It would greatly diminish his combat effectiveness. After pondering for a while and seeing the huge mechanical arms hanging above the repair area, Jiang Chen changed his mind. There was no need to use the high-speed repair trait. As long as he made reasonable use of his own talents, he could achieve a similar effect. For example, the common module spider form arm he had previously obtained in a basic trial could add multiple arms to his body. It could be used for punching as well as manipulating machinery, and naturally, it could also be used to repair several mechas. As for the issue of needing to concentrate fully on repairing mechas and not being able to be distracted, the intelligence module solved this problem perfectly. As long as his thought speed and computing power were enhanced, not to mention multitasking, he could handle 20 tasks at once without any issues. With this combination of traits, no matter how many mechas were damaged in the future, Jiang Chen could repair them all at the same time, minimizing repair time. It's just that I might have too many hands when repairing mechas. It doesn't matter, compared to strength, appearance is trivial. Besides, I have already tested it with the crystal of divine punishment. As long as I don't use my abilities, it won't affect my normal appearance. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and noticed another new change. Perhaps it was due to the thrice the bioorganic intelligence he absorbed when Zero was damaged, significantly increasing his computational power. The long time he had just spent thinking had, in reality, been just a moment. Is this the result of high computational power? It's almost like stopping time to think. However, computational power was only an aid. In the end, one had to rely on basic combat power. Compared to a super brain, super strength was much more simple and direct in beating someone. Jiang Chen didn't calculate pi to test his computational power, but rather looked at Zero with a smile. Zero, I've obtained an enhancement tool. It can upgrade the ordinary modules you've absorbed in the past into supercharge modules. That's wonderful, Master. Zero's face was filled with joy, and her Mecha soul rejoiced. She could finally continue to follow in her master's footsteps. Yun and Bai Ying, who were nearby, understood Zero's feelings and were equally delighted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune, and a small chip resembling a module appeared at his fingertip, swathed in iridescent light as if it were a convergence of countless energies. Unfortunately, this tool can only upgrade one module at a time. Which one should we supercharge first? Zero pondered for a moment before speaking. Thorns overgrowth. The current thorns are too weak, they don't even hurt others. Jiang Chen also nodded in agreement with Zero's idea. She now had 3 ordinary auxiliary modules and 1 ordinary upgrade module. Among them, the 3 auxiliary modules, with 2 basic attributes and 1 blood demon transformation, did not fundamentally enhance her strength. But the upgrade module, once transformed into a supercharge module, would see a further enhancement in its power in all aspects. Combined with the attributes post-Mecha Soul Fusion, it could achieve a good effect. Then let's start the supercharging. Jiang Chen raised his finger and placed the colorful chip above Zero's head. It quickly turned into light, forming numerous colorful circuits that flowed into Zero's body. On the surface of Zero's body, numerous sharp thorns suddenly emerged and then dissipated. Thorns overgrowth officially upgraded to a supercharge module. The power cap for a single piercing effect was raised to 1000 points. That was just the power of the 2nd rank. If it continued to stack, reaching 3rd rank, or even 4th rank power, every touch from an enemy on Jiang Chen would result in a strike of 10,000, or even 100,000 power. And more importantly, this attack now included a 5% life-stealing effect. Compared to natural recovery, life-steal was always the real deal when it came to major healing. Master, I have become stronger. Seeing Zero's extremely happy expression, Jiang Chen also showed a smile. It's just the beginning. Shall we continue? Yes. I am ready for battle. In the excited response of the 2 mechas, Jiang Chen once again touched the abyss rune, plunging into the abyss with them. Master Chao, I'm back again. Bai Ying stood in the repair area, looking envious. She watched Jiang Chen grow step by step, watched Zero and Yun grow little by little, watched their bonds deepen. As the heart of a Mecha soul, it was hard not to be moved. How nice to have a master. Jiang Chen faced 2 endless difficulty transcenders in a row, completely annihilating them. Yet he did not get a second supercharge upgrade tool. Afterward, he challenged the endless difficulty Ice Soul Tyrant twice, only yielding ordinary supercharge modules. Clearly, as a mythical quality rare tool, the drop rate of the supercharge upgrade tool was not high, testing one's character and luck seriously. Jiang Chen felt regretful but also deeply moved at the same time. To get such a rare drop with such a low probability on the first try, it couldn't help but feel like Master Chao had given his treasured possession as a parting gift. Really, I'm going to cry. So, to show his gratitude for Master Chao's kindness, Jiang Chen fought with him once more. Unfortunately, it seemed Master Chao really had nothing left, as the supercharge upgrade tool still didn't drop. Instead, 2 anthropoid demon forms dropped in a row. The anthropoid demon form, as the name implies, was the last stance mastered by Master Chao. Jiang Chen tried installing it on a steam mecha. Indeed, once the steam mecha activated the anthropoid demon form, it immediately transformed into a metal demon with wings, bearing a 90% resemblance to Jiang Chen. This turns out to be me fighting myself. Jiang Chen strongly condemned Master Chao's perverse actions, and such a module couldn't possibly be given to anyone else, it would be too embarrassing. However, just when he was about to throw it into the bottom of the Abyss Rune repository, Zero and Yun wanted to take these modules. They said they wanted to keep them as souvenirs. After some hesitation, Jiang Chen still agreed to Zero and Yun's request. Rather than being tucked away, using them to boost the Mecha soul's fondness seemed to reflect the value of these modules better. Speaking of which, since these anthropoid demon form modules could be used as special tools to raise the favorability of Mecha souls, should I farm some more? Ultimately, Jiang Chen gave up on the idea. It's not necessary. Rarity carries value. Moreover, after 5 instances of tempering and improvement, the attribute growth rate of Jiang Chen's expanded armor had gradually slowed down. Additionally, the endless difficulty adapts to the challenger's strength, enhancing the power of the Abyss Overlord. Now, when Jiang Chen challenged Master Chao, he could no longer achieve an overwhelming victory as he did the first time. He had to drag Master Chao by the hair into a dark room and give him a thorough beating before putting him down for good. The efficiency had gradually decreased, and the benefits were no longer that high. Therefore, Jiang Chen made a decisive choice. Let's start the rank-up trial. After completing the rank-up trial, my strength will once again surge, reaching a perfect peak. Moreover, my hard grinding these past days, along with the 10-day rank-up trial and subsequent growth, should be enough to advance the Planet Blue Star talent competition to a certain stage. By the time those new era geniuses successfully cross the abyss, my burst rate can be further increased. Only then will farming become more efficient. Jiang Chen had long made all preparations for the rank-up trial and had completed the consolidation of his attributes, ready to start at any time. Of course, before the trial, he didn't forget to send a message to Li Xiao. 10 days had passed since Jiang Chen had crossed the abyss. The first batch of 8th rank Mecha pilots who started the rank-up trial were about to return to Planet Blue Star. Yet the symbol of the Alliance had not begun the trial. He did this to both oversee the situation and guide Planet Blue Star through these momentous changes, and to protect Jiang Chen from all dangers. Now, at last, he could move up in rank. Chapter 139. You are the best in quality among these newcomers. 1. Received. Confirmation that Senior Li Xiao had received the message. Jiang Chen put away his personal terminal, clenched his right fist, and touched the Abyss Rune. This time, he did not summon any Mecha and directly activated the energy of the Abyss Rune. The Abyss descent is about to begin. 10,9,8. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the text, looking towards Bai Ying not far away. Bai Ying, I'm setting off. Even as a Mecha pilot, Bai Ying felt a trace of daze. Last time, during the promotion trial, the Lord was just an ordinary SSS class genius who couldn't afford the daily contribution of 50,000. How much time has passed since then? The Lord had already become the only hope of Planet Blue Star. Even the symbol of the Alliance postponed their own trial for the Lord. At this moment, the Lord was even preparing to start the second promotion trial. After the momentary daze, Bai Ying felt even more reverence, slightly bowing. Wishing you boundless martial fortune, my lord. As soon as Bai Ying's voice fell, time suddenly froze. The feeling of weightlessness came again, and Jiang Chen seemed to fall into the sky, into an endless abyss. Perhaps it was because he had become the person of hope, unlocking more permissions. This time, Jiang Chen could sense more things. In his field of vision, the dazzling stars gradually dimmed, leaving only a few points of light in the vast expanse of space. Like sparks in the darkness, faintly glowing. He could feel that planet Blue Star was one of those sparks, connected to him by an extremely fine thread, pulling at him, preventing him from falling into the deepest part of the abyss. However, the thread was stretching, and he was ultimately falling towards the darkness. Until he crossed a certain limit, new points of light emerged in the darkness, and he fell towards one of those points. Until he crashed onto a new planet. Welcome to the Abyss. Current location, Earth Cataclysm. Level, 2. Difficulty, Hope. Task 1, within 10 days, eliminate the subterranean alien creatures, and resolve the Abyss calamity. Description: in new calendar year 977, as technology leaps forward, with virtual networks, rapid transportation, deadly weapons, a variety of novelties emerge one after another. At the same time, traditional combat gunners and super ability gene warriors also begin to shine brightly. In this flourishing era, people are unaware that ancient subterranean creatures are beginning to awaken. They will trigger the Earth Cataclysm and tell the ignorant world who really rules this planet. Friendly reminder: in the Abyss Descent trial, one must complete the task to leave. Jiang Chen stood atop a 5-story building, which looked somewhat old as if it had seen many years. Yet not far away, a building over 20 stories high stood out prominently, shining with neon lights on its surface. His gaze swept over the street below where several uniquely designed cars were driving on the road. Combining the information given by the Abyss rune, Jiang Chen quickly clarified the current world's situation. A near-modern technological backdrop similar to planet Blue Star, mixed with elements of traditional combat and the supernatural ability system. The scenarios in the Abyss are varied. Not just technology and magic, steam and transcendent. Even ancient tribal civilizations reminiscent of a savage era are also represented. But, the advancement or primitiveness of a civilization has no direct correlation with the strength of power in the corresponding world. Even a technological civilization may have climbed the wrong technology tree and be riddled with defects, resulting in a weaker civilization in combat. Tribal civilizations might harbor powerful tribes, wielding transcendent powers and hunting colossal mountain beasts akin to ancient myths within them. The world in front of him, the Earth Cataclysm, just proves this point. Although it has a near-modern background similar to planet Blue Star, it may not have developed cutting-edge destructive weapons like nuclear arms. Instead, it has gone down a divergent path, focusing on traditional combat gunners and super ability warriors as its flourishes. In the end, it's just a world situated at Abyss Level 2 and cannot be that strong. At this moment, Jiang Chen, considering the background of the world, thought about the advice given by Senior Yano. Senior Yano had said that the promotion trials for the Person of Hope would be quite different and that past experience couldn't be taken as a reference. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stubborn. Before he left, he specifically inquired about relevant information. According to Senior Yano's words, the promotion trial for the Person of Hope is to eliminate the source of calamity and resolve the Abyss calamity within 10 days. Thereby achieving the goal of sheltering civilization. However, this does not mean that the world will be completely peaceful within those 10 days. Just like when planet Blue Star encountered the alien demon invasion 20 years ago, alien demons had already appeared on Blue Star and began rampaging everywhere on the very first day Senior Yano arrived. Moreover, during this process, the Abyss rune had already begun to appear on Blue Star, and Mecha pilots were emerging. It was just that the countries of Blue Star at the time did not understand what this meant. They simply connected the Mecha pilots with the abyssal creatures based on superficial factors, thinking that the Abyss rune brought the calamity. Not knowing that Senior Yano had already resolved the source of the calamity within the 10-day limit. So, how should I act? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Firstly, the shorter the time used, the better. The sooner the abyssal creatures are dealt with, the less damage the calamity will cause. And also, it leaves more time to explore the planet. Secondly, to resolve all the abyssal creatures encountered, as well as not neglect the disasters they have caused. In doing so, one can greatly enhance the evaluation. All these aspects boil down to one key issue. Chapter 140. You are the best in quality among these newcomers. 2. I need to first confirm the type of abyssal monster and how it causes disasters. That way, whether it's preventing in advance or taking action to exterminate, it can be done with ease. Jiang Chen thought about his plan and it didn't take him long. He took out a cloak, casually draped it over himself, and his figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Invisibility cloak. An external piece of magic side equipment, produced by the symbol of the Alliance. Although it's of a lower grade and can be detected by abyssal monsters with keen senses, it's extremely useful in a modern backdrop like this for concealment, aerial reconnaissance, and the like. With the cloak on, Jiang Chen flew straight up and activated high-energy vision. Through a bird's-eye view, he scanned over half of the city below. The location chosen by the Abyss Rune is never purely random. Since it appeared here, this city was bound to suffer a monster attack. This was something he could be 100% certain of. When Jiang Chen observed patiently with his high-energy vision, he indeed noticed something odd. Every few seconds, a layer of energy fluctuations would emerge on the city's surface. This layer of energy fluctuation rose from the ground and disappeared incredibly fast. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's high agility bringing a high reaction rate, he might not even have noticed this energy fluctuation. When he took note of this energy fluctuation and felt its frequency, it was as if he could see the earth breathing, trembling. Jiang Chen looked slightly shocked, and then his eyes widened. Earth cataclysm means. It's referring to this. A massively powerful wave of energy suddenly spread from the ground. After spreading throughout the city, the buildings began to sway slightly, with only that 20-meter-tall building shaking a bit more noticeably. It seemed to have little effect. However, Jiang Chen's expression turned ugly. These underground abnormalities could actually trigger earthquakes, creating natural disasters. No wonder they were capable of destroying civilizations. If it's the force of an earthquake, the accompanying natural disasters will be tsunamis, volcanoes, disasters of that magnitude. If the level is too high, I won't be able to minimize the damage by much. I must crush it before the disaster fully takes shape. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted, looking towards a corner of the city. As the energy fluctuations spread, many high-energy reactions appeared there. Xiang Hui was an ordinary high school senior. At least he used to be. Until 3 months ago, he accidentally obtained a gene injection and successfully awakened a supernatural ability called combat instinct. Afterward, when he went to the martial arts school to test his ability, he was unexpectedly taken in by the martial arts school master as a closed-door disciple, to cultivate traditional secret combat techniques. Thanks to combat instinct, his training progressed rapidly, and he covertly resolved many unexpected troubles, gaining considerable benefits. Although still a high school senior, he had incidentally become a powerful dual cultivator. However, no amount of incidents could compare to everything before his eyes now. He took his sister out for her birthday and incidentally bought her a gift, during which a slight earthquake occurred. The earthquake itself wasn't significant, many even failed to notice it. However, after the earthquake, the street outside the mall heaved upwards, and several ugly, ferocious monsters tore through the ground and crawled out, letting out piercing screeches. They resembled pangolins, covered in thick scales, yet were taller than a bus, with sharp claws and teeth, and their movements were incredibly agile. With a single pounce, they appeared beside pedestrians in an instant, ripping them open, greedily devouring their innards as if savoring the greatest delicacies. This scene stupefied many bystanders, causing them to tremble weakly and uncontrollably let out screams. Monsters! Ah! Help! At this moment, only Xiang Hui managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Although he didn't understand why the monster had appeared, he knew that screaming wasn't important right now, escaping was. He grabbed his sister and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, planning to escape through the mall's back alleys. Just then, one of the monsters set its sights on them. It shook its long tail, turning into a brown shadow and pouncing their way. Xiang Hui couldn't quite make out its movements, but instinctively drew the metal rod from his waist, channeled his inner strength, and struck backhand over hand. The metal rod was knocked away, but Xiang Hui survived the encounter, retreating several steps. However, it was only a brief reprieve. Xiang Hui was weaponless, and the monster remained vicious. As he faced despair, his gaze fell on something behind the monster, and his eyes suddenly widened. A man in a jacket fell from the sky, his right hand forming a fist as if by reflex, his mouth shaping two syllables no one could understand. Transform. A surging abyss atmosphere erupted forth. It formed gears and plates, encasing the man in the jacket. In an instant, a gold-red mecha standing over 4 meters tall plummeted down, crushing a monster into meat pulp. It was almost as if time stopped. The gold-red mecha turned into several afterimages, appearing behind several monsters at once and lifting its metallic fingers for a powerful grasp. With a squelch, the monsters, which had just been rampaging indiscriminately, were directly squeezed into an explosion. A piece of flesh even splashed onto Xiang Hui's face. He didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust, but rather stared dumbfounded at the gold-red mecha, his mind replaying the brutally violent scene over and over again. A voice in his heart seemed to be howling. What traditional combat, what supernatural ability! Nothing compares to this behemoth. First monster attacks, then a gold-red mecha. Everyone at the scene was completely dumbstruck, none dared to move a muscle. The gold-red mecha was soon accompanied by a girl smoldering like charred embers. After a brief interaction, the ash girl walked to the center of the road and jumped into the pit. Afterward, the gold-red mecha scanned around, its gaze settling on Xiang Hui. It moved with heavy steps, and in the heart of the frantically jumping Xiang Hui, it approached him. Is it coming for me? First, a sudden awakening of my supernatural power, then being taken as a disciple by a traditional combat warrior. Now, would I be chosen by this mysterious person piloting a giant mecha? Indeed, in Xiang Hui's anticipation. A strange voice came from inside the gold-red mecha, finally forming words they could understand. Not bad, very calm, and so quick to awaken the abyss rune. You have the best potential among these newcomers. Interested in becoming a mecha pilot? I am willing. Xiang Hui nodded vigorously. The gold-red mecha paused, then moved him aside with its hand. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. With that, the gold-red mecha looked at Xiang Hui's sister. On her collarbone, a pitch-black eye pattern was clearly visible. I mean, do you want to, like me, pilot a mecha and crush these abyss monsters? Oh, I forgot to mention, as one chosen by the abyss, you don't have a choice. The girl lifted her head, gazing admiringly at the giant mecha that had saved her, and tentatively reached out to touch its outstretched hand. The metal armor, seemingly cold, was actually burning hot to the touch. I am willing. Xiang Hui fell silent for a moment. He could never have imagined that the one chosen by the mysterious figure to become a mecha pilot would be his sister. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 141. Why would the invincible me need to lie _1? Jiang Chen came in pursuit of a high-energy reaction and quickly dealt with the rampaging abyss monsters. These few abyss monsters that had burrowed up from underground were clearly just appetizers. They were only 0th rank in strength, even ordinary people armed with powerful firearms could focus fire and kill them, so they didn't pose a great threat. What did surprise Jiang Chen, however, was the change that occurred at the scene after he had dealt with the monsters. How much time had passed since the monsters appeared? And yet, a native girl had already awakened an abyss rune and gained the qualifications to become a Mecha pilot. Although the time of awakening was not tied to the strength of one's talent, Jiang Chen still felt a heightened expectation for this girl named Xiang Jing. Even mobile games had a boost for the first draw. After all, as the first Mecha pilot of the civilization, she couldn't have awakened a completely useless talent, could she? In addition, the fact that Xiang Jing had awakened her abyss rune also reminded Jiang Chen. The world of the Earth Cataclysm seemed to be quite similar to planet Blue Star. There was a good chance that these survivors of monster attacks could awaken abyss runes. But this world did not have the Mecha Pilots Alliance of planet Blue Star. There was also no intelligence related to abyss, mechas, or modules. It all needed to be explored step by step. Just like on planet Blue Star, the supercharge module of the first SSS-class Mecha pilot was not stolen, rather, information about it leaked out as he grew stronger. That was why, subsequently, the supercharge modules of the next 5 SSS-class Mecha pilots were stolen. Therefore, if Jiang Chen ignored these survivors who had awakened abyss runes, the early-stage Mecha pilots of this world would probably pay a great price to gradually uncover all sorts of intelligence. The more I think about it, the more I feel Steam World really had it tough. I wonder how Lila and the others are doing now. Jiang Chen certainly would not repeat past mistakes. He asked the young man next to Xiang Jing to take out the recording equipment and started recording a video. Then, he gathered the nearby survivors. Just like Senior Xia had done before, he explained to them the information about the abyss runes, Mecha pilots, and the basic trial. Considering this video could potentially become the seed of civilization for this world, Jiang Chen spoke with more detail than Senior Xia had, including some settings about talents. The survivors at the entrance of the shopping mall, already terrified by the abyss monsters, didn't have the courage to oppose the arrangements of the enormous Mecha. Listening to his presentation, they were as confused as if they were listening to a story. No one knew how much they had actually comprehended. Only the siblings Xiang Hui and Xiang Jing listened with intense focus. Monsters from underground and a gold-red Mecha continuously appeared at the entrance of the shopping mall. This event was quickly spread via telephone, the internet, and other methods. The first to arrive, naturally, were the stabilization forces of this city. Due to the existence of traditional combat warriors and super ability users, events like martial law breaches and vendettas were common in this world. The city's stabilization forces were composed of extensively trained special soldiers, equipped with lethal weapons and authorized to use them. When they arrived at the entrance of the mall, they immediately saw the strange gold-red Mecha. Without mentioning anything else, just its 4-meter-tall massive frame and the metal armor of unknown thickness on its surface were enough to exert a strong deterrent. It was as if something from a sci-fi theme had walked into reality. The stabilization soldiers all picked up their weapons and prepared for action. The captain grabbed a megaphone and asked the pilot of the gold-red Mecha to identify themselves, release the innocent civilians being held, and relinquish the Mecha's armament. Seeing the arrival of the stabilization forces, many of the survivors also showed signs of relief. If they weren't wary of the terrible Mecha, they probably would have already started fleeing for their lives. This is really troublesome. While Jiang Chen relayed information about the abyss, his gaze swept over these soldiers standing ready. In the initial moments of the revival of the ancient gods in Steam World, civilization's order had been destroyed, and the world was completely thrown into chaos. Jiang Chen also didn't need to deal with the nations of Steam World. By protecting a group of survivors, he was fulfilling his duty to preserve the seed of civilization. However, the world of the Earth Cataclysm was completely different from Steam World. Here, civilization still existed, the crisis was hidden, and order had not collapsed. As a stranger driving a Mecha, Jiang Chen's first challenge was the civilization and order of this world. How should he act, then? to explain the origins of Mecha pilots to the local civilization and express his friendly intentions in order to form an alliance and confront the calamity together? That was too idealistic. Just look around, these survivors who had experienced the monster attacks firsthand were all wary of the unfamiliar Mecha and did not take his words to heart. How could Jiang Chen possibly quickly convince an entire civilization to trust him wholeheartedly? Especially if the civilization itself was fragmented, with multiple nations harboring animosity and engaging in strife against each other. This would only greatly increase the difficulty of persuading the civilization and seeking help. Most importantly, there were only 10 days left before the catastrophe would fully erupt. By the time Jiang Chen finished allying with the local civilization, the catastrophe might have already burst out in full. Clearly, that was a highly inefficient way to operate. At this moment, Jiang Chen also understood the choice made by Senior Yano before. No wonder Senior Yano didn't try to contact the countries of planet Blue Star, and didn't even communicate much with the people of Blue Star, but instead dealt with the abyss monsters alone, resolved the calamity, and saved planet Blue Star. Chapter 142. Why would the invincible me need to lie _2? In the end, only a portion of the information related to the abyss was left behind before withdrawing. Negotiating excessively with the local civilization along the way clearly seems like a thankless task that takes more effort than it's worth. Considering the troubles related to negotiations, Jiang Chen would rather follow in Senior Yano's footsteps, directly obliterate the catastrophe, complete the mission, leave behind the seeds of Mecha pilots, and then leave promptly. Therefore, he temporarily ignored the stability forces and did not waste words on them. Instead, he focused all his attention on teaching the survivors and sharing information. During this process, due to the presence of the survivors, the stability forces hesitated, fearing collateral damage, and because Jiang Chen didn't make any special moves, there seemed to be hope for communication. So, the situation weirdly came to a standoff. During this process, Jiang Chen also had Xiang Hui go on a $0 shopping spree at the mall, copying the video data onto other hard drives and mobile phones as a backup. To prevent the seed information he left behind from being easily destroyed. Time quickly passed by 1 hour. In full view of everyone, a dark rift abruptly opened beneath Xiang Jing's feet, completely swallowing her up. The trial begins. Since this world had traditional martial artists and super ability gene warriors, many survivors thought the creatures emerging from the ground were products of some genetic research institute. They did not truly believe what Jiang Chen had said. Not until they witnessed this scene did many survivors finally realize that what the gold-red Mecha had mentioned might actually be true. They frantically searched their bodies, wanting to see if they had awakened an abyss rune. While they were searching, several more survivors consecutively fell into the abyss. Only Xiang Hui looked on enviously. Why had so many people awakened, yet he hadn't? For a full hour, the stability forces were trying to arrange negotiators, persuading the pilot of the gold-red Mecha to abandon the hostages and get out of the Mecha. However, when the captain of the stability forces saw one survivor after another fall into the dark rift, he was completely furious. What abyss rift, what basic trial? All were just cover-ups and excuses. A rift that could swallow humans could also be created with supernatural abilities. Unwilling to negotiate, taking hostages, and using superpowers to kill them. This was clearly the actions of a heinous criminal. The captain suppressed the anger in his heart and asked his deputy in a low voice. Has Mr. Kui arrived? Yes, he's already in position nearby. And the snipers? They're all in position as well. A cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes. Originally, considering the other party had dealt with the monsters, he wanted to negotiate and find out the origin of this Mecha. Now, there was no need. Once they deal with the pilot, they could take it to the armed forces for analysis. Although it was a bit troublesome, it felt more reassuring to use. He gave a low order. Be careful not to use explosive weapons, that would destroy too much of the Mecha's structure. Just killing the pilot will suffice. Take action. The captain's command was swiftly conveyed to everyone's ears through the walkie-talkie. In front of them all, a magician-like man in a top hat suddenly appeared, gave a slight smile to the gold-red Mecha, and threw a red cloth backward. All the survivors gathered together, all covered by the red cloth. The next moment, along with the man in the top hat, they all disappeared instantly. Another spatial ability, hey! Being born with such a high-tier ability, I'm really envious. With Jiang Chen's reaction ability, he had locked onto the man in the top hat the moment he appeared. However, he wasn't some villain. What needed to be explained had already been conveyed to these survivors. So, he didn't stop the man in the top hat's actions. As the man in the top hat took the survivors away, 8 red dots locked onto the central and several other parts of the gold-red Mecha. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, 8 special armor-piercing bullets were fired at the gold-red Mecha from 8 different angles. The captain smiled. Such armor-piercing bullets, mixed with super technology, were very valuable. Even a heavily armored tank would be penetrated by a single shot. This Mecha, although it appeared powerful, couldn't possibly withstand it. Wait, it actually withstood it. The captain's eyes widened. After the gunshot, the surface of the gold-red Mecha showed no damage, the armor-piercing bullets seemed completely ineffective. No. The truth was even more terrifying. In full view of everyone, the gold-red Mecha lifted its finger, and 8 special bullet heads slid from its palm, falling onto the ground with a clinking sound. This 4-meter-tall steam Mecha had actually caught the special bullets with its hand. Fuck! The captain exclaimed in shock. This seemingly bulky and cumbersome device was capable of doing that? Those were bullets. Well, they were just bullets after all. Jiang Chen, piloting a primeval Mecha with over 100 agility, was able to combine with the bioorganic force field to achieve 1 Mach in flight speed. Now that he had nearly 50,000 agility, plus the computational power brought by the bioorganic intelligence, bullets traveling at around a kilometer per second appeared incredibly slow in his eyes. Just by briefly activating the Mecha Soul Boost, he could use nearly 30,000 agility to pluck these bullets from the air. Of course, these bullets were also unlikely to penetrate the thick armor of the steam Mecha, he could have ignored them outright. Jiang Chen chose not to ignore them but to demonstrate the agility of the Mecha. Primarily to showcase his own formidable strength. Because, just as he had entered the cave of monsters to investigate, Zero, through the special connection of traits and bonds, conveyed a message to Jiang Chen. Chapter 143. Why would the invincible me need to lie _3? The end of the tunnel was a hard geological layer, with no caverns or strange dwellings like burrows found. It was impossible to trace the origin of these strange creatures. Without the origin or location of the creatures, it meant Jiang Chen couldn't determine the position of the Abyss Overlord through these creatures that emerged from beneath the ground. He would need to spend more time to further investigate. However, the disaster of the Abyss calamity affected the entire civilization. There was a possibility that an Abyss Overlord existed anywhere on the planet. Even with his high-energy vision, Jiang Chen found it incredibly difficult to locate the position of the Abyss Overlord before the disaster spread. If he could get the help of the civilization, he could definitely save a lot of time. Yet, it wasn't appropriate for him to engage in friendly, peaceful negotiations. This method in itself represented consuming a great deal of time to gain trust, which might ironically delay things, an act of missing the forest for the trees. Therefore, after his super brain rapidly processed the situation, Jiang Chen came to a conclusion. Use super strength. He didn't need to engage in peaceful negotiations. He only needed to demonstrate his own power. Show that he had the strength to oppose the whole world with the power of one person. That would naturally attract the attention and importance of the entire world. Regardless of whether this attention was hostile or friendly. It meant they would take each of Jiang Chen's words and actions seriously. At that time, when Jiang Chen declared that he came to oppose the catastrophe, the countries, in order to verify his statement, naturally started to search for seismic activities, looking for the position of the Abyss Overlords. As long as they found an Abyss Overlord, it would be equivalent to Jiang Chen finding the Abyss Overlord. Once the mission was completed, it didn't matter whether the local civilization was hostile or friendly. After all, the civilization had been protected, and local Mecha pilots could also begin to develop gradually. Just like Senior Yano, he could take his time to explain the ins and outs when it was time for fire transmission. By now, Jiang Chen had cleared his thoughts. He waited for Zero to return from underground while he used his bioorganic force field to pilot the steam mecha up into the air. His voice spread quickly through the translator. Your world is brewing a calamity capable of destroying the planet. These are a group of incredibly powerful creatures with the ability to create earthquakes. In 10 days, they will initiate the splitting of the earth, declaring the end of the world. I am a mecha pilot from another world, here to help you eliminate those abyss creatures. As expected. The people who heard these words were first shocked, then frowned one after another. A world-destroying calamity? A savior from another world? Why not just say your Emperor Qin returned from the dead? That might be somewhat credible. Jiang Chen noticed their expressions and continued to rise into the sky, saying, I know you won't believe my words at once. In a few more days, as more earthquakes and abyss creatures appear, my statement will be corroborated. But by that time, the situation will be irreversible, and even if I resolve the abyss calamity, your civilization will suffer substantial casualties. There's a way to indirectly prove what I'm saying. The steam mecha stood in the air, arms outstretched, calling out boldly. Feel free to attack me. I will prove that on this planet, I am an invincible presence. Why would I, who am invincible to the world, need to lie? Chapter 144. Now there's a lake there _1. Before undertaking the power enhancement trial, Jiang Chen completed the endless difficulty level 5 more times, allowing for 5 attribute precipitations. Each precipitation increased his force agility attributes by 14,600. That is to say, he now possessed a base strength of 124,200 and a base agility of 122,300. How staggering was that number? Even if placed on planet Blue Star 20 years ago, Jiang Chen would have reached a state of true invincibility. Though he couldn't go as far as to catch a high-yield fusion weapon with his face. But it should be noted that nuclear weapons are launched by missiles and lock onto their targets, not through direct face-to-face bombardment. That is to say, as long as one had enough observation power, speed, and reaction. That is, a high amount of agility attribute, combined with certain long-range attack capabilities. It would be entirely possible to intercept nuclear weapons before detonation from afar, turning them into mere duds. Even if nuclear weapons were detonated through timing or remote control, Jiang Chen could quickly leave the central lethal zone, thus ensuring a safe escape. Therefore, in a world like the Earth Cataclysm, Jiang Chen could almost be regarded as a walking calamity. As long as he let loose with enough time, he could evade all of humanity's lethal weapons and achieve total extermination of terrestrial life. It was precisely for this reason that Senior Yano's conduct on planet Blue Star gained even more of Jiang Chen's admiration. As a high-rank mecha pilot far surpassing planet Blue Star, possessing unstoppable power, he had no need to explain anything to the Alliance, could have directly locked onto Jiang Chen's position, and appeared face to face. He didn't even need to respect the choices of planet Blue Star and could have directly forced a fire transmission. He could have even gone to the extent of plundering en masse, a method both simple and effortless, yielding even higher returns. But he didn't do so. Instead, he patiently explained the background to the wary symbol of the Alliance, gradually dissolving their hostility, eventually forming an alliance. And in doing so, he earned Jiang Chen's respect. Despite having the power to act recklessly, he didn't take pride in his strength. Instead, he saw it as a tool for protecting others. Whether it was Senior Yano or Boss Li Xiao, they both did the same. What they possessed was a spirit of gold, far more precious than strength. Only those who inherit this spirit are the true bearers of fire transmission. At this moment, Jiang Chen was just such a person. He could have chosen to demonstrate his power, thereby gaining the attention of civilization to aid in finding the traces of the Abyss Overlord. Or he could have chosen to directly coerce the higher UPS, demanding they seek the traces of the Abyss Overlord through threats. He opted for the gentler former approach. It was precisely his approach that caused the captain of the city stability forces to feel a sense of confusion and incomprehension. If this golden red steam mecha were a villain who killed civilians. Yet when it appeared, it killed the suddenly appearing monsters, even when attacked by sniper rifles, it nonchalantly brushed it off, showing no intention of pursuit. It didn't even care about the departure of the hostages. Instead, after speaking of imminent doomsday and calamity, it asked the warriors to attack the mecha, thereby proving its invincibility. From any angle, it didn't resemble a villain. Yet previously, he had killed several citizens, allowing them to be devoured by dark rifts, disappearing without a trace. Among them was even a young girl. This was the reason the stability captain had ordered the attack. But now, he was somewhat at a loss. He looked at the mecha in the sky, standing still as if waiting for an attack, and a thought arose in his mind. Either this fellow is a madman who isn't afraid of death, or there really exists such a thing as the abyss and the calamity. The bullets from the snipers earlier had already proven the ineffectiveness of firearms. At this time, the stability captain dared not rashly launch another attack, but instead opened communication, detailed the situation to the higher UPS, and sought advice. A few moments passed. The communication sounded again, bringing a voice. I've consulted with the higher UPS, and it's not just your location, many places have reported these so-called monsters, and there's a lot of unrest on the internet that's been suppressed. Also, the Seismological Research Institute's data indicates that a minor earthquake occurred at every location where a monster appeared, which is very similar to what he said. However, the talk of world-ending calamities and otherworldly invaders still seems too far-fetched. If he claims to be invincible, then let him try. After communicating with the higher UPS, the stability captain cut the connection. He looked towards the sky, turned on the loudspeaker, and shouted. Since you've requested it, 3 minutes from now, Ning Mountain Missile Base will lock onto your mecha. It's not too late to regret it now. However, the steam mecha didn't respond. Instead, it climbed higher into the sky, as if to prevent any damage from reaching the city below. Seeing this, the stability captain found himself at a loss for words. This mecha couldn't possibly believe that by catching a few bullets, it could withstand missiles, could it? Those were the nation's most powerful weapons, with top speeds exceeding Mach 15, much faster than any bullet. They needed only about 30 seconds to traverse 300 kilometers and strike the designated target. The firepower was beyond doubt. Even if the mecha looked science-fictional, it was impossible for it to contend with such top-tier weaponry. The stability captain had absolute confidence in this kind of weapon. This was the strongest force of the new era. 3 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. The stability captain looked in the direction of Ning Mountain, only to see in the distant sky a few tiny black dots trailing long plumes of flame. In just a few seconds, they crossed the horizon's expanse, hurtling towards the steam mecha in the sky. Just when the people on the ground squinted slightly, expecting an explosion, the steam mecha moved. Accompanied by the blast fog, it actually met the missile at a speed faster than the missile itself, swinging a punch that struck the missile. The expected explosion, however, halted abruptly at that moment. Under the influence of some mysterious force, several missiles were completely frozen before detonation, and shattered with ease, turning into countless ice crystals that scattered in the air. The stabilization team leader was dumbfounded. The strongest weapon of his nation, a deterrent to other countries, capable of locking onto and obliterating any enemy. The sky punishment missile. Just like that, smashed by a single punch? The steam mecha lingered in the air for a moment, seemingly disappointed as it floated down, standing over the shopping mall. Is that all? Is this the extent of your civilization's weaponry? The stabilization team leader was momentarily silent. Modern warfare is inherently beyond visual range combat. You're just one mecha, and you think you can contend with what weapons? Should we pull up a couple of tanks, or perhaps a battleship, and fly them up to confront you? Fighter jets? You smashed the missiles to bits. What fighter jet could possibly fly faster than a missile? Forget it, let me take over. The steam mecha sighed and then asked. Is there an uninhabited area nearby? As the stabilization team leader remained silent, a young named Xiang Hui, previously rescued, shouted out loud. To the east, there's Mount Qing. The steam mecha heard Xiang Hui's voice. With a slight motion, accompanied by the shockwave from breaking the sound barrier, it flew off at a speed even faster than that of the sky punishment missile. You have to realize that the sky punishment missile can cross 300 kilometers in just over 30 seconds. Mount Qing is only 30 to 40 kilometers away from this city. Just over 10 seconds later, the steam mecha returned once again. The stabilization team leader and people like Xiang Hui were still wondering why it had suddenly turned back halfway when... Boom! A thunderous roar, accompanied by gales and dust, spread from the east of the city. Countless citizens looked toward the east in astonishment, unaware of what had happened. Only the steam mecha calmly stated. From now on, that place will be known as Lake Qing. What the hell is this thing? Looking at the steam mecha, the stabilization team leader felt his legs weak and his eyes dizzy. In just over 10 seconds, to turn a small mountain dozens of kilometers away into a lake? Compared with this, the sky punishment missile is nothing but garbage. No wonder he dares to call himself invincible. In Xiang Hui's eyes, a light was almost bursting forth. This is what it means to be a mecha pilot. At that moment, the stabilization team leader's communicator rang. He quickly answered the call and after a moment, he let go of his weapon and spoke. Respected mecha pilot from another world, we will fully cooperate with your actions. Whether they truly believed it or not. Once the steam mecha had demonstrated the terror of its invincible power it spoke of. Even the higher UPS, who might not believe in the doomsday calamity, wouldn't dare confront this mysterious mecha with invincible power at this time. The stabilization team leader paused, listening to the communication in his ear, and then said. If it is a doomsday calamity that the entire planet cannot avoid, I'm afraid the power of just our nation will hardly be of much assistance to you. Do you need our help to contact other countries? Of course. Inside the steam mecha, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Having proven his strength, the communication had indeed become much simpler. However, the civilization of the Earth Cataclysm world had not been unified. Based on the word of one country alone, it would hardly be possible to quickly make other countries understand the severity of the issue. Jiang Chen then spoke. Could you give me a map? In the world of Earth Cataclysm, there are more than 30 countries. Among them, the strongest and most influential nations and powers amount to only 3. Jiang Chen had already secured the help of one of these major nations, and through connections, spent half an hour visiting the other 2. By employing the mysterious power of creation to create 2 new lakes, he quickly gained their enthusiastic cooperation. They mobilized domestic resources, causing the seismological research institutes to operate at high capacity, monitoring seismic activity everywhere. Meanwhile, geologists and archaeologists were also mobilized, attempting to use existing archaeological findings to determine where subterranean anomalies might exist. If subterranean creatures were like the ancient deities of the steam world, life forms that had existed on this planet long ago, they might be able to find some clues through this approach. This method of mobilizing an entire civilization for investigation was much more efficient than Jiang Chen scanning the terrain alone with high-energy vision, looking for anomalies. Just an hour later, new information came through. Beneath the volcanoes along the coast of a certain country, there are rather strong seismic waves, likely to be gathering places for abyss monsters. Jiang Chen, acting on reports from the seismological research institutes, was preemptively rushing to earthquake sites, clearing out monsters, rescuing affected civilians, and improving mission ratings. Upon hearing the news, he immediately dealt with the enemies at hand and quickly flew towards the marked volcano. Chapter 145. This is just the tip of the iceberg. 1. The coastal volcano that was detected is indeed an active volcano. Due to its long-term active state, the local towns mostly restrict public access to the mountains, and with the small population of locals, evacuation speeds are relatively fast and adept. When Jiang Chen piloted his steam mecha to this area, he could already see buses driving away along the road and nodded in approval. With the support of the local civilization, he could fight without reserve, with far fewer concerns. After all, he was here to complete an advancement task. The very few casualties that occurred due to the abyssal monster attacks were unavoidable and would not lower the task's evaluation. However, large-scale damage to civilization would inevitably decrease it. Even naturally evil fire plunderer mecha pilots would try to avoid such an event in consideration of their evaluations. Not to mention, fire plunderers slaughtering high-ranked mecha pilots and plundering civilization potential. The prerequisite is that the civilization has developed enough to cross the abyss and have the qualifications for fire transmission. During an advancement task, both fire plunderers and fire transmitters have a very consistent goal. Minimize casualties, crush the calamity. Cities that can evacuate their population as quickly as this one are, after all, in the minority. Plus, with the seismic activity caused by underground creatures growing more and more terrifying, there will also be corresponding chain natural disasters. It must be resolved as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen piloted the steam mecha, hovered in the air, and activated high-energy vision. Sure enough, he saw the familiar energy fluctuations, expanding layer by layer from deep underground, even spreading into the volcano itself. At this point, the live volcano, under the influence of the energy fluctuations, had started spewing billowing smoke, entering an active state, ready to erupt at any moment. There was indeed a sign of underground creatures here. But the problem was, it was too deep. Based on the monitoring and judgment of the Seismological Research Institute, the focal depth of this area exceeded 200 kilometers, classifying it as an intermediate depth earthquake. Even though, for the same magnitude, the deeper the focus, the less impact on the surface. But with the abyssal creature hiding more than 200 kilometers deep, it was very difficult for Jiang Chen to reach it. This was a place that even high-energy vision could not touch. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This advancement trial once again highlighted his weaknesses. Through the cooperation with Zero and Yun, his base strength, agility, defense, and even recovery speed had already improved. However, his abilities seemed relatively poor. If it were not for the lack of scouting methods, he could have easily located the source of the abyss calamity like Senior Yano and issued a challenge. If it were not for the lack of earth-related abilities, he could easily break through the ground, delve deep underground, and pull out the abyssal creature to slay it. The third-rank mecha is imperative. Although he did not have the third-rank mecha and its corresponding modules, Jiang Chen was not entirely without means to cope. For the two weaknesses, the former had already been compensated with the help of the local civilization. As for the latter, special ability modules that could delve deep into the earth and control it could be obtained by killing abyssal monsters. Just like the basic trial in the Steam world. When Jiang Chen killed those aberrant creatures, he obtained a large amount of aberrant materials and modules. In the Earth Cataclysm world, Jiang Chen also acquired a lot of high-quality Earth-related materials when he killed underground creatures. It was only because the monsters that first appeared were 0th and first rank in strength, mere weaklings. Even with the burst rate bonus of the advancement trial and the hope difficulty level, the output was extremely poor and not worth mentioning. As long as Jiang Chen killed a few elite monsters, he might be able to obtain a series of high-quality modules. Killing monsters, plundering modules. From this point of view, all mecha pilots are actually plunderers. It's just that what they plunder are abyssal monsters, not their own kind. Jiang Chen waited for a brief moment. Seeing the buses had taken the townsfolk far away, he no longer hesitated and looked down at the crater below. At this moment, it was emitting billowing thick smoke. To dig through 200 kilometers of earth to find an abyssal monster was somewhat troublesome. Luckily, it was a volcanic area, which happened to have a suitable lava channel leading to the underground, saving a lot of time. It's a bit early for a star bath or a nuclear sauna. But a magma bath could be worth the try. Jiang Chen felt eager to try and communicated his intention through his trait. Yun, are you ready to join me for a magma bath? Bathe with the Lord, in a bath. Along came feelings of embarrassment, excitement, and agitation. The steam mecha helmet's side jets forcefully ejected 2 streams of white steam. Your subordinate, will try my best. Jiang Chen. If he remembered correctly, Bai Ying had carried out the mecha soul prenatal education for Yun with high combustion remix and hot-blooded plot, right? He was certain nothing strange was mixed in there. Jiang Chen brushed past the thought and hesitated no longer. He piloted the steam mecha and plunged straight into the billowing smoke of the volcano's crater, submerging into the fiery lava. The temperature of ordinary magma is only about 1000 degrees Celsius. The basic defense of the steam mecha reaches an astonishing 2.5k armor value. Plus, the steam mecha's inherent high temperature resistance without any transcendent attributes means the magma doesn't even qualify to break its defense. Soaking fully in it, not a single armor value was lost. Chapter 146. This is just the tip of the iceberg. 2. As for moving inside the magma, it's much more difficult than in water, but that's no longer a concern. Whether it's the high force agility attributes or the omnipotent bioorganic force field, both can easily resolve such a problem. Jiang Chen piloted the steam mecha, rapidly descending along the magma channel. At the same time, he activated high-energy perception, observing the surroundings through the mecha's visor to prevent missing any special factors. Soon, as Jiang Chen followed the magma channel deep down, reaching over 200 kilometers into the asthenosphere, he finally observed a high-energy response in the direction of the seismic source detected by the research institute. When this kind of high-energy response is manifested in a biological body, it is what Master Cha refers to as life force energy. With the help of several hundred abyss overlords, Jiang Chen could skillfully use the high-energy response to observe the intensity of the opponent's life force energy, thereby making an approximate guess of their strength level. Life force energy close to the strength of 3rd rank. The Earth Cataclysm world has been classified by the Abyss Rune as Abyss Level 2. Currently, this underground creature is in Abyss Level 2 but possesses life force energy nearly at 3rd rank. In a typical rank-up trial, it would likely be considered the final boss. At the same level, it is much stronger than the 10th day leader of the Steam world, the ancient god's descendant. However, considering this is a rank-up trial specifically reserved for the hopeful, at the hope difficulty level, this underground creature may not necessarily be the ultimate source of this disaster. Even if it's not the final boss, it's definitely on the level of an elite monster like Master Luo. Let's kill it first. Jiang Chen locked onto the opponent's location with high energy perception and swam towards it through the magma. The opponent seemed to be active in the magma layer and had somehow anticipated the arrival of the steam mecha, coming to meet it. When the two sides encountered each other, the first collision occurred swiftly. In the initial probe, the steam mecha merely activated energy overload, raising its power attribute to 0.5510,000, but was at a disadvantage. Through this collision, Jiang Chen deduced that the opponent's power attribute was around 0.7010,000. However, that wasn't the key point. During the confrontation, Jiang Chen noticed with high-energy vision that the kinetic energy from the initial collision, through some sort of high-energy force, turned into ripples spreading through the magma layer. It created much more intense seismic waves than what 0.45 10,000 in power should have, causing more damage to the steam mecha. Is this some sort of transcendent ability that can create seismic waves? Indeed, one cannot fight these monsters underground. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't immediately initiate stage 2 to unleash a deliberate punch of several 10,000s in power, precisely because he was concerned about the issue of earthquakes. Force would propagate through the earth. If he were to fight recklessly underground, the monster might die, but large areas of towns on the surface would likely be destroyed by the resulting aftershocks. The abilities of this underground creature deepened his conviction. The battlefield had to be moved. Entering underground through the magma channel in the volcano's mouth. This mecha has such outstanding defensive capabilities too. A general exclaimed as he watched the situation on the screen. The appearance of this enigmatic mecha had, in just a few days, completely destroyed and refreshed humanity's understanding of military force on this planet. Don't take it by its mere crushing of a few missiles. If the steam mecha had relied on some sort of defense power or the strength of alloy armor to absorb missile damage without a scratch, the countries would not be so surprised. After all, that would have simply meant that the missile power was insufficient, and perhaps a more powerful missile could destroy the mecha. But the missiles were effortlessly shattered, not even given the chance to function. This was what truly made them feel powerless. What significance would there be in using a more powerful missile, even if they switched to nuclear weapons currently under development? The opponent could intercept these attacks with ease. No matter how strong the military force, if it could not hit the enemy, it would be rendered completely ineffective. This was military force of an entirely different level. After showing off its defensive capabilities, the other party had also demonstrated devastating destructive power. The implications of combining the two are self-evident. That is why the nations had so quickly expressed their cooperation. At the same time, these countries also developed an intense desire for this mecha. It was so powerful. Just a single mecha was enough to surpass the entire planet's civilization and technology. If they could get their hands on it, wouldn't they immediately become the supreme ruler? Of course, with the lake still out there as a deterrent, they did not dare make any demands of this enigmatic individual. They could only salivate while observing the situation from the sidelines. Just like now, they remotely watched the mecha's actions through the broadcasted images. They were verifying the claims about the disaster, cooperating with the opposing side to counter the disaster while also observing the strength of the mecha. The seismic monitoring station also kept transmitting messages. A strong seismic wave has been detected, originating at a depth of over 200 kilometers, still the same seismic source. According to analysis, it seems like there's been an encounter with the mecha. Wait, the seismic source is moving, the earthquake's epicenter is rising. A frequently moving seismic source actually confirmed the claims of the enigmatic mecha pilot. The frequent small-scale earthquakes recently were caused by strange creatures that reside deep underground. If they could cause small-scale earthquakes, they could naturally also gather together to cause large-scale, catastrophic earthquakes that could destroy nations and civilizations. Chapter 147. This is just the tip of the iceberg. 3. Thinking about how civilization was actually hanging by a thread. The generals controlled their emotions, staring intently at the screen with the volcanic crater. The source of the earthquake was continually rising, which meant the kind of monsters that were appearing everywhere were about to crawl out of the ground. Just as they were closely monitoring, the volcano began to tremble, and dust started to scatter. The next moment, everyone watching this scene, be it the generals from various countries or the staff, were all shocked into silence. Accompanied by the eruption of magma, a colossal monster, over 300 meters in size, burst through the dust, soaring out into the sky. It was as massive as a hill, its body covered in rock-like black scales, with scorching magma flowing over its surface. When it landed on the ground, it made the earth tremble, and in just a few seconds, the surrounding towns became ruins amidst the shaking. Its roar, as if tangible, dispersed the volcanic smoke, causing helicopters observing from a distance to wobble chaotically, almost crashing down. Was this the origin of the monster lurking 200 kilometers underground that was about to unleash an earthquake disaster? Compared to it, the alien beasts that had previously appeared in the cities were nothing but infants. If such a monster appeared in the city, what kind of weapon would it take to eliminate it? The thought inevitably arose among the generals. A moment later, they helplessly dismissed all their ideas. The enemy lived 200 kilometers deep underground. It did not even need to surface. Just by causing an earthquake, it could destroy human civilization. There was nothing mankind could do. It was an invincible being. However, just as the generals were giving rise to this thought, compared to the 300-meter monster, the relatively tiny gold-red Mecha, like a golden meteor, slammed into the monster. Stage 2, Mecha Soul Fusion. Even without full power, the 60,000 force agility shared to the steam Mecha, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, completely pierced through the monster. In this process, due to the excessive force, accompanied by the spreading of kinetic energy and shock waves, the more than 300 meters tall monster, like a watermelon hit by a bullet, exploded from the point of impact, bursting apart. Countless pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, with the scorching blood rain descending next to the volcano. Enemy general has been breached by Yun. After slaying the lava alien beast, obtained the flawless module, Flaming Molten Lava, Supercharged. Flaming Molten Lava, Supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, Flawless. Type, Hand Module, External Layer Module. Effect 1, enhances the Mecha's resistance to flames, reducing damage from fire. Effect 2, when equipped on the hand module, it can consume Mecha energy to unleash the power of lava, transforming flames into molten lava for attacks, or converting any rock it comes into contact with into high-temperature molten lava, with power depending on enigmatism and energy, max power, 20,000. Effect 3, when equipped on the external layer module, it can consume Mecha energy to create a lava shell, absorbing some damage and causing high-temperature harm to enemies when attacked. The damage absorbed and power depend on enigmatism and energy, max absorption and damage, 20,000. Description: even I hatched from a stone. Everyone was stunned in place. That monster towering over 300 meters, more terrifying than the monsters in sci-fi movies, was just killed by this Mecha in a second. Killed in a second. Mecha pilot. Have those who were chosen to be Mecha pilots returned? We must possess this powerful Mecha. The generals were practically roaring as they spoke. Another group of liaison officers received communication prompts and quickly connected. To facilitate communication and provide information, various countries had already given Jiang Chen a set of communication equipment. At this moment, from the other side of the communication device, Jiang Chen's voice was heard. Continue monitoring the seismic waves, and look for deeper, more intense sources. The general understood what Jiang Chen meant and started speaking in disbelief. Was that monster just now not the origin of the catastrophe? Of course not. Jiang Chen's voice came through. This lava alien beast was so weak, it was merely a servant of the real monsters. If it were the true source of the disaster, perhaps, even my Mecha would not be able to stand against it, and might be destroyed in the battle. What? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This Mecha that could sweep across the earth, crush civilizations, and kill terrifying monsters in a single blow. Could it possibly not be a match for the real source of the disaster? Just how terrifying is the true source of this cataclysm? Chapter 148. Slay the Supreme Deity first, then the Pantheon, _1. Jiang Chen's words cast a layer of gloom over the hearts of the people. The might of this steam mecha was beyond doubt. But even with such a formidable mecha, was it still possible that it couldn't beat the calamity's source monster? The commander sensed the heavy atmosphere and spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to worry," he said. "It might not beat, not that it absolutely cannot beat it. If he is a foreigner from another planet and he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have come here to court death. That is to say, at most the source of the calamity is an enemy on the same level as this steam mecha. When the time comes, as long as this mecha pilot can restrain the opponent with the steam mecha, and we provide the corresponding assistance, we will surely achieve the ultimate victory." In the commander's words, there was no longer the original doubt. After all, actions speak louder than words. The terrifying monster that kept causing earthquakes was quietly hiding 200 kilometers underground, so it couldn't be harmless, right? At this moment, people had fully believed Jiang Chen's statement. And under the deterrence of the doomsday calamity, under the fear of death and destruction, it was as if adrenaline was injected. Efficiency was maximized as everyone focused intently on tracking the monster's trail. The higher UPS of various nations didn't disturb the workers at this time. Even if they were very interested in the mecha pilot, they had to eliminate the monster first before they had the capacity to consider these matters. They frequently monitored all sorts of data and soon conveyed new information to Jiang Chen. They marked the new location of the abyssal monster. In this way, they won't be able to entertain any wild thoughts, right? Jiang Chen, piloting the steam mecha, flew toward the newly marked epicenter with a smile on his lips. In the initial steam world, he couldn't wait to imprint his invincibility in the survivors' hearts, to completely expel the influence of the ancient gods and boost their morale. But the world of the Earth cataclysm was different. Jiang Chen had already proven his strength and invincibility. At this time, he couldn't keep flaunting his power. After all, he came to deal with the monsters and shelter civilization. If he showed an attitude of easily rescuing everything, as the protected party, the civilization could easily become complacent. Jiang Chen was still counting on them to work hard to locate the boss's position. They would be risking the lives of their civilization's innocent populace and also cause Jiang Chen's scores to drop by wasting some time. So, it was better to slightly highlight the strength of the abyssal monster. It would help to increase their sense of urgency, boost their work efficiency, and make them work hard for their own civilization. Instead of just waiting for a savior to save everything. As for whether the calamity's source could be beaten by the steam mecha, Jiang Chen could only say, perhaps. After all, as a first-rank mecha pilot, he had already stacked his basic attributes to an astonishing 120,000. With Mecha Soul Fusion activated, the steam mecha would have 60,000 in basic attributes. Senior Yano, the hope of the same period as a first-rank mecha pilot, only had the strength of a normal third rank, which is about 20,000 attributes. If the steam mecha with 60,000 attributes couldn't beat the source of the calamity, how did Senior Yano pass the rank-up trial? From this perspective, it must be possible to beat it. However, if you look at it from another angle. According to what Senior Yano said, the hope varied in strength. The hopes of those ancient civilizations had one stronger and more exaggerated talent than the next. As the first-generation hope of civilization, his talent strength was relatively weak. If the intensity of the rank-up trials all followed the level of the weaker hopes, doesn't that mean that anyone with slightly stronger talent could crush the trials? What kind of trial would that be? Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't in a good position to judge the strength of the calamity's source. He could only say, at least, let Zero and Yun have a fulfilling fight. I've prepared several repair tools. Jiang Chen, with his expectations of the calamity's source, quickly arrived at the new location of the epicenter. This time, the depth of the epicenter was close to 300 kilometers, still within the range of an intermediate source earthquake. The location of the epicenter was a plain area. In the plain area, there was no convenient magma channel like before, Jiang Chen had to figure out a way to delve into the depths himself and find the aberration. Had it been before, it might have been a bit tricky. But now. New module, activate. The surface of the steam mecha opened a slot, and a property module quickly popped out. The strength and agility attributes of the steam mecha dropped by 700 points each, from 0.35,000 to 0.28,000. In its place, a module with magma coloring was quickly inserted into the slot. Supercharge module Flaming Molten Lava. The burst rates in the trial worlds were already extremely high, regarded by Jiang Chen as a precious treasure-hunting secret realm. At this moment, it was also the exclusive hope difficulty level, with maximized burst rates. Just an elite monster dropped a precious supercharged module. The most important thing was, this flaming molten lava module looked like it was for both attack and defense. It was actually a functional module that could perfectly resolve the current dilemma faced by Jiang Chen. No magma channel? Then create a magma channel. After switching modules, the steam mecha's arms were covered with crimson patterns, and a thick layer of strange molten lava gauntlets was added. With energy infused into the molten lava gauntlets, Jiang Chen struck the ground. The ground within a 100-meter radius instantly turned into scorching hot lava. The steam mecha then sank into it, continuously transforming the ground into lava as it headed straight down. Chapter 149. Slay the Supreme Deity first, then the Pantheon, _2. Using armored abilities so recklessly naturally consumed a massive amount of mecha energy. Even if a steam mecha was equipped with a star energy force module, which has a higher energy limit, it couldn't sustain such consumption. However, after frequently utilizing mecha soul fusion, Jiang Chen uncovered a new method. Known, a steam mecha has 1W energy. If depleted, the energy returns to 0. Upon briefly initiating mecha soul fusion, Jiang Chen infused his own life force energy into the steam mecha, raising its energy limit to 10W and restoring the remaining energy to 10W. Question: how much energy is left in the steam mecha when mecha soul fusion ends? The answer is very simple. 1W energy. That is to say, whenever the steam mecha depletes its energy, Jiang Chen can always initiate mecha soul fusion to replenish it. Of course, this method of replenishing energy was not created out of nothing, it wasn't a glitch he exploited. Instead, Jiang Chen converted his life force energy into mecha energy through the special process of mecha soul fusion. In essence, his body became the mecha's reserve hidden energy source, supplying it by consuming his own physical strength. The same was true for the mecha's armor value. As long as Jiang Chen had enough life force, he could continuously replenish the mecha. However, when facing enemies in reality, he definitely couldn't play around like this. After all, compared to the human body, the mecha was too fragile. Exhausting one's own life force and physical strength to replenish the mecha's energy was very dangerous, especially if the mecha was destroyed in battle. Even with full attributes, being out of life force and physical strength could be perilous. Thus, this was a move reserved for special circumstances. The more I use it, the more I realize that the mechanical soul trait is really a great trait. Why haven't the mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star developed these functions in the past? Jiang Chen mused. Meanwhile, he created magma channels, penetrating deep into the earth. Upon finding an aftershock monster, he immediately initiated mecha soul fusion, using its formidable power to quickly pull it to the surface through the magma channel and accomplished the kill. By slaying an aftershock monster, an immaculate module was obtained, Shockwave Aftermath, supercharged. Another supercharged module. And it was one that was completely unique and not obtainable through the Abyss system of Planet Blue Star. Jiang Chen piloted the steam mecha, bathed in the blood of the monstrous creature, displaying a happy smile. As expected of hope difficulty level. It truly is filled with hope. Elite monsters can stably produce supercharged modules. I wonder what treasures the source of the disaster will yield. The staff at the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau worked with utmost efficiency. They continuously reported the positions of deep seismic sources to Jiang Chen and marked the coordinates for him. Many monsters had barely generated seismic waves and had not yet had the chance to cause an impact when Jiang Chen found them and swiftly exterminated them. In just 7 short hours, Jiang Chen killed a total of 13 elite monsters and obtained 13 supercharged modules. A burst rate as high as 100%. Because of the effects of the flaming molten lava module. During this process, Jiang Chen also created 9 lava lakes and 4 new volcanoes, impacting the local ecology. Of course, whether the leaders of various countries or the general public, none took such matters to heart. Compared to the soon-to-solidify volcanic topography, those monstrous creatures, massive as hills, capable of triggering seismic waves, were a bit more terrifying. But the impacts brought by volcanic landscapes and terrifying monsters were far from just that. Due to the involvement of too many countries and regions, the steam Mechas overt travel routes, along with minor earthquakes and monster appearances everywhere. The governments simply gave up on covering up the incidents and instead used some artistic embellishment to make related announcements to soothe the public's mind. Messages like enigmatic Mecha sweeping across the globe, crushing monsters, saving the world exploded across the internet in an instant, becoming the focus of countless people's attention. In the course of this, many civilian archaeology enthusiasts and geological research aficionados were influenced by public opinion and began thinking about and searching for the origins of the underground monsters. In an atmosphere that mobilized almost the entire population, any slight clue was quickly seized upon. Then, with the collective efforts of numerous scholars, they unraveled the truth like peeling silk from a cocoon. You found a thread of information in records of an ancient civilization from tens of thousands of years ago. Then, in corresponding archaeological remains, you located murals that match the images of these monsters. Jiang Chen piloted the steam Mecha, hovering in mid-air. From the communicator, an explanation from an archaeologist came through. That's right, according to the records of ancient civilizations, about tens of thousands of years ago, there were behemoths resembling mountains that could easily trigger landslides and tsunamis, possessing infinite might. The ancient civilizations regarded them as gods and totems, worshipping and offering sacrifices to them, carving statues and paintings. Since there were no fossils or related evidence left, we once considered this to be a mere fantastical belief of the ancient civilization. Until we found that 2 of the aberrant creatures you killed bore an uncanny resemblance to the deities in the ancient civilization's wall paintings. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Just like the ancient deities of the steam world. Even though they were always in slumber, those monsters continued to live in the depths of the sea abyss. And there were always some lucky ships on long voyages that encountered these mysterious beings. At the end of the day, since they have existed on the same planet for so long, it's impossible that there were no traces at all. However, Jiang Chen hadn't come to listen to the mythological stories of another world. He cut off the other party's narration, asking directly. So, what have you learned from this? The archaeologist's desire to share was interrupted, realizing that now wasn't the time for such stories. He spoke quickly. According to the records, the aberrant creatures you killed are called earth deities, also worshipped by the ancient civilization. The ancient civilization also recorded the existence of a powerful being that appeared only once in legend. They called it the supreme deity, meaning as high as the heavens. It slumbers beneath the highest peak, and once awakened, would bring forth the earth cataclysm, destroying the civilizations above. The one time it revealed itself, it brought about the apocalypse for the ancient civilization. The highest peak. Jiang Chen had already confirmed that this so-called supreme deity was likely the source of the calamity 10 days from now. It hadn't fully awakened yet, hence there were no seismic disturbances, and sleeping deep underground, it couldn't trigger a high-energy response. If it weren't for these archaeologists, perhaps it would have had to wait until the 8th day, or even the 9th day, to gradually make its presence known. Just as Jiang Chen was about to hang up the communicator and set off, the voice of the archaeologist came through again. He seemed hesitant, beginning to speak. However, these are just records from an ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago. In fact, there were multiple once thriving human civilizations that ultimately fell into ruin. In the records of another civilization, the supreme deity described similarly is not the most exalted existence. There are beings like the sea deity corresponding to it. And above these deities, there are even gods of the pantheon. In the past, archaeologists would never have taken these things seriously. After all, they were just fantasies of ancient people, myths crafted out of thin air. Such beings couldn't possibly exist in the world. Until today, as Jiang Chen piloted his Mecha, he killed several mythological mountainous behemoths, simultaneously shattering their worldview. At this moment, they no longer dared to be sure whether these myths were indeed true or not. Therefore, they had to disclose everything, lest they omit any piece of information. After listening, Jiang Chen gave an affirmative response. These records could be true. Since there's a supreme deity, it's possible that there might be other creatures on the same level, or even more powerful. Like in the steam world, it was nothing but aberrant monsters that came out to destroy civilizations. The true ancient deities had long since gone back to sleep. The Earth Cataclysm world must also have its hidden existences. Jiang Chen consoled them. Don't worry, 10 days is enough, we'll take it one at a time. Let's face the supreme deity first. Chapter 150. No need to suppress yourself anymore. 1. The citizens of the surrounding towns have completed their evacuation and have moved to open areas. You can start your operation now. If there's anything else that needs coordination, please feel free to speak up. The supreme peak mentioned in ancient civilization records was not the highest peak of the current era. The surrounding area had numerous cities. Considering the special abilities of the disaster source, it was bound to be much stronger than those elite monsters. Plus, with earthquakes as a natural disaster, the scope of their impact was already staggeringly extensive. A slight misstep could mean that while one side was still battling, the shockwave aftermath could destroy a vast expanse of the city, causing widespread casualties and a plummeting evaluation. To prevent this from happening, Jiang Chen waited several more hours. Only when the message from the other side came did he look towards the peak of the snow-capped mountain beneath his feet. The ancient god slumbering beneath the mountain. Truth be told, the records of ancient civilizations had already passed tens of thousands of years. Nobody knew if it was truly slumbering beneath this area. Not to mention that the area itself wasn't small without the predetermined coordinates of the seismic source. Jiang Chen directly descending through the lava tunnels might not be able to find it. It would be an exhausting and thankless task. Therefore, Jiang Chen prepared to search for the existence of the ancient god in a different manner. If the ancient god was the source of the disaster, with less than 10 days until awakening, it was clearly entering a shallow sleep state. During this process, using a force similar to seismic vibrations on the face of the other party was akin to setting off an alarm clock right against its face, which was highly likely to wake it prematurely. Once it woke up, it would naturally emit seismic vibrations, thus becoming a new seismic source that could be detected by humans. In this way, the operation would be much more convenient. So, module switch. Flaming molten lava replaced with shockwave aftermath. Jiang Chen had slain many elite alien beasts and obtained a large number of supercharge modules. These supercharged modules all related to the earth, lava, and rock. Among them, the shockwave aftermath module closely resembled the innate abilities of those subterranean alien beasts, capable of infusing the power used in battle into the earth to create seismic vibrations. Enemies of the earth type within the range of the vibrations would be controlled by effects such as dizziness and weightlessness. If the enemy was of a large size, they would also suffer aftershock damage due to the resonance of the seismic vibrations. Besides, it was also possible to attack the enemy directly, injecting the shockwave aftermath into their bodies to produce the same effects. Undoubtedly, the effect of this module was quite powerful. Especially for the uncontrollable titans of Abyss Level 1, they were almost completely countered by this module. It's just that, when faced with flying enemies, the shockwave aftermath module would become a close combat module, and its effect would be greatly limited. And in the deeper layers of the abyss, there were too many enemies that could fly. Therefore, unless the shockwave aftermath module linked up with other modules to produce a set synergy to gain new special effects. Otherwise, compared to other close combat modules, it wouldn't have much of a distinct advantage. Now, when the shockwave aftermath module was equipped as an arm module, the arm part of the steam mecha was replaced with a special structure resembling a tamper and pressed against the ground. Then, the high-frequency vibration began. With the help of the special effects of the shockwave aftermath module, the steam mecha didn't shatter the hills, but transformed the force of hitting the earth into seismic vibrations that spread out. Under the intense seismic vibrations, the entire mountain began to shake. Avalanches roared, rocks collapsed, forests trembled. Countless birds and animals panicked and fled in all directions, forming a frenzied animal stampede. And this was just the scene that occurred in the mountainous region. Elite alien beasts lurked nearly 300 kilometers deep underground. As a more powerful ancient god, the resting place of that supreme deity beast had to be even deeper. In other words, Jiang Chen had to ensure that the seismic vibrations reached over 300 kilometers deep underground. During this process, the seismic vibrations naturally propagated across the surface as well. As this wave spread, the people evacuated to open areas hundreds of kilometers away staggered and felt the intense tremors. In the cities, many buildings toppled and crashed under the force of the earthquake. At this moment, people finally understood why even at such a distance, they had been evacuated to open spaces. The range was simply too vast. Is this what modules are? To actually seize the earthquake powers of those alien beasts. Watching the scenes and images broadcasted, the longing and reverence for the power of Mechas among the generals grew even deeper. It was also at this time that Jiang Chen's voice reached the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau. The seismic vibrations have ended, keep a close watch underground. The staff snapped back to reality and hastily checked various pieces of data for high precision, real-time monitoring. After a moment, one staff member's eyes bulged as he hurriedly spoke up. A new seismic source has been found underground. The depth of the seismic source is 700 kilometers. This was the deepest seismic source observed by the humans of the Earth Cataclysm world to date. 700 kilometers, hey! Jiang Chen unloaded the shockwave aftermath module, equipped the flaming molten lava module, and planned to recreate the lava tunnels to go deeper underground. But then he heard new information coming to his ear. No, the source seems to be at 650 kilometers. 600 kilometers. The seismic source is rising rapidly. Interesting. Instead of fleeing, it's coming closer to me? Jiang Chen promptly changed his mind. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.